We are live from council chambers.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. Can you hear me, Chris?
We can hear you, Mayor Soe.
Got it. Okay. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of TD6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Sotu, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. And I will do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright,
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Principe,
Morning.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette,
Good morning.
Councillor Tang,
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Rutherford,
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good morning.
Councillor Rice,
Good morning.
Councillor Jans,
Good morning.
I'll check Councillor Hamilton.
We did receive notice Council Hamilton will be late this morning.
Okay, thank you so much. Adoption of the agenda. Would like someone move the adoption of the agenda, please?
I can move the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Second,
Need a second or some? Is Councillor Salvador, right?
Stevenson.
Councillor Rice.
Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Stevenson.
Stevenson, okay, please vote.
Councillor Salvador, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Councillor
Councillor
Wright.
Wright.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Tang
Yes.
is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans, was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Rice, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any protocol items? None. Select items for debate. Can someone select this only one item to be discussed? Can someone select that, please?
I would like to select that, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Okay, there's no votes on the reports not selected for debate. Request for speak, I'll come to that in a minute. Request for specific time on the agenda, none. And there's no other bylaws to be debated or voted on. And the reports to be dealt with at different meetings are none. And the request to reschedule the reports are none. And public reports are none. We are on to our bylaw 20700 public spaces bylaw. And at this time, clerk, do you want me to go through the process? Then we can go to the list of the speakers.
Yes, please, Mayor Soe.
Thank you so much. So for today's public hearing, the clerk will call out the bylaws to dealt with, and I will call out the names of the people registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council members will select the bylaws that they wish to discuss, which has already done, and vote on bylaws that have not been selected for debate, which are none. Council will then deal with each of the bylaw that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. Please identify whether you're speaking in favor or in opposition. The clerk will run the official timer in the council chamber. Since this hearing is being held virtually, you will need to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions of those who presented in the response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. The purpose of a public hearing process is to hear comments and feedback on draft versions of bylaws before they are officially debated by council. Once the hearing is closed, council may debate the item and may make amendments that do not require re-advertising or reopening the public hearing, or may pass, defeat, postpone, or refer the item to city manager. At this time, at this moment, I just want to let members of the public know that there has been a lot of correspondence on public spaces bylaw, and there has been a lot of public commentary, and council members have heard feedback so far. And what I know, there's a desire that after we hear from public, there may be a motion to refer the bylaw back to administration. So I want to let you know that, but that can only be done after we have heard from you and ask questions from the administration, because there's a number of questions being raised. Since this is a virtual hearing, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function, as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at cityclerk@edmonton.ca. With that, Clerk Martin, may you please call the bylaw?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 6.1, bylaw 20700, public spaces bylaw?
Yes, we do. We will have three panels. So panel number one, Megan Van Diergiesen, Independent Jewish Voices, Edmonton, joining everyone is joining remotely. Robert Kirchner, Independent Jewish Voices, Edmonton. David Kahane, Claire Piran, Pride Corner on White. Chris Weave, Criminal Trial Lawyers Association, Policing Committee. Rose Freja, Robert Honstein, Communist Revolution. Ian Rankley, Campion Cottrell McDermott. Veronica Fuentes, Alexandra Hershew, Downtown Recovery Coalition. Sam Mason, Coalition for Justice and Human Rights. Shilo Shamank, Clinton Wong, Doug Griffiths, Edmonton Chamber of Commerce. Petra Scholz, Moms Stop the Harm. Judith Garber, Independent Jewish Voices, Edmonton. Elaine Hishka. So that's the panel number one. And panel number two, Laura Cunningham Shepley, Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. Joshua Wojciechowski, Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. Greg Maddy, Edmonton and District Labor Council. Lindsay Moon, Betsy Cottrell, Raquel Firo, Leslie Cormier, Amalgamated Transit Union Local 569. Steve Bradshaw, Amalgamated Transit Union Local 569. Jason Svekla, Amalgamated Transit Union Local 569. Kelly Davis, Amalgamated Transit Union Local 569. Panita McBride, Edmonton Downtown Business Association. Alexander Dawsey, Eric Phillips, Tanya La Riviere, Accessibility Advisory Committee. Daniel Sonaf, MAID, Media Architecture Design, Edmonton. Julia K, Katie Ingram, Nadine Shalifu, Edmonton Coalition of Housing and Homelessness. So that'll be panel number 2. And panel number 3, Veronica Degley, Kathleen Mapapulbusi, Peggy Morton, Women for Rights and Empowerment, Marin Edward De La O, Women for Rights and Empowerment, Joshua Goldberg, Kate McMoran, Climate Justice Edmonton, Adam Shapansky, Ritu Arvikar, City of Edmonton Youth Council, Ali Ahmed, City of Edmonton Youth Council, Ben McGolnick, City of Edmonton Youth Council, Tiffany Fan, City of Edmonton Youth Council, Matthew Cates, City of Edmonton Youth Council, Thomas Lee, Alberta Bicycling Association, Randa Alijavi, Palestinian Community, Rachel Giladu, Tawa Outreach Collective. So 3 panels.
Mayor, sorry, we do have one additional registration. It's Rochelle Neowenis, who we've added to the 3rd panel.
Okay, it's Rochelle.
The last
What was
name
the-
is Neowenis.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, I will go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start off the presentation. I'm Michelle Pliff, the City of Edmonton City Solicitor and Chief People Officer. With me today on the delegation are David Jones, Branch Manager, Community Standards and Neighborhoods, Michelle Bond, Acting Branch Manager, Legal Services, Nancy Jacobson, Legal Supervisor, and Aaron Pote, Senior Public Engagement Advisor. So this project began over a year ago in response to council conversations and motions about potential amendments to the various public spaces bylaws to respond to emerging and ongoing issues. As we considered how to approach these conversations, we realized that it was time to start from the ground up, rather than continue to make minor amendments to the complex integrated collection of bylaws, some of which were long overdue for an update, with the oldest being first passed in 1961, we chose to create a new consolidated bylaw that would apply to all public spaces. In our current state, Edmonton's public spaces are regulated by 3 primary bylaws, with additional rules located in other bylaws. This creates a complex overlay, potential conflicts, and requires enforcement officers to adjust their response depending upon exactly where behavior is occurring. But for the users of public spaces, there is no distinction. They expect all public spaces to be safe, welcoming, and vibrant. Using Churchill Square here on the screen as an example, one individual could pass through the jurisdiction of 4 bylaws within a few minutes and be subject to the rules of each one without realizing they had moved from one space to another. Yellow on this image represents the parts of the square that are within road right-of-way and therefore under the jurisdiction of the traffic bylaw. Parts in green and are areas intended for recreation and therefore under the jurisdiction of the Parkland bylaw. The blue areas are home to the Valley Line LRT platform and under the Conduct of Transit Passengers bylaw. And the entire area is governed by the Public Places bylaw. In the new Public Spaces bylaw, all of these areas are subject to the same set of expectations, with specific rules applied where necessary, such as requiring payment of a fare only on LRT vehicles as they pass through the Churchill station in the blue area. Next slide, please. As part of this project, all 3 of the primary bylaws, as well as provisions from other bylaws that relate to the use of public spaces, were mapped to ensure that all offenses were considered. Comparable bylaws from other cities were also reviewed to determine if they had similar offenses or offenses that were not present in Edmonton but warranted consideration. We also drew on our experience and expertise with applying the current bylaws and our continuous monitoring of emerging case law to develop a list of topics and considerations to include it in the new bylaw. This resulted in a list of over 250 possible offenses. It was not feasible or advisable to engage on each offense individually, so administration developed a focused engagement strategy based on the values that intersect multiple offenses to identify gaps in understanding of Edmontonians' perspectives about changes to the bylaws. From that, a thematic approach to engagement was developed and used for the first time on a bylaw development project. All of this work was overseen by our internal steering committee with deputy city managers and branch manager representation from employee and legal services, community services, city operations, and the city manager's office. I will now turn it over to Erin for an overview of the public engagement process and participation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Given the direction from the December 2022 OP12 motion by Council and limitation on the use of consultants, the public engagement for the Public Spaces Bylaw project was done entirely by City of Edmonton employees. The public engagement process aimed to understand a range of perspectives from Edmontonians to help refine the bylaw recommendations. The two main objectives of the engagement process were to understand concerns, issues, and values surrounding changes to the bylaws and how people are permitted to behave in public spaces in Edmonton. The second was to understand the impacts to Edmontonians in vulnerable circumstances. We conducted a values mapping exercise to identify those overarching themes that intersect multiple bylaw offenses. This helped frame the engagement and determine the specific inputs needed for bylaw development. In taking a values-based approach, we wanted to anticipate what we might hear from the public, knowing that values are personal and vary from person to person. The values we included in the mapping exercise were safety, community, financial and social supports, livelihood, and intervention versus freedom. In keeping in line with best practices, we also conducted an e-scan of existing public engagement inputs from stakeholders in the public to incorporate what we already know. As Michelle just mentioned, we also sought feedback from the internal steering committee at every step of the planning process, including the engagement and values mapping approach, stakeholder list and criteria for one-on-one meetings, key project questions, and we also shared preliminary engagement results. Pre-engagement opportunities were provided to the Recover team and the Community Services Advisory Board to gather feedback on the values-based engagement approach and specifically on engaging with Edmontonians who may be living in vulnerable circumstances or who may experience barriers to traditional engagement. There was one phase of engagement completed for this project at the advised level of the city's public engagement spectrum, where public and stakeholder feedback were considered in the development of the proposed bylaw. This slide summarizes the engagement opportunities and participation from the general public. There were 6,425 respondents who completed the online survey via Edmonton Insight Community or the open link. And in an effort to understand if we were hearing directly from those who have been at risk or experienced homelessness, we worked with the Recover team to craft a preamble for the survey that was a definition of homelessness, and we directly asked survey respondents if they felt comfortable sharing to indicate if they had been at risk or experienced homelessness. The definition we used for the survey purposes encompassed a range of physical living situations, including unsheltered or homeless and living on the streets, emergency sheltered, provisionally accommodated, or at risk of homelessness, referring to people who are not homeless, but whose current economic or housing situation is precarious or does not meet public health and safety standards. 773 people told us that they had been at risk or experienced homelessness, and 482 shared their experiences via the open-ended survey question. Some of the experiences we heard included couch surfing, sleeping in their car, sleeping in shelters, sleeping on the street, and sleeping in a camp. Many organizations in Edmonton are doing great work in our communities, and with the limited resources available internally, we used a criteria matrix to help us determine organizations to reach out to for one-on-one meetings. The criteria was developed through the lens of public engagement best practice, data from past public engagement projects, and input from the Internal Steering Committee and the Community Services Advisory Board. The criteria for selecting organizations included those that represent equity-deserving groups, those that would add varying perspectives and encourage diversity of input, those that would address a cultural perspective and power imbalance, those that would help reduce the risk of a single issue overtaking the conversation, and those that would help ensure fair and equal access to the process, along with those impacted by the bylaw or bylaw changes. On May 8th, when the engagement process launched, a marketing toolkit was shared via email with over 450 stakeholders, including BIAs, housing and homelessness service providers, community leagues, and community organizations who focus on serving newcomers, students, seniors, cultural groups, LGBTQIA+, and more. The toolkit shared information about the project and engagement opportunities, asking organizations to share the opportunity with their members, and included sample Facebook, Instagram, and X posts along with some related images. 13 respondents from the online survey told us that they represented an organization. Some respondents did not identify which organization they represented, but we did hear from the following organizations: the Edmonton Police Association, Edmonton District Labor Council, the Downtown Edmonton Community League, New Hope Resettlement Institute, Common Sense Edmonton, Edmonton International Street Performers Festival, and PFLAG. We received additional correspondence via email from Old Strathcona Business Association, NAIOP, Boys and Girls Clubs, and Big Brothers Big Sisters of Edmonton and area. I will pass it over to Nancy to share more about the bylaw development.
Thanks, Erin. Following the close of the formal public engagement, and once the bylaw itself was developed, we continued conversations with stakeholders to ensure they were aware of the key policy decisions and had the opportunity to ask questions about how the bylaw would impact them if passed as presented. These groups included administration's Pedway Working Group, with representatives from property managers, Edmonton Police Service, and other security teams representing properties across the Pedway network, both downtown and along the LRT lines. We also met with representatives from the Downtown Recovery Coalition, the members of the BIA Council, the Downtown Property Managers Roundtable, and representatives from the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. Based on the responses from Edmontonians about types of behaviors, we created specific offenses for the bylaw. In some cases, the connection is quite direct. For example, as shown on the first bar graph, we asked the public to think about their experiences, interactions, and observed behaviors in public spaces, and how concerned they were. We heard strongly from Edmontonians that visible drug use is an area of concern, with 89% of respondents indicating they are extremely or very concerned, and 96% indicating some level of concern. This very strongly informed the expanded policy decision in the proposed bylaw to prohibit visible drug use in all public spaces. On the other end of the spectrum, in the second bar graph, 91% of Edmontonians told us they are not very concerned about small-scale commercial activity in public spaces. This informed the new policy decision to create a limited exception for licensed food trucks, allowing them to vend from locations where they can legally park without a specific permit for that location, provided they continue to comply with all other applicable rules and regulations. We also asked Edmontonians what is the most important thing for the city to consider as we review the bylaws. Overall, safety in public spaces was identified as the top priority. Across all topic areas, safety was mentioned frequently, particularly by seniors and those with children. This feedback became a key principle in the development of the bylaw. The report summarizes policy decisions that are reflected in the new bylaw, and we're going to take a few minutes to walk through some of them in greater detail. Currently, visible drug use is prohibited in transit spaces by the Conduct of Transit Passengers bylaw. Reflecting back to the earlier slide with the visual of Churchill Square, it is difficult for officers and public space users to articulate why visible drug use is impactful and appropriate to regulate in a small area surrounding the LRT station and not immediately adjacent on the steps to the library or towards City Hall. One of the principles of this project was to align and consolidate public space rules so a consistent set of behavioral expectations applies in all types of spaces. Both the existing offense and what is proposed in the new bylaw do not regulate the overall use of controlled substances, which is illegal under federal law. Instead, the intent is to acknowledge the level of concern expressed by Edmontonians about the visibility of this behavior in public spaces and how that intersects with their perceptions of safety. By expanding the existing policy to all public spaces, the intent is to reduce the impact visible consumption has on public space users and respond directly to the level of concern expressed by Edmontonians about this behavior during engagement. It also reflects the need to respond to escalating calls received by our enforcement teams, with this being one of the most common complaints received. From 2022 to 2023, the number of complaints increased 28%. As with all offenses, ticketing will never be the first approach. Officers and our integrated support teams will continue to approach these situations with compassion and prioritize solutions over enforcement. Including this offense in the bylaw adds an additional non-criminal option for responding to drug use in public spaces. Without this and other similar offenses that run parallel to otherwise illegal activities, the only enforcement option available to officers may lead to criminal consequences, which is contrary to the escalating enforcement model. Aggressive panhandling, which includes making repeat requests after receiving a negative response, obstructing a person while making a request, or engaging in intimidating behavior, is currently prohibited in all public spaces. The new bylaw will continue that policy and adds an additional offense that restricts all panhandling while standing within or immediately adjacent to a roadway. This additional policy responds to safety concerns raised in relation to both roadway users and those making requests, and the need to provide a regulatory tool for enforcement officers to address the unsafe behavior of using a roadway for an unintended purpose. As part of the mapping work done for this project, it was identified that Edmonton's approach of focusing on aggressive panhandling and not regulating it based on time and space is relatively unique. While Edmontonians confirmed a level of concern for panhandling in public spaces, acknowledging the underlying theme of safety, we chose to continue the approach of focusing on the more severe behavior and add an additional rule specifically addressing concerns raised about individuals panhandling in roadways and creating conflicts with roadway users. This approach creates a hybrid of approaches used in other jurisdictions and our current practice. Rules restricting establishing structures, including temporary shelters, already exist in Edmonton, but across a number of bylaws. While the proposed bylaw adopts clearer language regarding what is considered a temporary shelter, it will not change how the rules are applied or enforcement is carried out. By including it within the new bylaw, one consistent rule will apply to all types of public spaces, ensuring officers and other members of integrated support teams have a seamless authority to respond to temporary shelters using existing operational procedures. Adding the clarified language will not change the current approach. For these three policy decisions, this slide shows a further breakdown of the level of concern with the corresponding behavior expressed by those that responded to the online survey, broken down by identity. Highlighted in blue are the groups that were at least 10% more concerned with the behavior, while the gray shows groups that are at least 10% less likely to be concerned with that same behavior. These results are also available broken down by age, gender, and region in a report that is publicly available on the Engaged Edmonton website. Next slide. The number of Edmontonians using the river for recreation has increased in the past few years, and engagement for this project confirmed that Edmontonians have a low level of concern about this type of behavior. As a federally regulated waterway, existing legislation requires life jackets to be present in water vessels, but does not explicitly require them to be worn. Enforcement officers regularly provide education on the importance of life jackets while conducting patrols on the river, but are unable to enforce that they be worn. Mirroring a similar rule in Calgary, the public spaces bylaw would require everyone using a vessel on the water to wear a life jacket, with the exceptions of passengers and staff on the Edmonton riverboat. Requiring life jackets to be worn and not just present will help ensure safety as residents enjoy our river. This slide shows that same breakdown by identity for level of concern with recreational activities, again with the blue showing groups more likely to be concerned and the gray those that were less likely. Next slide. Through engagement, we heard that of all of the types of behaviors we asked about, Edmontonians were least concerned about small-scale commercial activity. Considering this and applying the project principle of red tape reduction, We've introduced a narrow exception for licensed food trucks, allowing them to vend from locations where they can otherwise legally park without requiring an additional permit for that location. This exception is narrow. It would require the vehicle operator to find a location where they can comply with all parking rules, which could include paying for parking and following time restrictions. All other rules regarding obstructing sidewalks or traffic or generating litter would continue to apply and be enforceable as needed. In addition, all other rules applicable to food trucks would continue to apply, including the requirement to comply with all provincial food safety, fire, mechanical, and other vehicle safety standards. Permits will continue to be required outside of this exception, including to operate at events, from reserved locations, or from a location that isn't otherwise a legal parking location. Potential concerns such as vendor conflicts were considered and will be monitored through implementation. However, in the interest of balancing feedback from Edmontonians and reducing barriers for local businesses, we are proposing to introduce the narrow exception. Once again, the breakdown by identity for the level of concern with small-scale commercial activity is shown on this slide. And now I'm going to turn it over to David to discuss the enforcement approach.
Thanks, Nancy. When it comes to gaining compliance of the new bylaw and sections within it, City of Edmonton enforcement officers will continue to follow the 4 E's of engage, explain, encourage, and enforce, already used by bylaw and peace officers during their investigations of public complaints. This approach focuses on education and encouragement to find a resolution in order to achieve compliance prior to moving to fines or other enforcement actions. Particularly for the new offenses proposed in this bylaw, this practice will provide our enforcement teams and EPS with an additional tool to expand the scope of situations where they are able to engage with Edmontonians to educate, offer support, and enforce if needed. Because enforcement officers are in a position of authority, they require legal grounds, often called lawful placement, to engage with individuals who are demonstrating inappropriate behavior, even if the intended goal is to gain compliance or provide support rather than take enforcement actions. Setting behavioral expectations in a bylaw gives officers that lawful placement to begin the interaction while retaining their discretion to proceed as appropriate. It also ensures they are lawfully placed to intervene if the engagement becomes dangerous to the officer or other members of the public. If the 4E approach is exhausted and enforcement actions must be taken, there are still additional opportunities to ensure that fines do not result in unintended consequences. This includes the ability of individuals to request that a ticket be reviewed by a prosecutor who has full authority to withdraw a ticket if it would be in the public interest to do so. Public interest consideration is broad and allows a prosecutor to consider individual circumstances before proceeding with court processes. Finally, for certain tickets, if a matter proceeds through the court process and the person is convicted of the offense, the province operates a fine option program that allows individuals to work in the community as a means of paying their fine. While not available for all bylaw offenses, this program offers some individuals an alternative to monetary fines. Next slide, please. For every proposed offense in the bylaw, a minimum fine amount is set in Schedule A. Based on the current practice of using $250 as the default fine in our bylaws, we started by setting all fines at this amount and adjusting up or down based on severity or prior council direction. For example, the fine for setting fire in public spaces is higher at $500 due to the safety issues that arise from this behavior. In the other direction, the fine amount for transit fare evasion is $150 to align with prior council decision to lower this fine. Any of the proposed fine amounts can be raised or lowered by council, and this can be done by amendment as part of this conversation. All of the fines are also set as minimum fines rather than specified fines. All of Edmonton's bylaws use these minimum fines, and this means that if a court convicts a person of an offense or a prosecutor is considering options to resolve a file, neither are permitted to lower the fine. This provides council with the certainty that the policy decisions it makes regarding fines are carried out, but removes flexibility for unique circumstances. In comparison, most provincial offenses have specified fines. When a specified fine is used, the amount becomes a starting point, and the court and prosecutors have flexibility to impose a lower amount. This allows flexibility, but can result in situations where council's expectations regarding penalties for offenses it deems serious are not realized. Council could provide direction to change some or all of the fines from minimums to specified, including the option for a hybrid where a specified fine is set with a lower minimum to allow flexibility without the risk of a fine being lowered below what council feels is a base amount. It is also important to note that in most cases, the type of tickets issued by our enforcement officers do not result in warrants or days in default in remand if fines are not paid. And with that, I'll hand it back to Michelle.
Thanks, David. So after hearing from speakers and administration, council can propose amendments to the draft bylaw. Minor amendments can be made today, such as adjusting fine amounts. More complex amendments are also possible, but may require us to take a brief adjournment to prepare the necessary changes. Or we may advise that we need more time and will return at a later date. It is also possible for council to pass the bylaw as presented and provide direction to do further work on any of the parts and return with amendments prior to coming into force. If passed as presented, the bylaw will not take effect until May 13th, 2024. This will allow time for public communication and education about the new bylaw, as well as internal implementation work, including identifying designated areas for various activities, officer training, and technical updates to record-keeping systems. We will also work closely with Edmonton Police Service to ensure alignment in our enforcement approaches. This period will also allow time for specific operational policies and procedures to be developed. If through that development, we identify any areas where further refinement would be helpful, we can return to council with amendments before the bylaw takes effect. Once in force, administration will continuously monitor implementation and impact and return to council with amendments as needed. Next slide, please. Okay, with that, we are open to any questions, Mr. Mayor, you have or council have after you hear from speakers. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the very comprehensive and detailed presentation. Really appreciate you setting the context for the further debate. So what we're going to do now, go to our panel, first panel. But before I do that, I think we would have to, I suggest that we shorten our lunch break by half an hour. So we'll take a break from 12 to 1 o'clock, or 12 to 1 p.m. And if any council members have any concerns for if they are unable to accommodate that, please let the clerk know, and we will make that motion by unanimous consent. We'll seek that when we get close to the lunch break. So it's something to think about. So I will call out the names for panel one. Megan Van de Giesen, are you there? Robert Kirchner. Robert Kirchner, are you there? No. David Kahane. No. Claire Piran.
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Chris Weave.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chris. Rose Freja. No. Robert Honstein. Ian Runkley.
Good morning, and it's Runkle. Thank you.
Runkle, thank you so much. Campion, Cortel, McDermott.
Here.
Thank you. Veronica Fuentes. Okay. Alexandra Hershu, I see Alex there.
Yep, good morning.
Thank you. Sam Mason.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Shalo Shmonk.
Preferred name Lou, last name
Lo.
Schmunk. I'm here.
Is
Yeah,
Lo?
Lou.
Lou. Thank
Thanks.
you. Sorry about that. Clinton Wong.
I'm here.
Thank
Good morning.
you. Doug Griffiths.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Thank you. Petra Schultz.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Petra. Judith Garber. Elaine Hishka.
I've been in touch. She will be here shortly.
Okay, we'll come back to the people who are not here. We'll call their names again. So we will start with Claire Piran. Go ahead, Claire.
Good morning. My name is Claire Perrin, and I am here representing Pride Corner on White, a local organization dedicated to creating safer spaces on the streets of our city and protesting anti-queer rhetoric from street preachers. Initially, when we heard about the bylaw and its proposal to ban amplification systems, we thought this may finally be an effective way to stop the street preachers from invading public spaces with their harmful messaging. Businesses, residents, and community on White are united in that the preachers are a public nuisance with their noise and messages. We have protested them for nearly 3 years as a collective, and in that time have grown a large support network throughout the city and province. Many angles have been attempted to prevent the preachers from using their amplification systems in public, including citizens and businesses calling in noise complaints. While initially welcoming of the bylaw, we want to make it clear that as it stands, we do not support the public spaces bylaw and ask council today to vote no to the proposed public spaces bylaw. While it would be nice to never have to hear another street preacher shout condemnation towards the queer community, we worry about what the amplification system element of the bylaw would do in terms of limiting our right to peacefully protest. Obtaining permits for public spaces is not always feasible or able to be done in a timely manner, and it seems to be a violation of our right to gather peacefully when a need arises without requiring public spaces permits to do so. We are experiencing unprecedented circumstances both locally and abroad that draw people and communities together to advocate for these causes. And we find it deeply concerning and intentionally stifling that even private venues open to the public would require a permit. Our freedom to speak cannot be limited by a permit. We have further concerns that this proposed bylaw is attempting to address things that are not an issue. On the element of panhandling, is there evidence that panhandling on or adjacent to a roadway is becoming increasingly aggressive or distracting? By supporting this bylaw, the bylaw would be working against the harm reduction approach that the frontline workers are asking for. At this time, there is no evidence that suggests seeing drug use poses legitimate risk to the health and safety of Edmontonians. With the closure and decreased services of overdose prevention sites across Alberta, people who use drugs and have no permanent home are left with no choice but to use in public. Presence or absence of a house does not dictate whether one does drugs, as is backed by a recent study by Statista that around 17.4% of Canadians have used illegal substances in their lifetime as of 2019. Clearly, drug use is not limited to those who are living unhoused. So we ask if City and Council will be heavily investing in safe consumption sites and what the timeline for those facilities will be. The elements of the bylaw that will forbid Edmontonians from accessing warming centres or riding more than once on a specified bus route alienates transit users, including those who are unhoused. We're not suggesting that transit should be a shelter, but rather Edmonton lacks adequate shelter space for all Edmontonians, something that members of City Council agree with. As we know, Edmonton winters can routinely and for weeks at a time be as low as -30 to -40 degrees Celsius and colder. At those temperatures, it takes less than 10 minutes for skin to freeze. Hospitals routinely see a spike in finger and toe amputations due to frostbite at these times, which are costly procedures, not to mention incredibly painful and resulting in disabilities and even further disenfranchisement for the individuals. The reality is that sometimes some people's only option is to ride the bus to survive. To close, this bylaw is too broad spectrum on issues it is aiming to address, and in our humble opinion, needs to go back to the drawing board to consider what genuinely makes a city safe and what the council should be funneling resources to. This proposed bylaw is not rooted in enough lived experience or evidence to address the issues that are facing our city. The opioid crisis, the affordable living crisis, our rising number of unhoused community members, and seemingly unbridled energy costs. While we realize that some of these issues require tandem effort with the provincial government, we think it is the city's responsibility to support all members of our city. If this bylaw is to promote safety, we ask, whose safety? Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Claire. Next, we'll go to Chris Weeb.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Council. My name is Chris Weeb. I'm speaking on behalf of the Criminal Trial Lawyers Association Policing Committee. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed public spaces bylaw, and I ask that Council vote no. I support a couple parts of this bylaw. First, the consolidation of these three bylaws into one public spaces bylaw makes sense. And I'm happy to see that administration deleted the feet on the seat bylaw, which has been in the past enforced at a rate of 75% against people who have no fixed address and is often used as a pretense for detaining people who are sleeping on Edmonton Transit Service vehicles after having spent the night walking around to stay warm. So I'm happy to see those two things. I'm speaking in opposition to this bylaw for a number of reasons. First of all, the continued prohibition and penalization of visible symptoms of the intersecting crises of poverty, housing and houselessness, and intergenerational trauma affecting Indigenous peoples. First of all, I mean, the most prominent example of this is the transit ticket issue. We know that transit tickets are issued at a rate of about 60% to Indigenous recipients and around 70 to 80% to recipients with no fixed address, most of whom are unhoused and experiencing unsheltered houselessness. The most prominent example of this is the loitering bylaw. There is a quasi-loitering bylaw currently in the transit bylaw. This new public spaces bylaw brings that forward and more specifically targets a very low standard for loitering. It's prohibiting people staying in transit stations and vehicles for long enough for basically more than one of the train or bus to pass, which I submit is too low of a standard. Council should not bring forward and not include a loitering bylaw in this bylaw. It does not make Edmonton safer. The FOIP results that I emailed to Council show that there was no decrease in reports of criminal activity in Edmonton Transit property after Council reintroduced a sort of loitering bylaw in 2022. Further, I question the survey results that City Administration has presented to Council, asking Edmontonians whether they're uncomfortable with people lingering in public spaces. I would suggest that many people are uncomfortable with seeing homelessness. That doesn't mean that most people support regulating and penalizing homelessness through bylaw tickets. So I question whether Council can reliably come to that conclusion based on these survey results. Again, the standard for loitering here is very low. There's no exceptions for cold weather. There's no exceptions for outreach organizations. You're going to see horrible examples of enforcement of this bylaw going wrong. Some examples that come to mind from the past, there was that incident in 2019 where a Black youth was forcibly removed from Belvedere LRT station. And the reason given was that he and his friends were loitering. But in reality, it was cold outside. He was waiting inside the Belvedere LRT station for his bus. And it's true that more than one train had passed while he was waiting inside the station, but he was waiting for his bus, which hadn't come. The peace officers interpreted that as loitering. That was grounds to detain and even forcibly detain this Black youth. So there's examples like that. There's also examples like from a couple winters ago when Bear Claw Patrol was ejected from Corona Station into bitter cold. There's no exceptions in this bylaw for outreach organizations. So that's just one prominent example of how this prohibits and penalizes poverty and people trying to assist those living in poverty. Other reason for objection is pretense policing. My friend Mr. Jones talked about how it's necessary for officers to have lawful placement to detain people. Well, lawful placement to detain people can go wrong too. Certainly there's some officers who are using this in a responsible way, escalating enforcement. But there are lots of examples of that going wrong. The loitering bylaw is a prominent example of pretense policing. Another one is the bike prohibitions that you see in this bylaw, which are disproportionately used to detain Indigenous people. I strongly caution against including these examples of pretense policing. Another reason for objection is the overbreadth that we see in this bylaw. Based on the wording of this bylaw, there's no place for unsheltered people to exist and erect shelters for themselves or take shelter. They can't erect temporary structures in parks. They can't loiter in transit. If there's no consideration for whether they have adequate alternative shelter, there's no consideration for cold weather. This is of grave concern. Another example of overbreadth is the spitting in public prohibition. An outright prohibition on spitting anywhere in public spaces is
Sorry,
no doubt.
point of order.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're just well over time and the chair hasn't interjected, so I just want to be fair and equitable to all the speakers.
All right, thanks.
For some reason, Chris, I can't see the timer.
Mayor, so we have it on the public display. You can also pin it in your own Google Meet,
Okay,
if helpful.
got it. Thank you, Councilor Rutherford, for that. I just couldn't. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chris. Next, we'll go to Ian Ranke. Ian,
Thank you.
please.
I'm here not on anyone's behalf, but I am opposed to the bylaw, at least as written. Along with the CTLA, I agree that the idea of consolidating the bylaws together is an excellent proposal. But I do have a number of concerns with the content of this bylaw. I share the CTLA's concerns that this will be used disproportionately as a means of targeting the homeless. And the measures proposed that have been not just the homeless, but also Indigenous Edmontonians. The methods proposed in terms of limiting this appear to be officer discretion as well as prosecutorial discretion. And I would suggest that these measures have been shown to be ineffective in the past. Groups that are disproportionately subject to racism are unlikely to receive the benefit of these provisions or of these ideals of protecting via unenforcement. So there is very real concern, and the net result of this is going to be a lot of people who are incarcerated because they've been issued fines for activities they can't avoid and end up unable to pay those fines. So we're essentially going to be creating tremendous expense as we incarcerate people over these issues. I also have some concerns. I have a particular interest in firearms and weapons law, and I note that the bylaws as proposed include a fair number of provisions aimed in that direction. And these include prohibitions against visibly possessing, displaying, discharging, or using a weapon in a public space. However, the definition of weapon appears to be quite broad. It would include utility knives, as an example. It also includes many items which are legal to own or quite innocuous, Section 28.1, any loaded object capable of firing a projectile would include a Nerf gun. And I'll just note that the kids in my neighborhood appear to quite enjoy playing with Nerf guns out in the park. I don't believe that this is an activity that should be subject to fines. And as much as one might say that that this is something that would be dealt with through discretion, I'm not convinced that discretion is a good means of dealing with this. Would also include, for instance, a law-abiding gun owner who needs to carry a firearm out to their car or back. There are provisions that specifically address utility knives. And so if I request the assistance of a tradesperson and they attend at my house and they have to park on the street and walk over to my house, they can be fined for possessing a utility knife. I hope that these were not the intention of council, but the drafting of these provisions leaves much to be desired and creates a very real risk that these activities are essentially prohibited, notwithstanding the fact that many of them are innocent. A large number of the sections of this are also unnecessary due to being covered by the criminal code and possibly venture into essentially criminal prohibitions rather than things that are properly the sphere of the municipality. But this also creates the possibility, which probably wasn't intended here as well, that some of these issues may be under prosecuted as well, in the sense that it now creates a potential for some of these offenses to be proceeded with for small fines where they might be even more serious. So this section, I would suggest, very much needs to go back to the drawing board. And I hope that there will be some substantial revision to the bylaws. I'll wrap it up here and pass the remaining time to someone else. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Ian. Next, we will go to Campion Cortel McDermott.
Hello, I'm here with my colleague Savannah as well. So we are speaking in against or in opposition to the bylaw proposal. While we implore City Council to vote against the passing of Bill 20700, a bill that will unequivocally criminalize and marginalize unhoused peoples, racialized peoples, and peaceful protesters as academics whose research is focused on public health approaches to substance use. We come before you to speak specifically on Section 23 of the proposed bylaw prohibiting visible possession, use of, and consumption of controlled substances. This request is grounded in our deep concerns about the potential devastating consequences this bylaw could have, particularly for those at risk of harm and death amidst the ongoing public health drug poisoning crisis, and will deliberately target and harm Indigenous people who use drugs in Edmonton. We posit that this bill is an inappropriate use of the law, is misaligned with the purpose of public spaces bylaw, and will undermine progress towards evidence-based interventions that have the potential to truly foster community safety and well-being. In the first 10 months of 2023, 554 Edmontonians lost their lives to a preventable drug poisoning. This is not just a statistic. These are real lives, real families, and real communities impacted by this crisis. Compounding this tragedy is the fact that the majority of people who use drugs in Edmonton—
Sorry, just to interrupt, quick point of order. I just want to make sure we get everyone registered, because it's a very silly semantic thing, but we actually need to have everyone's name registered. So you're allowed to speak, but Mayor Sohi, I just want to make sure we know who's speaking and have everyone on the list. So
you carry on. What we will do, I'll ask clerk to please get your name. Go ahead.
For sure.
Yeah.
Compounding this tragedy is the fact that the majority of people who use drugs in Edmonton smoke them, a practice which is devoid of safe consumption sites or legally designated public smoking spaces. This is especially troubling for people experiencing houselessness or living in precariously housing, as they are already grappling with heightened insecurity and surveillance, particularly exacerbated by the intensified encampment sweeps. The proposed bylaw stands poised to exacerbate these life-threatening challenges. By restricting visible drug use without providing an alternative space, it would further drive individuals towards riskier, more isolated settings, heightening the risks of overdose and other associated harms.
It is well established that the criminalization of drugs use drives drug use underground, and this measure, rather than addressing the root issues, would force drug consumption into secluded and discrete locations, magnifying threats to public health and safety.
The superimposition of fines for public drug use, which remains illegal, may inadvertently perpetuate systemic biases and further marginalization of those already facing significant challenges. Owing to the ongoing and historic oppressive colonial practices and intergenerational traumas, Indigenous peoples are overrepresented amongst the houseless population in Edmonton and face a higher risk of surveillance, stigmatization, and potential criminalization. Given the subjective nature of law enforcement and the alarmingly lax evidence required to prosecute Section 23 of this bylaw, there is high potential for selective prosecution, and Indigenous peoples may find themselves unfairly targeted. The proposed amendments, rather than addressing the root causes of houselessness, trauma, and substance use, risk deepening the cycles of marginalization and exclusion experienced by Indigenous communities.
The proposed public spaces bylaw contravenes the principles outlined in the We Met report of 1996, which calls for restraint in the use of criminal law for individual drug use offenses and argues that acts that can be adequately controlled by social forces outside of the criminal law, such as non-criminal legal processes like mental health legislation, should not be subject to criminal prohibition. This report also clearly states that no law should give rise to social and personal damage greater than it was designed to prevent. The proposed amendments run afoul of these fundamental principles as they risk distancing vulnerable community members from life-saving health and social supports.
We not only found that the bylaw is an inappropriate use of the law, we also argued the proposed amendments are inconsistent with the project objectives of promoting safety and balancing interests in a fair and equitable manner. As outlined in the What We Heard report, Edmontonians want to feel safe in public spaces and are concerned with public drug use. We recognize that in some cases, public drug use is concerning and invokes discomfort. Bearing witness to the results of human suffering and injustice of which public drug use often results should be concerning and uncomfortable. However, the proposed bylaw measures offer a one-sided solution wherein some citizens may experience less discomfort in public spaces at a cost to the safety and well-being of individuals harmed and marginalized by this bylaw. This calls into question whose safety is valued and prioritized by this bylaw and whether it follows an equitable approach.
Thank you so much to both of you for joining us. Please do register with the city clerk. And these are the sometimes very outdated rules that we have to follow, but these are the rules that we have to abide by. So thank you so much to both of you for joining us. Next, we will go to Alexandra Herschel. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor and City Council. So good morning, everyone. As Chair of the Downtown Recovery Coalition, I'm speaking today to express support for Bylaw 20700, the Public Spaces Bylaw, which represents a significant milestone in ensuring the safety, vibrancy, and equitable use of public spaces within our city. The process leading to the formulation of Bylaw 20700 has been detailed and inclusive, incorporating a jurisdictional scan, public engagement, and alignment with the overarching objectives of promoting safety, reducing administrative complexities, and fostering equitable access to public spaces. One of the key aspects highlighted in the report is the imperative need to address safety concerns while maintaining the integrity of public spaces as welcoming and diverse environments. This bylaw not only aims to enhance safety measures, such as restrictions on the use of amplification systems, but also addresses pressing community concerns through expanded regulations, such as visible drug use, and ensuring transit spaces are used for their intended purpose. There's very little new laws and regulations within this bylaw consolidation. While much work and investment has gone into the core to address ongoing safety issues, there is still an urgent need to ensure residents, employees, and visitors feel safe downtown. Investments, business development, and vibrancy continue to depend on safety and security as core table stakes. Furthermore, the proposed bylaw reflects a balanced approach considering diverse perspectives and interests. The stakeholder engagement process involving various community groups and organizations has ensured the proposed changes are informed by the needs and preferences of Edmontonians. Passing Bylaw 20700 will not only establish clear and enforceable guidelines for behavior in public spaces, but also contribute to the overall vitality and inclusivity of our city. These changes highlight the need for, I'm going to backpedal a little bit. The proposed bylaw will enhance community safety and protection of property. And these changes further highlight the need for day shelters to ensure the most vulnerable in our community also have a safe place in which to spend time. And we appreciate that this remains the priority for the city, including its engagement with the government of Alberta. Lastly, I would like to commend the robust engagement city administration has undertaken to gather feedback and input. I urge you to reflect on the dedication and passion of those who have been deeply engaged in the arduous task of creating vibrant and inclusive, accessible public spaces. Their commitment stems from a place of profound empathy and understanding. And while citizen activists bring their own perspectives, their involvement lacks firsthand experience and nuanced insight into the complexities we face. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Alex. Next, we'll go to Sam Mason, Coalition for Justice and Human Rights.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for letting me speak today. The proposed bylaw 20700, public spaces bylaw, should not just be sent back, but outright rejected. So I'm opposed. And the Coalition for Justice and Human Rights is opposed. City administration had the opportunity to create a modern bylaw that reflects the values of this council and the citizens of Edmonton. They instead created a bylaw that will push people further into poverty and or the legal system. The type of static fines that have been proposed in this bylaw will devastate and punish those living in poverty and will have very little to zero effect on anyone with higher incomes, meaning that this bylaw only polices the poor. As others have pointed out, it has been said that peace, police, and bylaw officers have told council that they use the bylaw enforcement as a last resort. But you might forgive me for questioning their judgment in this, as they've also stated they check if adequate shelter space is available before clearing encampments. But we question the accurateness of information to make that decision and haven't been shown that it exists. We know that Chief McPhee has announced a zero tolerance approach to open drug use, and there are criminal ways to address this. Why does it need to be included in the city bylaw? As others have said, investing in safe consumption sites is a more effective way to reduce public drug use, not fines. I believe this bylaw is intended to make sure our public spaces are safe, but to that I say, safe for whom? Many of the new or changed infractions included are outright discriminatory anti-poor measures, and many target specifically those who have little other choice than to spend most of their days in public space. I do applaud the urgency the City Council has displayed in declaring a housing and homelessness emergency, and that we are in crisis. And as you have said, Mayor Sohi, we need to address the root causes, not police the symptoms, and that's what this bylaw is doing. While I don't necessarily agree that the proposed actions of the housing and homelessness emergency are going to address our acute emergency of housing, I do think passing this proposed bylaw will work in opposition to that goal. In fact, it stands to violate the fundamental rights of those most vulnerable in our community, those that have no place to sleep, rest, or gather, but instead have to remain hidden. Beyond the significant target placed on people living unsheltered and unhoused, seniors, people with developmental disabilities, people with mental health concerns, among others, are also targeted by this bylaw. People on income support, age, or seniors' pensions, and the working poor are already struggling to meet their basic needs in this economic environment. Any of the fines in this bylaw could upset their entire lives. I know that council did not intend for this bylaw to be a further criminalization of those who have the lowest incomes in our cities. Issues around bylaw and its disproportionate impact on those who are unhoused or experiencing poverty has been discussed over the years. In fact, in 2015 and 2016, with the Mayor's Task Force on Poverty, the Youth Action Project, facilitated by the John Humphrey Center and supported by the Coalition for Justice and Human Rights, highlighted that bylaw ticketing was the key issue affecting young people and those in poverty to overcome barriers. Youth articulated that, and this is a quote, bylaw ticketing, jaywalking, LRT tickets, etc., targets those who experience poverty, placing many in the justice system and consequently criminalizes them for their inability to pay fines. This can open up a life within the criminal system. Listen to our young people. Don't put barriers up to them and get ahead before they even start. Stemming from this report, the task force, and later End Poverty Edmonton, put advocacy around bylaw ticketing as a priority. This approach for the new proposed bylaw is a fundamental shift away from recognizing the harms of bylaws. There are very few areas that the city of Edmonton has full control over making people's lives better, but this is one area where you do. Please reject this bylaw as proposed and ask that they come back with something that will actually keep everybody safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Sam. Next, we will go to Lou. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Lou. I'm not speaking on behalf of anyone, just myself. And I'm speaking as a concerned Edmontonian who's lived here about 7 years now, and I've seen that there are sections of this bylaw. I'm speaking in opposition, sorry. There are sections of this bylaw that have already existed and have shown that they have not given us the results that has been proposed that this bylaw 2700 or 20700 would. So I emailed a number of councillors, but I'm just going to read it out here. So in accordance with the proposal of bylaw 20700, this policy change would restrict every Edmontonian's right to peacefully protest and gather in any public spaces. I recognize many people's favor of this in regards to the discomfort many of us have experienced on White and Jasper Avenue by the street preachers using a megaphone to harass and use hate speech against the general public, particularly targeting folks in the queer community. However, the use of amplification systems is a broad and inaccurate way to restrict such behavior and leaves room for error and punishment in well-meaning organizations, such as peaceful protests, union strikes, and other freedoms of speech that rely on public community involvement to be heard. I find it would be more appropriate to regulate behavior such as Dale's example by targeting his and other people's tactics of harassment of marginalized groups. The use of amplification systems is not the primary issue, and as stated above, would further harm our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We are living in a time where protests and homelessness, both of which are targeted under this bylaw, have more than doubled in recent years and will only continue to grow under policy changes like 20700. Suppression of freedoms, further sanctioning byproducts of homelessness during a housing crisis that are affecting the majority of Edmontons will only further deteriorate any healthy results we wish to see in our future. I agree with the consensus that public safety is a growing issue across the country and beyond, but further criminalizing unhoused folks, many of whom are disproportionately marginalized people, will only perpetuate this problem further. I have not seen many steps being taken in the City of Edmonton nor the UCP to aid in prevention. I have found it inappropriate to lean on the incline of funding of artillery aid to police and decline in social work and healthcare. I see no benefit in abetting a bylaw that collectively punishes the public's right to protest, finds our most vulnerable with bills they couldn't possibly pay, and pushes them to the fringes of the city, that are even more dangerous for them. People will continue to die under these policy changes. I didn't really write a closing statement, but that's what I have to say.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Lou. Next, we will go to Clinton Wong.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I was originally supporting most of this bylaw, but I realized that this bylaw is a symptom of deeper problems that just don't sit well with me in terms of city governance, so I am speaking in opposition. I have two major reasons to oppose this bylaw. So number one, I disagree with the sections regarding active transportation. So that's on bicycles, e-bikes, e-scooters, etc. And then number two is I'm amalgamating my other concerns into a deeper concern on over-reliance of rules, criminality, and fines, instead of stewardship of public spaces. Okay, I'll start first on the active transportation. So I occasionally ride my bike instead of taking a car. It's a better form of transportation health-wise and money financially for myself. My first problem with the bylaw is on section 78, where the bylaw outlaws active transportation on sidewalks. In practical terms, then, if there's no bike lane or multimodal path for me to use, and where I live in various areas of Edmonton, they're woefully in short supply, I'm supposed to bike in car lanes. So I go on sidewalks because I don't feel safe to share the road with automobiles, and they often go at speeds greater than I can physically bike. And I'm deeply concerned city admin does not realize that in preventing pedestrian cyclist injuries, which happen at slower non-fatal speeds. They're encouraging cyclist automobile injuries, which happen at more fatal speeds. And really, with how that part of the bylaw is currently worded, I question how seriously bylaw authors are prioritizing the safety of all Edmontonians. So I urge the city to provide a safe alternative for active transportation anywhere the city is outlawing active transportation on sidewalks. Just give me something else to work with here. And I just suggest with this part, even a rephrasing of that part of the bylaw saying a person must not ride a bicycle, e-bicycle, or e-scooter on a sidewalk when a protected active transportation lane or shared pathway is available. Just an alternative, right? A safer alternative. But next, the deeper issue with me, and it starts with issues I have over parts of the bylaw that are overly restrictive sections on large gatherings, amplifiers, public parks and spaces, and structures and fixtures. Each of these restrictions, and a lot of them are preventing those things. They prevent everyday Edmontonians from organically making Edmonton a better place. So, for example, I'll give a couple. First, this is when I was traveling. I was at Osaka train station, so it's a public space. There's an amazing street singer using her own microphone and amplifiers. Had over 50 people gathering, right? All prevented by this bylaw. Back home here, Terwilliger Dog Park, there's a truck that sells dog treats parked on the grass leading to the dog park. A food truck or two parked beside it would be nice, but all those things would be made illegal by this bylaw. And a third kind of theoretical example, Edmontonians adding benches and other structures like art displays could be something really cute or just spark a little bit of joy in everybody's day-to-day lives to make a public space more enjoyable, say a little park area or a playground area. That would be prevented by this bylaw. So I just want to highlight that differentiating between a nuisance and an enjoyable use of the space is nuanced, and it's more art than science. And the dangers of preventing nuisances is that in the process of doing so, we prevent opportunities to make our public spaces better. And I don't want to be all doom and gloom without offering alternative suggestions. So I have some ideas to suggest for council to enact. It's just to align city admin on stewardship of public spaces. I'm not saying every part of Edmonton, but we have already highlighted with our BIAs certain areas where we want people to congregate, to gather, for economic activity. And so I would like to suggest to expand the BIAs to maybe have a paid role responsible for the vibrancy and well-being of the BIA's street space, to empower these individuals to eliminate nuisances, but also cheaply, creatively foster bottom-up community activity and natural things for people to gather. The justification would be, oh, I'm bringing people to the spaces as this decision, or the justification is, I'm getting rid of nuisances that dissuade people from coming to our spaces. We want people to gather. We want people to come and enjoy spaces, and have them respond to community feedback and BIA feedback as measures of success. So ultimately, I hope to demonstrate to everyone that these bylaws are the wrong solution for the problems our public areas are facing, because of the definitions of a nuisance can be easily defined a enjoyable use. And I urge council to direct city administration to prioritize humble observation and stewardship over policies and enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Clinton. Next, we will go to Doug Griffiths from Edmonton Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, Mayor Sohi. I very much appreciate the work that the administration did, the extensive public engagement, and consolidating many bylaws to pull this together. We're here to speak in favor of this bylaw. One of the most compelling aspects of Bylaw 20700 is its focus on supporting businesses by reducing red tape and administrative burdens. Through consolidating and replacing existing bylaws, the bylaw creates a consistent and clear regulatory framework for behavior in public spaces. This streamlined approach not only simplifies compliance for business owners, but also facilitates smoother operations, enabling them to focus on their core activities and contribute more effectively to the local economy. Furthermore, Bylaw 20700 plays a crucial role in enhancing the safety and security of public spaces, which is paramount for fostering economic activity and attracting customers. Research consistently shows that people are more likely to visit businesses in areas perceived as safe and well-regulated. By addressing safety concerns, such as visible drug use and regulating the use of amplification systems. The bylaw creates an environment where both residents and visitors feel comfortable and confident engaging in economic activities. Passing bylaw 20700 is not just about establishing rules, though. It's about creating an environment where businesses can thrive, residents can enjoy their city, and visitors feel welcome, and everyone feels safe. By promoting safety, reducing red tape, and fostering a business-friendly environment, the bylaws lays the foundation for sustainable economic growth and community well-being. I urge Edmonton City Council to wholeheartedly support the adoption of bylaw 20700, recognizing its potential to enhance the economic vibrancy and, most importantly, the livability of our city. The bylaw represents a proactive step towards building stronger, safer, and more prosperous communities for all. I thank you for considering our position on this and your potential support for this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doug, for joining us. Next, we will go to Petra Schultz. Mom, stop the horn.
Thank you. I will be speaking in opposition to this bylaw. Dear Mayor and Council, I'll be speaking in behalf of Mom Stop the Harm, but as well as a private citizen of this city that I have called home since I moved here in 1985. 2 of our children were born here. Our youngest died here from drug poisoning. I've always considered Edmonton to be a kind and compassionate city, but recent developments make me question this assumption. I feel that the policies and actions of city administration are not in keeping with visions of citizens, and I'm strongly opposed to this bylaw. There is much to cover, but I will highlight a few points from the worst to the more personal. The worst aspect of the proposed bylaws are fines for public substance use. Some of you may recall the motion on decriminalization by the previous council, watered down to studies, task forces, and reports recently. Now we have moved on to twice criminalizing what is already prohibited under federal law. My son was alone when he died. Nobody was there to save him when he took toxic drugs. This bylaw will drive more people to use and die alone. People use drugs and have homes are not forced to use in public. This bylaw is discriminatory in its very nature and will undoubtedly be challenged in court. If we don't want people to use in public, we should provide more consumption sites, including those that allow inhalation. Public substance use in this city has gone up significantly since the site at Boyle Street Community Services was closed. When we don't give people safe places to use, the entire city becomes an unsafe place for them. But the public perception of being unsafe does not mean that people are actually unsafe themselves. Further to this, fines proposed for people who seek shelter on transit or in stations do not help people who are unhoused. If we do not want people with no place to go to sit on trains or at bus stops, we have to provide a range of housing choices, including supportive housing, and we need community drop-in centers as well as mental health and substance use services. We have seen the brutal crackdown on encampments over the past few weeks. This has traumatized and displaced the unhoused community. Is this our response to reconciliation? We have learned that 88 people were connected with housing, but having your name on a list does not mean you have a roof over your head. We have no data on how many people were actually housed. Further adding fines for people who can't pay them criminalizes poverty. Sending people to the remand center is not the answer to houselessness we are looking for. Until we can provide homes for everyone, managed encampments need to be considered. For the rate, there is much more, but I will touch on a couple of aspects personal to me. The bylaw on amplification and gathering sites without a permit is an attack on the freedom of expression of all citizens. We know that whenever we give discretion to police, we see discrimination. It means that truckers can blare their horns while people calling for a ceasefire in Palestine or protesting trans kids are fined for sound amplification. This has already happened in Ottawa, which has such a bylaw. Lastly, I want to point out some aspects about the biking portion of the bylaw. As long as we don't have bike lanes on every street, it is unsafe to force cyclists off the sidewalk. I live in what's considered the city core, and I see few people riding on the sidewalk, but those who do are often inexperienced riders, parents with small children, or people trying not to get killed on 6 lanes of speeding traffic, as the previous presenter alluded to. In regard to the fine on riding on grass, I wonder if this is a solution in search of a problem. These bylaws will undoubtedly further discourage active transportation, and fines will be leveraged against those who are least able to pay. In summary, I urge Council to rein in an administration that is out of touch and send this bylaw back to being redrafted or outright rejected. The bylaw targets people who use drugs, those who are unhoused. It infringes on the civil rights of all citizens. It betrays our commitment to reconciliation and really does very little to make our city a more welcoming and safe place for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Petra. Next, we will go to Elaine Hishka. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm not sure why my camera is not working. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today about this important and urgent public health issue. My name is Elaine Heshka, and I am an Associate Professor and Canada Research Chair in Health Systems Innovation at the University of Alberta School of Public Health. I have been personally conducting research on the health, safety, and well-being of people who use drugs in central Edmonton for over a decade. In addition to this, I've previously served as co-chair of Health Canada's Expert Advisory Group on Safer Supply, Alberta's Opioid Emergency Response Commission, and the recently concluded Royal Society of Canada's Task Force on Drug Law Reform in the pandemic era. Today, I'll be speaking in opposition of this proposed bylaw with a particular focus on the additional fines levied against people for visible drug use. I think it's important to recognize that Edmonton is on track to set a new record for drug poisoning deaths in our city, and a substantial proportion of these deaths are occurring in public spaces. Illegal drug use is already illegal in our city. It's regulated by the criminal code and can be enforced anywhere. Additionally, we already have fines on our transit system for visible drug use. Unfortunately, though, there's an abundance of public health evidence that shows that sanctioning people for minor drug offenses, such as visible drug use, is counterproductive. So it not only will not deter substance use in public spaces, but it will also increase the individual and societal harms related to substance use. And let me explain why. First, by adding additional bylaw enforcement against people who use drugs, including substantial fines that many people will be unable to pay, this will encourage folks who are going to use substances one way or the other to hide their use. So it will displace substance use, which may be occurring in public spaces, to other areas of our city, including private parkades, stairwells, washrooms, malls, other areas of commerce, and other semi-public spaces where the risk of overdose will be greatly increased because people will be using in seclusion and will unlikely to be receive timely medical aid in the event of an overdose. Additionally, when we saddle people who are unhoused or living in poverty with additional fines and additional criminal legal system involvement, this limits their life chances in terms of employment and travel opportunities, increases the risk of economic marginalization, and it also promotes engagement in other criminal activity. We know that periods of incarceration, if people are remanded for unpaid fines, will compound their overdose risk, because typically when people end up in remand for a couple of days due to unpaid fines or outstanding warrants, they do not get access to medications such as opioid treatment and go through a period of withdrawal and detox. When they are returned to the community, they are at an extremely high risk of drug poisoning death. And in fact, the public health evidence shows that one of the most dangerous times of in anyone's life for overdose and death is immediately following a period of incarceration. So if people are fined for visible drug use, they don't pay those fines and they end up in remand due to unpaid fines and outstanding warrants, we are actually greatly increasing the risk that they will die. We also know that sanctions are not evenly applied across the population, and drug law enforcement in particular, including bylaw enforcement, has been demonstrated to target racialized populations and Indigenous people. This is unfair and inequitable. It's also important to recognize that a major reason for public drug use in our city, which has increased and is a concern for everybody, including myself, is that we have seen a doubling of the unhoused population, and there is just frankly no place for people to go. Additionally, we know that most people who use drugs in our city are using substances by inhalation, including people that are smoking or using in public. And yet none of our supervised consumption services currently accommodate smoking or inhalation. This is a relatively easy fix and something that could be lobbied at the provincial government to have them support expansion of supervised consumption services to allow inhalation. The vast majority of people who use drugs are smoking them. The vast majority of people who die from drug overdose die by smoking. And so it's very important that these services are enabled to accommodate inhalation. And I have not yet seen the city advocating for that policy measure from the provincial government or supporting renovations within the supervised consumption services so that they can be ready to support that should the provincial government allow it. I just would like to wrap up by saying that all of us are very concerned with public safety and community safety, including people who use drugs. And I would question the extent to which the public engagement process actually spoke with anyone that uses substances, because I think it's very important to get their views on this bylaw that will dramatically impact their lives.
Thank you, Elaine. Thank you so much for joining us. What I'm going to do at this time is actually go through the list again to see the people that were unable to join, if they are able to join now. So Megan Van de Giesen. Are you there? No. Robert Kirchner. David Kahane. Rose Freja. Robert Honstein. Veronica Fuentes. Judith Garber.
I am here.
Judith,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think we had some massive mix-up about when some of us were going to be speaking today. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak. Please let me know if you can't hear me. My name is Judy Garber, and I'm opposing the public spaces bylaw on behalf of Independent Jewish Voices Edmonton. As well, I'm a political scientist who has considered for many decades how law shapes people's use of urban space. IJVE believes that the bylaw, as currently written, will make it easier to shut down peaceful protests against Israel's war on Gaza. It aims to penalize being poor in public, which is contrary to any vision of a socially just city. The bylaw that's proposed makes arbitrary assumptions about what it considers acceptable versus dangerous behavior, and it proposes to increase police power in a way that would interfere with people's lives. That's especially true, of course, for people who live in public and for people who express themselves politically in public. The bylaw covers all spaces the public can access. Private residences and the areas around them are not considered public spaces, but every other space in the city could potentially be governed by the new bylaw. This bylaw continues debates from the 2021 municipal election about what is an adequate amount of policing, particularly in the core of the city. Leading up to next year's election, the city's elected officials, administrators, and voters may well want to clamp down on behaviors, people, and ideas that produce discomfort. But shrinking what we can do in the city's public spaces doesn't address the systemic social problems that produce perceived and felt social disorder. It makes the problems far worse by chasing people with problems into the shadows and compounding poverty with fines for being poor. The bylaw also continues debates about the political uses of public space that the 2022 trucker convoys put on like every city's agendas. But the bylaw doesn't address protests or public uses of space of that type, scale, duration, disruptiveness. It doesn't focus on actions that would put a city, province, or even the country into an emergency situation. This bylaw does promise years of legal action to settle the constitutionality of its regulation of dozens of taken for granted elements of free expression. Everyone's fundamental freedoms are protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The biggest red flags in the bylaw have to do with the Charter's guarantee under Section 2C that everyone has the fundamental freedom of peaceful assembly. This bylaw is the poster child of a troubling, poorly conceived government action that will come under judicial scrutiny. Yes, the exercise of free expression is subject to reasonable limits imposed by governments, including, I must stress, municipal governments. That is true. But Edmonton is apparently not taking a measured approach to reasonable or limits or rights and freedoms. It wants to grant itself a breathtaking amount of authority over people, space, actions, and ideas. Law says that reasonableness applies to who or what is being regulated. It applies to why regulations are being imposed. It considers the types and even measures the amount of freedom being violated. For example, hefty fines or arrests for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and bureaucratic hurdles created to prevent or discourage democratic action, those put chilling limits on what even counts as expression or freedom. Councillor Cartmell.
Sorry, Judith, I have to
My
stop
time is up.
Five
Thank
minutes.
you very much, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Okay, so that concludes panel one. Now we will go to council members to if they have any questions to the panelists. Please sign up. Here we go. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks to all of our speakers for coming out this morning. I just have a few quick questions. I thought all the presentations were very clear, so I don't have too many clarifications. Just to Speaker Mason, Sam Mason, you mentioned sort of the opportunity to introduce a modern bylaw, and just wondering if you have some or are aware of some good examples and good precedents from other jurisdictions potentially.
I don't have any offhand, but I could certainly look into it. I think that in some ways, bylaws in general are maybe not the best, and as we move towards, especially with housing and homelessness, and this emergency, if we move towards addressing the actual root causes, I feel like there might be less need for the type of bylaw that's being asked, but I could certainly look into it, and I know that I have your contact information, so if I find any, I'll let you know.
Sure, that's great. Thank you. And yeah, and I think there's that tension from a municipal perspective that we don't necessarily have all the tools needed to address root causes, but yeah, I think if there are other jurisdictions that you're aware of, helpful to have precedents if there's good examples to follow. My other question, just to Speaker Cottrell McDermott, I apologize. I just missed the reference. You spoke about a precedent or principle around, not introducing restrictions that create more harm than they are intended to prevent. I'm sorry, I just missed where that was from or what that's enshrined in.
Oh, we were referring to the We Men report.
The which, sorry?
We Met.
Okay.
Which was a review commissioned in 1969, I believe.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we can send it to you as well.
Sure. No, thank you. I think that was an interesting principle and something to be part of the conversation. So just interested in the context of that. Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. And then finally, just to Speaker Hishka, really appreciate the perspectives that you shared. Just want to clarify in terms of when folks are in remand, I had understood that there was access to virtual opioid dependency programs, but I think I heard you say that those were not available in remand. Just wanted a bit of clarification there.
Yeah, I think this is a consistent issue in criminal legal systems across Alberta, including in Edmonton. The initiation may be delayed, or if people are being held for a short period of time, they may not have access. I think it's still unclear from provincial data the extent to which people are able to access it to avoid going through withdrawal and detox versus the extent to which people are initiated right following or right before they are discharged. And so certainly when we talk to people who use drugs on the street in our research, we hear consistently, as well as from families, that people are not getting access to the medications they need to avoid going through withdrawal. And even if they are accessing some of those medications in jail, they may discontinue that use upon discharge and are still at increased risk of dying. So really the ideal is to prevent short periods of detoxification, including through unnecessary incarcerations associated with unpaid bylaw fines.
Okay, and so the risk that you were mentioning in terms of overdose after a short withdrawal period, that's not mitigated by a virtual opioid dependency program?
It's potentially mitigated if people are titrated to a dose that's effective for them, but it's unlikely that that would occur in such a short time during like a few days or a week of remand, for example.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for those clarifications. Those were all my questions, Mayor Sohi.
No problem. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. My first question to Mr. Wiebe. You spoke about people being uncomfortable with seeing homelessness. And I had attended a neighborhood empowerment team community safety event this weekend, or presentation. And that's one thing that they had talked about was the feeling of unsafe or the feeling of uncomfortableness. But you've indicated that there's been no decrease in criminal activity from other bylaw changes, right? So are people still feeling unsafe or uncomfortable? Which is it?
I don't know if I can speak to people's feelings, but I can speak to the FOIP data that I provided to Council, which shows that in 2022, after Council introduced those new additions to the inappropriate behavior prohibition, which prohibited a sort of loitering and visible drug use, incidents of criminal activity did not go down as a result of those new bylaw prohibitions, though I know in the FOIP data, it looks like enforcement of those provisions didn't start until October, but even in October, November, December, there's no evidence of criminality or complaints of criminal behavior going down as a result of enforcing those bylaws. Okay. So I can't speak to people's subjective beliefs, but I do think that the evidence shows that regulating loitering through these sorts of bylaw prohibitions doesn't make people safer.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that for me. And then Ms. Hishka, you spoke about people being displaced for substance use into private spaces and being secluded in that. Is there not an app that people can use if they are using in private that can sort of help trigger or notify emergency services if they don't respond due to an overdose or something? And I'm just wondering how effective and well used is that in private?
Yeah, the provincial government has consistently refused to provide any basic information about the extent to which the app is being utilized in Edmonton or across Alberta, and the extent to which it's been effective for reversing overdoses. So it's hard to comment specifically about the app. What I can say is that we asked people who use substances in Edmonton in our last round of data collection, which was this past summer, if they'd heard of the app, and relatively few people had heard of the app, and many people do not have access to smartphones and the technology required consistently, that it would be a useful resource for them. So really, particularly when we're talking about people who are unstably housed or homeless, the gold standard is to provide medically monitored, supervised inhalation services for people that are smoking substances. And this not only will reduce the risk of drug poisoning death, but it also provides a really critical pathway to help people access substance use treatment, income support, housing referrals, and all those wraparound supports that could get people out of the street scene and into a safer place for them.
Okay, great. Thank you very much then. I was just, wanted some more information.
Yeah, no, I
hadn't heard
appreciate
much
the
about the results
question.
on that app, so perfect. Thank
If
you.
I can dig up anything, I'll send it to you. But there isn't much data in the public
Okay,
domain.
if you can find it, but yeah, don't worry about it. Okay, thank you. And maybe Mr. Griffiths, referring to Mr. Wong's comments about how the BIA should be more responsible, I guess in managing their business in that, or outside their business. You had talked about that it also creates economic vibrancy. So I'm just wondering, what has the business community done to help address this problem? I know you gave a presentation or had an event last week for the business community to come forward with ideas. Any ideas came forward from that?
Well, the meeting that we had was to discuss some of the ideas and concepts that other business owners have brought forward to address transitional housing and affordable housing. We had a great panel that discussed some of those issues, but of course there were some business owners that had other ideas. So we're going to move to the next phase of bringing the business owners again together to talk about what sort of options are available. But we were really focused on housing. I have indicated repeatedly that the business community in Edmonton needs to step up and talk about some of the solutions that are important. So the business community would say we need more safety, we need more security, but it also the brand and reputation about access to public safety, access to public spaces, the safety around those spaces, how we help our vulnerable folks in this city are part of our brand and our story, and they
Thanks.
directly.
Sorry, my time is up, and I am cognizant of it. I just wanted some ideas from the business community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. And thanks to all the speakers. Lots of interesting points made. If I can, maybe I'll just continue with Mr. Griffith here, just about that brand. I guess, do you feel, you are speaking in support of this bylaw, do you feel that, for example, overall, this bylaw upholds that brand of supporting vulnerable populations and, including, the fines are being proposed?
Well, my understanding in reading through this bylaw is that it's a consolidation of 3 other bylaws, and it reduces some of the red tape for food trucks so that they don't have to go through a large permitting process.
Right.
And it does add other safety and security for large events. But the brand is safety and security, and this does support ensuring that we have safety and security in public spaces so that people feel safe in attending to them.
Okay. I think I was perhaps maybe interpreting some of your comments earlier around specifically the safe and security and kind of supporting the vulnerable populations. But you're more speaking to some of those red tape reduction aspects of the public place bylaw.
Well, I would add, if I may, that I don't
Sure.
think this bylaw is about dealing with vulnerable people. It's about dealing with safety and security. It's a completely distinct issue. And I agree with the other speakers. We need to deal with supports for people with drug addictions, people who are homeless, people who are in encampments. But this bylaw does not address that. It makes sure that public spaces are safe for the public. And then we need other actions from all levels of government to deal with the vulnerable population. But undoing these things and making them legal and compromising the safety of public spaces does not help the vulnerable people either. So I don't think that's a solution.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Thank you for that. Maybe I'll turn to Clinton. I thought your juxtaposition of, should bylaws focus disproportionately on criminality and fines and kind of the penalization versus, I think you phrase it as the better stewardship of public places that kind of encourages positive pro-social behavior is something you will like bylaws generally as a tool to be used for. Is that so? Anyways, I thought that was actually quite interesting, and the examples you gave around food trucks and buskers and kind of is already included in this proposed bylaw. Did you catch or were you aware of that? I guess is the question.
I was aware of that, yes. My concern is that there. How do I say this? I want to be extremely respectful. They are in the bylaw, but they were worded, and the way that I read this is my interpretation. So please feel free to disagree. My interpretation is that they are kind of like exceptions, or there's a process for them, which means it's another. I'll say this it's friction. So if I'm trying to get involved with Chinatown here, and I thought maybe with the opening of the New Valley line, I wanted to do a little tea garden thing for the Elders Association. The fact that I have to go and do an additional step to procure that, or actually secure, if I wanted to go to a public space and do an additional step for that, that just dissuades me further from doing something that I think would benefit a lot more people. It's like, oh, why bother? And I think that those, by making it an exception or by making it like an extra step, it adds friction when I don't think there is a need to for people to say, you know what, let the initiative, the success or the failure of the initiative will justify it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think I was interpreting what you were saying as, kind of the bylaw, while it has some of these elements with intent to reduce the red tape for events like you're talking about, it still overwhelmingly kind of emphasizes that the bylaw itself is more will be used from a more of a criminalization perspective, that you ended up not speaking, you were speaking opposed to it.
I'm sorry. Could you slow down a bit?
That's okay. And I think that was a theme. I think
right.
That's a theme that I heard from a lot of other folks. In any case, I'm just trying to clarify on a couple positions here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Cartwell.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thanks everyone for your submissions and your presentations today. I was going to go back, first of all, just very quickly to Ms. Garber. I heard my name and I thought you might want to complete your thought, but please don't take all my time.
I will not. And sorry, that was an awkward way to speak to you. I will just say briefly that your comment in the media about the suggesting that you're less concerned about the remedies for bylaw infractions, their tickets. But the tickets in the new bylaw can be quite large and they can repeat. But my constitutional point, is that the Supreme Court the Supreme Court of Canada has litigated the constitutionality of traffic tickets before. And these tickets these remedies will come under great scrutiny when when this law is challenged. And Section 2C.
I'm running out of time. So
Okay. Yep,
you
that's
had some
it.
comments about assembly. And my understanding is that the bylaw says it doesn't prevent assembly, my words, but it says you got to get a permit first. Does that reach the same level of apprehension if you need a permit to have an assembly?
No, because it probably is the case in most cities in North America that permits are necessary for all sorts of assemblages. But the definition of the spaces that require permission is really broadened. And so the mere fact of a permit is not always going to be a problem. It depends how much assembly is burdened. That is what
The devil's in the details, perhaps. Is that, yeah?
Yeah, all the details.
Yeah,
all
okay.
the details.
Okay, I think I understand. So thank you.
Thank you.
Try and spin through a couple of others. To Dr. Hishka. So first of all, I would just want to confirm what I think I heard you say. Supervised consumption is medically supervised consumption. Is that like there's a health in your definition or in the broader definition, I guess? There's a health person present when we have a proper supervised consumption site, yes?
In Alberta, yes, all the supervised consumption services are attended to by regulated health professions, generally nurses,
Okay.
as well as other allied health professionals.
But professionals, properly licensed, certified professionals. Yes.
As well as people with lived experience who have the training to support, like through peer outreach, peer support, those kinds of roles.
Okay, so creates a bit of apprehension for me because when we talk about the physiological medical effects of coming out of treatment or coming out of remand.
Yes.
I appreciate that those with lived experience can share that lived experience, but they're not medical professionals.
They work together. So there's EMTs and or nurses or licensed social workers that are always on site in addition to the peer support roles.
So I'm going to come back to this, I think, a couple of times through the day, but here's what we're faced with. Here's what I feel I'm faced with anyway. We have a profoundly deficient healthcare system. It does not provide the supportive spaces that we're talking about. It does not provide supervised consumption sites or spaces that we're talking about. It effectively does not provide the supports that we're looking for. And the consequence of that is those that need that assistance find themselves in our public spaces. They consume, and then their behavior becomes erratic and unpredictable. And then the rest of the community doesn't feel safe. And as has been postulated by everybody here today, we should not overemphasize the safety of the balance of the community because it potentially compromises the safety or the care of this small cohort. What do we do?
It's a great question. And I think I'd be remiss not to mention too that I personally also feel unsafe when I see a lot of large crowds of intoxicated people exiting places like Rogers Place on the weekend, like bars and other venues. And yet I don't see a bylaw that is proposing to fine each of those people $500 because they're visibly intoxicated in a public space. So I think that we have to be careful not to be discriminatory in the application of our municipal laws. I agree with you. I think fundamentally, we need to be advocating for expanded access to supervised consumption services from our provincial partners. And I think that there is potentially an appetite to do that. And I think that they are concerned with drug poisoning deaths in our city, as well as across the province. And I think if the municipal government were to work carefully and closely with them, there may be a willingness to expand access to inhalation. More and more sites are looking at this across the country. Additionally, I want to be clear that a major proximal determinant of public drug use is being unhoused or homeless. And so another key point here is that we absolutely need more access to permanent supportive housing where people who are living with substance use disorder can be safely and stably housed. And that is a big gap in the provincial response as well.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you so much. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Just building off the thread to Ms. Hishka. I don't feel comfortable sometimes in, transit or elsewhere seeing people who use drugs. And I'm wondering if we increase the fine to $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000 for doing drugs in public, would that have a deterrent effect on people who use drugs?
Yeah, the reality is that these types of laws have been shown, whether it be criminal law or bylaw, to not be particularly effective at dissuading drug use. The reality is people are going to use substances, and if they don't have a safe place to use them, they're going to use them in a public space. Now, levying $500 or $1,000, it doesn't really matter, because ultimately the only way that these kinds of enforcement activities would be effective is if more often than not, you're going to get caught and fined. And and there's just so many people that use substances in public spaces. We will never be able to police our way out of this issue. So I think it's really clear, because I hear people saying we can't be legalizing this, we can't be encouraging it. This is not doing that. And certainly, having a bylaw is not going to deter public substance use. It will just push people into the margins of public space where they're less visible. And as a result, they'll be more likely to die of a drug poisoning. So it's not effective. It's not helping the situation, but it is compounding harm for the people that are going to be subject to these fines and subject to additional discriminatory enforcement action. So I think really, I know it's hard to address the root causes, and I know the challenges of the municipal government in this space, but it is really the only way that we will effectively deal with this issue in the short and long term.
I think Chief McPhee even said, we can't police our way out of crime. So I think there's a recognition that this is very complex. If I can go to Mr. Wiebe or one of the legal eagles on the call, I don't understand the difference here between the trespass tickets and the loitering tickets. Are they being used interchangeably, or I think I got confused when you were talking. If you could help clarify that for me about the impacts of trespass ticketing.
Great, thanks, Councillor Jans. So there is, the council does need to consider that when council prohibits certain behaviors on transit, it's not just transit tickets that result, it's also verbal and written bans that will result. City Policy 2006 speaks to this. Peace officers issue verbal bans for offenders of minor bylaw infractions. Those verbal bans last for up to 3 days. And under 5.3 of that policy, individuals who have an ongoing history of repeated warnings about things like loitering, unacceptable behavior, drug and alcohol use, and etc., can be subject to written bans for up to 3 months. And bans are important because if someone comes back into transit vehicles or transit property in breach of those bans, then they get a trespass ticket, which is worth $600 currently. And the FOIP data that I sent to council shows that the amount of trespass tickets that transit peace officers issued increased dramatically in 2022. 3,509 of those tickets went to people with no fixed address. That was 80% of all trespass tickets, 87%. And the total dollar value was over $2 million worth of trespass tickets. So as councillors are considering the overall impact of this bylaw, please also keep in mind the impact of bans and trespass tickets that will result as well.
So a same question to Ms. Hishka or to you, Mr. Wiebe, is so what do tickets have a deterrent effect? If there's somebody who's causing a big issue, and is it the dollar figure? Is it the ban? What actually helps police conduct?
If there is a deterrent effect, I don't see it in the FOIP data that I've sent to council. I think that the FOIP data that I've received from the city of Edmonton and shared with councillors shows that these kinds of tickets, the harm that they cause vastly outweighs any deterrent effect it might have on people taking shelter from the elements inside transit or having nowhere else to use drugs other than public spaces. And that if there is a deterrent effect, I don't see it in the data.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks to all of our speakers for being here today and sharing your perspectives. I will start with Speaker Claire Perrin, if they're still here.
I am, yes.
Perfect, thank you so much. Yeah, so I appreciated that you spoke about the importance of evidence-based policymaking and bylaw drafting. I think you used panhandling as an example, and we're sort of questioning whether there is actual evidence to say that that's become an issue or a problem. I have similar questions about what evidence was used to justify a number of the changes, but just looking for some elaboration there around why you feel that that's a really critical part of this.
Sorry, could you clarify?
Yeah, so you said, or it seemed that you were asking for further evidence around whether panhandling has become a dangerous issue. And I think that's a really good question. You know, what would you be looking for in terms of that evidence?
I mean, there's been nothing that there has been no data. There's been no evidence shown that it has become an increasing problem, or that folks are experiencing more aggressive panhandling and such out there.
Okay, so yeah, you'd be looking for that data and sort of clear rationale and evidence for why that has been included, hey?
Yeah, and I'm not sure how that would be acquired, but currently there is none.
Yeah, that's a really great question. I'll be asking that of administration. And then I'll go to Speaker Hishka as well. Yeah, really appreciated your point around just the gaps in the GBA plus analysis that was conducted, and recognition that folks who use drugs were not included in that. Can you, I guess, what would you like to see going forward? Would you say kind of direction to do a more comprehensive GBA plus analysis that actually includes a lot of the folks who would be directly impacted by this bylaw?
Yes, 100%. I actually this afternoon am meeting with over a dozen people who use substances to talk about our research program, and this is a meeting that we have regularly. I'd be happy to convene a similar meeting for members of administration or members, the mayor and city council, if they'd like to speak directly to people who are intimately affected by these laws and ask them what solutions would help to prevent public substance use. I think the same should be offered to any population that's likely to be disproportionately targeted by these bylaws, including people who are unhoused. So please be in touch if there's anything I can do to facilitate such a consultation and a more comprehensive assessment of the impact for all Edmontonians.
That's fantastic, and that sounds like a really, really important opportunity for us to take advantage of. So thank you for offering that. No further questions at this time. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, the chair is taken.
Thank you so much. I'll just follow up on that, Elaine and Hishka. On the, I would love to engage in that conversation, so we will follow up with you. And I think we have done some engagement with the folks with lived experience, but I think seeking solutions from them and what works for them. Because one big issue I have is not just the bylaw itself, but the overall tools available to municipalities. We all know that what is playing out in public places related to houselessness, mental health addictions is caused by underinvestment in healthcare and housing. But as a municipality, we are dealing with symptoms, and we have to make sure public places are safe for everyone. Mm-hmm. And so are there any other tools available to municipality that are not ticketing, that is not enforcement? Like, what are other interventions that allow us to create that safe space for everyone?
I think there are definitely. So day shelters are an important one. I know the extent to which they're funded by the province or the city. I think also citizen or operated response services, like things that respond to people who are intoxicated in public or using in public, it's citizen led, so not involving the police, that reach out and support people to get to a safer space for them, I think would be a very valuable contribution. And we do have some of those services. I think we could greatly expand them, and that would be a much more compassionate approach that probably would be more effective. And I just want to make the point, it's really important to be citizen led. A lot of people are very scared of seeing a uniform for a whole variety of reasons, and having someone try to reach out to them, even if they're a very kind person in a uniform, is not going to necessarily be effective for everyone. And so I really think trained citizens in expanded roles to support people to get to safer spaces so they're not in public, they're not loitering, they're not using in public, I think could go a long way and be a lot more compassionate and be a more effective use of resources as well.
I know our administration has 4E approach. They engage, they educate, and then they try to connect people to services. Enforcement is the last thing they do. But again, so what I'm hearing is that are there opportunities for citizens, people with lived experience, to be the people connecting with people who are struggling on our street? So I'm definitely going to follow, because that's something I've been thinking a lot about in the last couple of weeks, right? And not just a couple of weeks, but over time, like how we help in a way that's more compassionate and caring. I also want to come, maybe this is to Chris Weave on, I notice, and this is my view, there are some regulations in this bylaw which I feel may not have I think they might be inconsequential. For example, riding bike on grass in parkland, or using chalk on a sidewalk to create something that kids often do, or using washable paint to create art or something, right? And or even if nobody's causing a disturbance, somebody waiting at a bus stop where buses pass, or riding along the LRT, as long as they're not causing behavioral that is unacceptable. So I will raise those. Like, what do you think? Are we not over-regulating in some areas?
Do you think we're over-regulating? I think the example you brought up about prohibiting bikes on sidewalks, and I believe in parks, is included in this bylaw as well. I think that's an example of over-regulation. I'll point out that even in the city administration survey results, most people were not concerned with bikes on sidewalk. So I question the need for that prohibition. I think the loitering prohibition is also an example of over-regulation. I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. Bylaw prohibitions should be directed at behavior that impact people's safety and comfort. Loitering, which is just the act of being present in a public space, objectively does not do that. It doesn't interfere with people's comfort or safety. People, when they think of loitering, I think maybe they think about people loitering in a stairway. I think of that as obstruction. I noticed that in this bylaw there is an obstruction prohibition, and I think that that's a better way to frame. That's a better use, I guess, of the city's regulatory power to target behavior that actually impacts people's comfort, safety, and use of property.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm out of time, and I will take the chair back.
Yep, chair is back.
Thank you so much. So this concludes questions from council to this panel, and I'm going to go to next panel. Panel number 2. We'll try to. Before we do that, clerk, is there unanimous support for shortening the lunch break from 12 to 1 instead of 1:30?
Do any councillors have opposition to that?
I don't have opposition. I'm just wondering if we should say 11:45 to 12:45, so we're not starting a panel for 10 minutes.
Yeah, we can do that too, because I just would, I'm okay with doing it, but I'm going to miss some of the presentation. I have another appointment that I have to
Yeah, I don't want to
deal with.
overcomplicate it. I was just trying to think about not starting a panel for 10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Are you hearing any concerns, clerk?
Unless others are concerned, I think there's unanimous consent to take recess from 11:45 to 12:45 p.m.
Okay, so we will do that now. So we'll be back at 12:45. Unfortunately, I won't be back. Councillor Rice, can you please proceed with the panel two when council comes back after lunch break, and I will be coming back as quickly as possible just to have a meeting with one of the ministers. Okay, thank you so much. So we are on recess from now till 12:45.
We are live from council chambers and just waiting to confirm quorum.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Because Mayor Sohi will join us later, I would like to resume our meeting today and start our roll call. And because I'm online, I will, based on my memory and for our council colleagues here. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon. You're off to a good start.
That's right. Councillor Lack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe. Traffic light.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. Councillor Stevenson. So Councillor Stevenson will join us in a few minutes. And Councillor Pricat will come back later. And Councillor Tan. Will back later. Mayor Sohi will join us later. And Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Cottonwell. We'll be back in a few minutes. Myself, Councillor Rice is here, and Councillor Jens. Okay, so just to quickly check with our city clerk. Do we have quorum?
We do have 7 members and have quorum.
Okay, that's great, wonderful. I'm going straight to our panel 2. And before I start, I want to say thank you, everyone. And I would like to check and ensure every speaker is here. So I'm going to call your name. I will appreciate. And if you are here, just say, yes, you're here. The first speaker is Laura Collingham-Shapley.
Here, thank you.
Thank you. So if my pronunciation, your name is not correct, and my apologies. Then we have Joshua Wolchansky.
Good afternoon. I'm here, Joshua Wolchansky.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. Then Craig Maddy.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Moon.
Hello, I'm here.
Good. Patsy Cochrane.
Present.
Yes, thank you. Raquel Furrow.
Here, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Leslie Cormier.
Yes, I'm here, Leslie Cormier.
Wonderful. And Steve Bradshaw.
Yes, Councillor Rice, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Civica. Go back here, and Kaylee Davis. Okay. Punita Mike Bryan. Mike Bryan. Punita Mike Bryan. Go back. Alexander Dorsey.
Present.
Thank you. Erica Phillips. We'll be back later. Tonya Ladrivier.
Good afternoon, I'm here.
Oh, thank you. Daniel Sunleaf.
Hello, I'm here.
Thank you. Jonia Key.
Present, hello.
Hello. Katie Lynn Graham.
Present.
Wonderful, thank you. Ginny and Casselt.
Yeah, present.
Oh, thank you. So I saw Erica Phillips and hands up, and you're there.
Yeah, sorry, I was having issues with my microphone connecting.
Okay, thank you so much. So, and we have, thank you everyone and for you to be here, and we started earlier this afternoon. Not right now, we can go strictly and to our public speakers, and each of you have 5 minutes. So let's go to Laura Cunningham and Shapley first.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Good afternoon, City Councillors. My name is Laura Cunningham Chapley, and I'm the Executive Director for the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. And it is my pleasure to be here today to speak to you about this proposed public bylaw. Public spaces are essential to our society. They provide places for people to gather, to share ideas, to learn and grow. They bring life to our city in ways that are unique and are important as a democracy that values citizen action and connection. Over the years, we've seen public spaces shift and change in our city. Specifically, we see the presence of security personnel in public spaces more than we have in the past. And as a society, I think we are trying to balance the right to place with the right to safety and security. We echo the concerns outlined in the What We Heard report about feeling safe and welcome in public spaces, and agree that providing these kinds of spaces should be among the city's highest priorities. However, we also share the public's clearly stated concern that without the necessary support to provide the city's most vulnerable with equally safe and welcoming places to be, the bylaw as outlined will only serve to adversely affect them, while crucially having a limited impact on the public spaces that we are seeking to make safer and more inviting. As the administration's report notes, bylaws do not help people out of vulnerable circumstances. A key solution to managing undesirable behavior includes providing support for people. City Council has declared a houselessness emergency. We feel that this proposed bylaw does not support the actions that are required to solve this. The most vulnerable among us are not seeking to use public space to make others feel uncomfortable or unwelcome. They are using public space because they have nowhere else to go. We do not feel it is appropriate to punish them for our failure to provide desirable alternatives, and would like to see more of those alternatives explored before going further down this road. In light of that, the EFCL would like to reiterate to the city our commitment to provide safe and welcoming public spaces for people. We have a role to play in this discourse, and we would like the city to work with us to recognize that and explore that further. It is both our responsibility and our desire to be more involved in the conversation about providing these spaces to people so that all Edmontonians can get the most out of public space that we all share. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our next one is Joshua Welchansky.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rice, and good afternoon, City Council members. I'm Josh Wolchansky. I'm joining you today in my capacity as the elected representative for Central District on the EFCL Board of Directors. As someone who represents the most densely populated area of our city, I know firsthand the challenges contemplating equitable, safe access to public spaces. When contemplating passing bylaws, consideration needs to be prioritized for whether the implications impact our most vulnerable disproportionately. Now, in the context of today's deliberations, have we adequately provided alternative space to accommodate our most vulnerable community members? And if the answer is no, then doing so becomes the necessary precursor to passing this bylaw. We must consider the efficacy of these measures, especially if the genesis of concern for the suite of measures is the safety of people. How are people made safer by things that we cannot meaningfully enforce? For instance, it's already illegal to do most of the drugs and illicit products that people are doing in public. Is finding someone going to meaningfully change this behavior? In the debate of unlicensed downtown parking lots, we were told that enforcing these existing bylaws around the lack of business licenses was impractical or impossible. Is having bylaw officers riding buses and LRTs going to around the city going to make this more practical? If people do not have anywhere else to go, how will making it illegal or a finable offense for them to be in public spaces actually prevent anything? Many of these communities affected by the large swath of these measures are already treated as unwelcome by the general public. I'll echo back to what it is that Laura said, and the incongruency of declaring a homelessness emergency and acknowledging that people have nowhere to go, and then punishing them and bring forward these suite of measures and fining them for that fact does not resonate and does not represent the value. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you're all doing really well and in your time, your 5 minutes. I just want to say I noticed a member and who raised their hand, and please refrain and from doing so during the meeting, as we do not use this feature, and you may reach out to our city clerk and by email if you request some assistance. Thank you. So the next one, we're going to Craig Maddie.
Thank you. Yes, good to see everybody. My name is Greg Mady. I'm the president of the Edmonton District Labor Council. We represent around 40,000 unionized workers in the Edmonton area. I have a whole bunch of stuff prepared here. We put out a public statement about this. A lot of people were approaching us about it over the past month or so. But having heard a lot of the discourse in the first panel, I'm going to try to cut most of it out. And instead, I really look forward to the conversation that we can have in the questions area. But fundamentally, we're wanting to ask, what are you actually trying to accomplish here with these bylaws? When we took part in the public consultation, that was the number one thing that came to mind. While the wording of the questions in the consultation showed the intent of the proposed changes, the implications of them can go far beyond that. And what was intended could be detrimental to not only our society, but our democracy. The penalty for violating a bylaw is a fine that those with money can either choose to pay or pay the expensive legal fees to take to court. For those without money, it just adds an additional burden on their road to once again becoming a contributing member of our community. The labor movement led by unions has always been a defender of our fundamental democratic rights. Included in those is our freedom to assemble, our right of association, and our freedom of expression. As a matter of principle, we have never paid the fees associated with exercising these rights, and we will never pay these fees or fines should they be imposed on us going forward. We believe that our democracy is not a pay-to-play system, and any attempt to make it so is fundamentally unconstitutional. Up until now, no officer has attempted to levy any fines against the labor movement, despite the existing bylaws allowing them to. The question then becomes, why have these bylaws to begin with? There are only two possible answers. They want to be able to levy fines on actions or events that they don't like, or they think fines will deter the actions from occurring to begin with. I have already explained why the notion of deterrence has no effect on those with money. And if they think that individual officers are equipped to decide which actions are good and which are bad, you are really oblivious to what is happening on the ground in our communities. So what's left? They must be hoping to deter those without money from violating these bylaws. We shouldn't have to explain that our democratic rights don't only belong to those with money, and why any attempt to do so should be stopped dead in its tracks. So we're not going to waste your time with that here. You must then be thinking that someone who has no money, and in some cases is risking their life multiple times a day, is going to care about a fine that they aren't even thinking about having to pay. By issuing tickets for bylaw violations to people with no fixed addresses, all we are doing is making it more difficult for them to get back on their feet when they are ready and capable. Isn't that the goal? To make it easier for people to get back on their feet so that they can? It doesn't take an expert to understand that making it harder for them to get back on their feet will not only change what we are trying to, will not achieve the change we are trying to create in our communities. In fact, it will have the exact opposite effect. For these reasons, we are strongly advocating that City Council vote down these recommendations from City Administration for many reasons as I have presented here. Fundamentally, unless you go through this, voting on them one by one, we do believe that some of them actually obviously do have merit and should be discussed, but the package is recommended to be passed as a whole. So with that, I'll just cut it short, and I look forward to having any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, we're going to public speaker, Lindsay Mung.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Before we get started, and preferably before you start my time, I'd like to begin by acknowledging that today, February 14th, is Missing Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit Memorial March Day. And in honor of the alarming rates of violence and homicide perpetuated against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit across Turtle Island, at an alarming rate that is 6 times higher than that of their non-Indigenous counterparts, I think we would be remiss to not take a moment to honor them and put out a call to bring them home. Hello, my name is Lindsay. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a settler here in Amasquachis, Waskahagan. I'm speaking to you today in firm opposition to bylaw 20700. The new public spaces bylaw proposed by the city will further criminalize those living in poverty while restricting public protest and giving even more power to an already biased city manager. Though it is my belief that this council will choose to vote this absurd bylaw down, there are still thoughts that I wish to take the opportunity to express. Although truthfully, I struggle to find one point specifically to speak to here, as there is so much to critique. First, I do not think the proposed bylaw reflects that of which was outlined, and I cannot understand how it has managed to miss the mark so grossly. How did this bylaw even get to the point where we are now debating whether or not it should be passed? How did it get to this stage? Councillor Rutherford, who put forward the motion to examine and rewrite the bylaws, stated that the goal of this bylaw and what I'm looking to achieve through these changes is to create a clear and equitable regulation for the public. Does this seem equitable? This bylaw is anything but equitable. It is yet another step in criminalizing houseless and taxing poverty. This has been done before and it will not work. It does not work. It is not a deterrent. It is dangerous. Just last month, I sat in council chambers as you deliberated as to whether or not to declare housing and houselessness an emergency, and we know the outcome is that you voted yes. And then within weeks, it has been proposed that we add additional barriers to those who are already struggling. Not to mention the potential repercussions and suppression to those who choose to vocally oppose any further harms by participating in rallies or protests. A proposed action that mirrors UCP legislation. We need only look to the last provincial election to know that Edmontonians do not align with UCP-style politics or policies. So why are they being reflected in these proposed changes? This province is already creating a police state. The last thing we as a city need to be doing is giving officers more leverage and justification to inflict harm on our most innocent of civilians. We've already seen the devastating effects of the sweeps. We see police surveillance popping up all throughout the downtown core. We notice heavy police presence. And we know that police do not make people safer. We know that police do not make communities safer. This is well documented. I know several of you council members personally, and I know that you know me. I was excited about the potential for this new council and its ability to bring a diverse perspective and changes to our city that were rooted and reflective of the compassionate and caring nature of Edmontonians. But now the truth is, I'm embarrassed, quite frankly. This city regularly points the finger at the province, rightfully so at times, but refuses to look at our own shortcomings. This council gave Edmonton Police Services a $10 million increase in funding. We see council members calling out billionaires for their actions in the ICE district, while in the same breath, this city is actively suing the Coalition of Justice and Human Rights. This same city that funded dozens of city workers to show up in hazmat suits and clear out encampments in people's personal belongings. We declare a housing and homelessness crisis and then in the same breath turn around and give $6 million to explore Edmonton for tourism. What is the message here? Come to Edmonton and tour our poverty? Or is it, hey, we've swept the people aside so you can come look at our river valley and watch your hockey game in comfort? What the heck is happening here in our city? Edmonton needs you to do better. I have a lot of ideas about what that could look like, but we don't have time for that today. But what I can tell you is that what you're doing in the direction you're headed is not the answer. I believe that you will vote no today, but then what I'm asking you to do is take a serious look at how this got so far in the first place. It is time that this council hold accountable the people who are responsible for this colossal waste of our time and taxpayers' dollars. Councillor Rutherford said that this bylaw will ultimately improve the overall experience for everyone interacting in Edmonton's public spaces. It is clear to any critical thinker that this proposed bylaw will not improve the experience for everyone. It will in fact cause real harm, and it is time for this council to do better. You can start by centering the needs of our most vulnerable in policies and examine whose voices are being centered here. Because whoever put this joke of a proposed bylaw together has grossly missed the mark and needs to be held accountable. We cannot speak to public spaces without first acknowledging that these lands belong to the Indigenous peoples first, and that these types of policies perpetuate colonial violence and practices of harm on our Indigenous population. And I will remind you that Edmonton is home to the second largest body of urban Indigenous people in so-called Canada. How does this police-centered bylaw align with the city's commitment to reconciliation? When will this city include diverse input from grassroots Indigenous voices who are on the ground and whose voices were clearly not included here?
Thank you very much, Nancy. Let's go to Patsy and Catherine. So sorry, I know my second language.
Yeah, that's Patsy. Just Patsy is good. Yeah, I'm Patsy Cottrell. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a citizen of Edmonton and I'm opposing this bylaw. I'd like to shift the conversation for a minute to public spaces that are also part of the natural environment in Edmonton and express some concerns with the new bylaw regarding behaviors in the River Valley specifically. First of all, though, I'd like to comment on the feedback document, the fact that no environmental organizations were among the groups consulted on the bylaw, despite the fact that parks, the River Valley, and natural areas are included as public spaces. These were formerly covered by the Parkland bylaw, which is largely unchanged, apart from a couple of permissive expansions, which I'll refer to later. I argue that the original Parkland bylaw has been inadequate, and this new one will prove the same in protecting the River Valley unless other measures are taken. I also note that in the questions and public responses in the feedback, there was no recognition of the River Valley as an ecological corridor, rather just as a venue for recreation and cultural activities, which shapes people's attitudes. But going first to part 14, vehicles, parks, where I have the biggest problem, Section 81.5 says a person may ride a bicycle on a pre-existing identifiable trail with a granular or natural surface in a park, as long as the action does not cause damage to the park. But what exactly is a park? Is the whole of the River Valley considered a park for this purpose, or is it just those places named as parks? If it's the River Valley, what about the land classifications proposed in the ribbon of green for the River Valley? Preservation, conservation, and working landscape zones. Do they apply and pose some restrictions? Shouldn't they be referred to in the bylaw? The permission to ride on pre-existing natural surfaces is even more problematic. If a person is riding on a trail, it must surely be pre-existing. The history here is that the Parkland bylaw has failed to stop the development of a complete network of user-generated trails in the River Valley, mostly, but not exclusively, created by the mountain biking fraternity. I'm guessing that the mountain bikers go out at night, and I see it's now permissible to be in the parks and River Valley at night and create these trails. If they don't get caught, the trail gets established by use and then becomes legitimate for riding on as a natural surface trail. The new bylaw fails to address this. I suggest that there are several other behaviors that militate against the protection of natural spaces. One is creating tobogganing trails in forests. Another is off-leash dogs that cause erosion and harass wildlife. Others are dumping of garden refuse and placing ornaments and defacing trees. I suggest these be specified in item 49.2 of section 10, protection of public spaces, unauthorized use of parks, where currently no details are given. Education through appropriate signage and enforcement will be important to develop a culture of respect. Again, with reference to section 10, protection of public spaces under natural features, item 52 says a person must not damage or remove any tree, shrub, or other vegetation. There's no change in this from the Parkland bylaw. However, 53 says number 2 does not apply to the harvesting of plant products for personal use. And 54 acknowledges the rights of Indigenous peoples to exercise cultural practices. I suggest that 52 and 4 are way too permissive. If any number of people engage in harvesting, there will almost certainly be trampling and other damage to vegetation. And moreover, this depletes the supply of food products for wildlife in what is supposed to be a natural area. Regarding Indigenous rights, has this been fully thought through? Does this mean Indigenous people can cut down trees for teepees, strip bark from birch trees, plant seeds for food or cultural purposes on public land? I don't want to deny cultural and ceremonial opportunities, but if abused, this license could result in harm to the natural environment. I conclude that the bylaw needs revision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's move to our next speaker, and Rocco and Firo. I really apologize for the pronunciation of the English as my second language.
Oh, you did pretty good there, Councillor Rice. Thank you for
Thank
the
you.
So I agree with those that see this bylaw as further criminalizing those who are desperate and want this bylaw sent back with some specific engagement requests. I signed up to speak as myself because ERVCC and North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society were not sure who would have time to sign up. But as a board member of both organizations, I know, and you can see in your communications packages that ERVCC urges City Council to return the proposed bylaw to administration for further public engagement and specifically Indigenous consultation. And you can see in your communication that North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society has written as well to request referral back with more consultation. I too urge referral and more consultation with ERVCC and North Saskatchewan River Valley, as neither were consulted, and none of us saw any Indigenous engagement. Now, specifically, I worry about proliferation of illegally cut trails through the River Valley and feel the bylaw might enable more of the same. So it says a person may ride on pre-existing identifiable blah, 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 so long as the action does not result in damage to the park. And I worry that then as soon as a trail is illegally cut, it is pre-existing and will be used. So it's also unclear how they define harm in this bylaw. So I think the overall wording is tricky and could result in the unintended consequence of enabling illegal trail cutting. And in this case, I don't think we're targeting the desperate, but rather those who need more education regarding respect for land and respect for people. And we know a well-worded bylaw combined with education helps with behavioral changes. So ERVCC and I also advocate for improved wildlife safety in the river valley and on the river. And that includes things like light pollution, chemical pollution, and noise pollution and physical disturbance, particularly during migration, mating, and birthing seasons. And so the lack of engagement of River Valley groups meant missed opportunities to try to get this right. So for the land and for the people. So in closing, I would like referral back and specifically engagement with North Saskatchewan, ERVCC, and Indigenous rights holders. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we move to Leslie and Colmere.
Hello. I'm wondering, is it possible, can you come back to me just because I'm driving to work right now?
Okay, sure. Yeah, we can.
And I will pull over as soon as I can.
Okay. So City Clerk will appreciate and you mark Leslie will come back. Next one is Stephen Brandshaw. Steve Brandshaw.
Yes, I'm here, Councillor, and thank you very much. Just pull up my presentation here and be able to speak it to you. Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you all for allowing us the time to bring our issues to you about this important bylaw. I'm Steve Bradshaw, President of the Amalgamated Transit Union, representing transit workers throughout the Edmonton region. To be clear, we favor this bylaw. We think it's a good bylaw, but we have concerns. We're exclusively focused on the parts of 20700 that relate to transit. I also wanted to say that I agree with my friend from the Chamber of Commerce that this bylaw attempts to regulate behavioral expectations and standards for public spaces, rather than tackling the very complex issues of mental health, addiction, homelessness, and poverty. It seems ironic that we put so much effort into fine-tuning such an important bylaw, and then we fail to provide the tools and authorities to our agents to enforce it. What is the point of that? Let me explain. Today, every day, there are lethal weapons on our transit system. There are guns, handguns, shotguns, rifles, sawed off, they're whole, they're modified. There are knives and shanks hidden in unlikely places or right out in the open. There are machetes, axes, hatchets, and sledges. Today, right now on our transit system. Now, we understand that addictions and mental health, homelessness, and poverty are deeply complex issues, and we want to be part of a solution to these dire social issues. But we do not see that failing to enforce the law and social norms on our transit system in any way leads to a solution to those issues. Rather, that failure actually exacerbates them. Statistics are very, very clear. Disorder is getting worse, not better. What we're doing is not working. Doing more of it will not work either. We need to do something very different. With due respect to Branch Manager Jones, the fourth of the quote enforcement approach steps, enforcement, is not being practiced. Today, our transit peace officers do not have the authority to make arrests for outstanding warrants. If they come across someone who has a warrant out for their arrest, they just let them go or call the EPS, which is doubling up on the cost of law enforcement. DPOs can't even make arrests for simple things like thefts and assaults. They don't have access to the Canadian Police Information Center to look up what's outstanding or what's going on. Despite that their vehicles are equipped with lights and sirens, they're not even allowed to use them, not even to rush to the aid of a fallen officer. What kind of law enforcement is this? By not authorizing full enforcement, the City of Edmonton is failing to provide for the safety of its workforce when it is in its power to do so. ATU has likewise failed its members by not bringing a complaint to the Provincial Occupational Health and Safety Board to have it addressed appropriately. That ends today. The city is also failing its duty to transit users, to the very people who elect you to provide safe, efficient services to them. You will know that our ridership is up above pre-COVID levels, but those passengers know very well the dangers that live on the system, if they ride anyway, because they have to. If you can't provide a safe environment for your workers, how about the citizenry? Do they not count either? Enacting this legislation and then failing to enforce it is just failing. It's just hoping for the best. And I can tell you that hoping for the best is not a strategy. You even have a strategy to create safe working conditions for your staff, safe transit for the riding public. On Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024, about 3 weeks ago, Bijani Sarvar entered Edmonton City Hall with a gun, fired several rounds randomly, and threw a Molotov cocktail. Since then, City Hall has been closed, only recently being opened to essential workers. That was 3 weeks ago. Incidents as dire as this happen on our transit system every single day. No one proposes closing it down. Workers are expected to carry on, bottling up the fear that the next one could be on my bus, it could be on my train, it could be on my shift. The fear that I won't go home safely to my family today. Passengers, likewise, just carry on. Councillors, what is your strategy to create a safe workplace for your ETS employees? What is your strategy to create safe and secure transit service for your constituents? Hoping for the best is not working. You need to do better. What is your strategy? Thank you for your time. I'll be prepared to answer some questions.
Thank you. Before we go next speaker, I would like to recognize and some of our colleagues and council colleagues may come back. Councillor Jens. Councillor Jens. Councillor Tan.
Yeah, I'm here. Councillor Jens is here.
Okay.
Hello, I'm here.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Okay, so we have more councillors joining us. We will continue to the next speaker. I would like to check if Jason Svikia is here. No. Kelly Davis. No. Polita McBrain. Polita McBrain.
I'm here. Thank you, Councillor.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Panita McBrien. I am the CEO of the Edmonton Downtown Business Association. Thank you to Council for the opportunity to speak here. I am on behalf of the downtown business community speaking generally in favor of this bylaw for many of the same reasons that my colleagues before me have touched on, including Doug Griffiths, who spoke to the simply the economic importance of having well-managed, clean, welcoming and safe public spaces that Edmontonians and visitors of all stripes feel safe and comfortable walking around in, from newcomers to conference attendees to high school sporting event participants to young families with young children. All of these folks have told us, actually, Edmontonians in particular, through surveys that we've conducted, through third-party surveys like one last year, or maybe a little over a year ago by Leger, that unfortunately, and I fully recognize how difficult this is to grapple with, but when we talk about reality of safety versus discomfort versus perception of safety and needing to define those things, the difficult reality for us is that when it comes to consumer behavior and where people spend their time and their money, it doesn't matter if it's real safety or perceived safety or discomfort. People do not go places where they feel like they're confronted with things that they don't feel should be happening in public spaces. And the difficult reality is that this public spaces bylaw addresses all of those issues that we've been grappling with. The importance of clarified, consistent, well-communicated rules of conduct for public spaces, it's just so important. And so we've heard repeatedly from city staff, from law enforcement, even from our businesses, that the inconsistency that existed previously led to just a lot of uncertainty about what was enforceable, what wasn't, who had lawful placement, who didn't. And so we really appreciate the effort that's gone into this. I'll also say that my experience working with city staff through this process has been that they were incredibly thoughtful and thorough. Many 6,000 plus Edmontonians were engaged. They were able to answer my questions, which were very specific and granular and often philosophical, thoughtfully. And it really told me that they are very familiar with this really delicate balance and tension and this really big challenge that so many of us have been grappling with about how we balance the needs, the acute needs of small groups of people and the needs of a really large majority of Edmontonians and expectations and the economic implications of these things. I really think city staff have done a lot of work on this file. And so I urge council to think about how much work has gone into this, how much thought has gone into this, and that there's so many of us who have been grappling day to day with the realities of trying to create vibrant and welcoming and attractive spaces that contribute to a viable visitor economy, a viable local economy, and a city that people want to live in and move around in. I also just want to note one of the really difficult issues that's come up again and again, which is so important, is that of public drug use and potential consequences of prohibiting public drug use in public spaces. There is no data, to my knowledge, that prohibiting drug use in public spaces leads to a higher rate of overdose deaths. I have some data I can pull if anyone wants to ask me questions about that. And lastly, I would just urge council to think of this as an opportunity not to just administer fines. It is so cruel and absurd to administer fines on folks with no fixed address, with no real income. But I've heard from the government of Alberta that they are very interested in working with the city to actually use some of these infractions, especially on folks who are vulnerable and struggling with addictions, to actually create positive interventions and eliminate fines if folks are willing to engage in behaviors or activities like meeting with an addictions counselor, or maybe there's even a community service shift that someone could do to wipe a ticket clean. So I think there's a lot of opportunities here, and I don't think it's as black and white as issuing fines and strictly enforcing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next one, and we have Alexander Dorsey.
Thank you so much. My name's Alexander. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself. I'm a resident of Alberta Ave. I've lived, worked, and gone to school in Alberta Ave, Boyle Street, and Macaulay for most of my life. So I'm very acutely familiar with the struggles of my inner city neighbors. It's something that I've grown up with my entire life. So many folks have already talked about a lot of the really problematic aspects of this bylaw, so I'm not going to focus on those too much, but I came here today to speak specifically against the bylaws surrounding appropriate use of transit space. I've seen a number of proposed changes that have outlined how the city wants to fine people deemed to be using transit spaces not for their intended use, particularly as it pertains to people seeking warmth or shelter inside transit spaces. I honestly don't really understand how in a city with a median temperature during winter of -18 to -25 degrees Celsius that the purpose of a transit shelter is not to stay warm. Speaking as someone who used public transit for years and years and years, they were absolutely a necessity and likely prevented me from getting frostbite on many occasions. So if the purpose of a transit space, a shelter, or an LRT station is not to stay warm and somehow we're supposed to use it exclusively for its utility, I don't really understand how that fits into being an actual city that recognizes that people live in it. also further to this idea of intended use, my mother has a visual impairment. She often uses bus shelters or LRT stations as a place to stay warm while she's waiting for taxi service so that she isn't trying to navigate dark sidewalks. Would she get a ticket if she was sitting inside an LRT station and two trains happen to pass while she's waiting? I don't think so, because I don't think that that's actually the intention behind these bylaws. I think it's pretty clear what this is actually about, as it's about perception, and city administration has already made that very clear. I am a historian by background. Perception is something that we look at all the time. It's something that affects not just the way that things happened in the past, but it shapes the way that we perceive present issues, how we address future ones. And I really worry about the way that perception is being used as a weapon here to vilify visible poverty. For decades, cities across the world have struggled with implicit biases against people in positions of visible poverty. It's something I heard from friends of, or parents of friends who went to school who wouldn't allow their children to leave the school grounds because they felt that my community was fundamentally unsafe to them because of the presence of visible poverty. And I think that's rather problematic for a city to codify that implicit bias. These bylaw changes are not going to be applied evenly because they are built on a perception of poverty as a crime. And by nature, it's constructing an avenue for further institutionalizing classism and racism. We know that law enforcement structures across the country have facilitated and continue to facilitate racial profiling. We know that the rates of ticketing for loitering in public spaces already disproportionately targets unhoused people with no permanent fixed address. We know that the broader structures and history of injustice in this province have created a persistent bias against Indigenous Edmontonians. And we know that the vast majority of tickets issued to folks without a permanent address go uncollected. We know that poverty is rising across our city. This isn't going to be a small group issue anymore. It already isn't a small group issue. You know, rough estimates place the number of unhoused Edmontonians at 3,000. You know, it's doubled in like 5 years. And so it's not just a small group issue anymore. And honestly, ticketing our way out of this isn't going to make poverty disappear. I think this is really a question of whether or not we want to be a city. Being a city involves rising above what people perceive of us and working towards a common goal. There are perceptions everywhere. We've seen how that affects and directly targets visible minority groups. Is this the kind of place, is that the kind of place we want this to be? Do we want to be the city of racism and classism? I certainly hope not. And this is just one of many instances where we've just had over the months, the weeks, the days and days and days of policies like this being rolled out. And I keep hearing council talk about how we need to address this more humanely, month after month, week after week, and we keep coming up with this. I often hear folks complaining about the things that we can't solve. This is a tangible thing. If the city administration and EPS are not aligned with the city's goals in terms of treating this as a humane issue, then get a grip, get a grip. Put your money where your mouth is. You have a chance right here, right now to change the course of this, and I think you should do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Eric Phillips.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Eric Phillips, pronouns they, them. I won't address the mayor as he's not here, but distinguished members of the Edmonton City Council. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Phillips, and I approach you today with pressing concerns proposed by the public spaces bylaw and implications on our community's most vulnerable. As a citizen of the city who is currently unhoused, who identifies as queer and racialized and disabled, this bylaw raises all of the alarms for me. But before I begin, I would just like to point out a huge discrepancy in terms of participation by the city. The speaker representing the Downtown Business Association said that 6,000 Edmontonians were engaged with when Edmonton's population in 2023 was reported to be 1.5 million. That's not even 1% of the population. But I will begin. This bylaw aimed at maintaining maintaining public order inadvertently places a significant burden on individuals already on the margins of our society, penalizing behaviors often resulting from necessity rather than choice. The impositions for fines using loudspeakers in public spaces is a striking example of how these bylaws could infringe on our fundamental freedoms of expression. Such measures not only limit the ability of individuals to voice their concerns or beliefs, but also disproportionately impact those engaged in political protests. The essence of vibrant democracy lies in the capacity of its citizens to express dissent and engage in public discourse without fear or punitive repercussions. Moreover, the financial penalties introduced by this bylaw present an insurmountable challenge to those already struggling to afford basic necessities. Individuals who cannot afford a place to live are unlikely to manage fines for actions born out of necessity, such as seeking shelter or warmth. This approach exacerbates their plight and risks further burdening our already overstretched court system with cases that realistically cannot be resolved due to the individual's inability to pay. The enforcement of these bylaws also raise significant concerns regarding the discretionary power granted to our police force, already under scrutiny for its practices. With Edmonton allocating a significant portion of its budget to policing, more so than any other major city in the country on a per capita basis, there's a legitimate fear of overreach, abuse, and further erosion of public trust. In a city that has declared a housing and homelessness emergency, the approach by these bylaws does not effectively tackle the underlying systemic issues contributing to the crisis. Rather than penalizing those affected by the collapse in housing and systemic neglect, we must seek solutions that address the root causes and support our most vulnerable. On public transit, the city announced a winter shelter shuttle service. This bylaw directly contradicts the city's response to that extreme cold weather response. In light of these considerations, I urge you to reevaluate these proposed bylaws through a lens of compassion, equity, and humanity. Our aim should be to uplift, not penalize, to include, not to exclude, and to build bridges, not walls. As we stand at the crossroads, let us choose a path that reflects our shared values of justice and inclusivity, ensuring that all our policies support all Edmontonians, especially those in dire need of our empathy and assistance. Thank you very much for your attention to these critical issues, and I look forward to a course of action that aligns with our collective vision for a just and equitable Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you. And next one, and we have Tanya and Naruvir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you to Council for the opportunity to speak. My name is Tanya Lariviere, and I chair the Accessibility Advisory Committee with the City of Edmonton. On behalf of the committee and the disability community at large, but in particular those who experience psychosocial disability, such as mental illness and addiction, the committee would like to respond in opposition to the Public Spaces bylaw. The amendments proposed in the bylaw will continue to disproportionately impact individuals with mental health and addictions and those who are unhoused, our most vulnerable Edmontonians. Without public spaces for folks to stay warm or cool, and with fewer, safer, and appropriate consumption sites, people who are unhoused do not have places to go. Many of the proposed bylaw amendments seem punitive and will come with unintended consequences. Specifically, they disproportionately affect Edmonton's most vulnerable without offering viable and suitable solutions to housing, addiction, and mental health supports. The proposed bylaw doesn't seem in keeping with the compassionate city we wish to be, and in keeping with our commitments to reconciliation. According to the City of Edmonton's Affordable Housing Needs Assessment done in 2022, Edmonton has a higher rate of homelessness than any of its comparator Canadian cities, and over 10,000 in core housing need. There are complex underlying issues to the current situation in Edmonton that will rely on all orders of government coming together to work on long-term solutions. Housing is a human right and likely where the solutions will begin. Many voices and organizations have provided feedback on this bylaw amendment, and we stand together with them in asking council to consider the intention, the unintended consequences, and the impact this will have on already vulnerable Edmontonians. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the next one, and we have Danielle and Sonlith.
Hello, councillors. So I'm speaking as a researcher of how design and governance of public space impacts cultural outcomes, as well as an advocate for MADE, media, architecture, and design in Edmonton. I'm speaking against this bylaw because it's based on forms and mode governance instead of that of cultural or social outcomes. The review and consolidation of all three bylaws is needed and could provide opportunities to use public spaces to situate the ethos of the city's plans, big city moves. However, this bylaw does not achieve that, and it works towards the opposite. It will stifle business innovation, reduce equity, and de-democratize public spaces for all Edmontonians. I'll give some examples. Where I realize that there are positive impacts in reducing the red tape for temporary vending services, we still need to establish pathways for permanent vending structures such as kiosks that will add fine grain and more permanent resources to reduce and increase reliability to everyday amenities that'll draw people to public spaces and encourage the establishment of thriving public third spaces. The priority of temporary typically means fossil fuel power mechanisms such as vehicles and gas power generator, and this goes directly against the greener as we go move. As you know, Edmonton has North America's largest urban park. Limiting soft mobility uses such as bikes and scooters goes directly against the active transportation network expansion and the greener as we go move, which has identified that Edmonton is already underserved. It equates riding a bike or on a sidewalk or grass the same as doing so with a motor vehicle. Provisions like this fail to recognize the tremendous emissions reductions opportunity that active modes of transportation have by reducing access and will negatively impact biking culture. This is overregulation and it's not supported by the objectives of the city plan. Edmonton currently has only 2 official mountain bike trails, and the consolidated efforts of this bylaw miss the opportunity to adopt all established trails within the city and provide inclusive and stewardship provisions for their long-term use. This goes against the greener as we grow move and the catalyze and converge move. Edmonton does not clear snow from shared use paths or unprotected bike lanes, which forces bike users onto the sidewalk in unsafe winter conditions. This bylaw does not consider the winter city policy nor provide provisions for safe infrastructure in winter. Gatherings and loitering provisions will significantly limit the amount of people in all public spaces, discourage ad hoc uses of ones like our beloved accidental beach, and social opportunities in our boulevarding program. Sections 46, 48, and 49, the form and authorized years need to be clarified and reconsidered. Viewed through the lens of a very risk-adverse viewpoint, it would limit unique service delivery opportunities such as warming house kiosks and even bicycle vending opportunities. This bylaw disproportionately targets people who are already at risk and who have no fixed address. It is unlikely that doubling a fine that people are not already able to pay will it be effective. I urge administration to consider a non-enforcement based approach, and a jurisdictional scan will yield many proven examples where a non-enforcement approach is sustainable and effective in other municipalities. And I'll give an example. Bryant Park in New York City is a landmark case for designing and governing space to attract and keep people with critical mass and managing operations through stewardship and partnerships, including with vulnerable populations. I understand that this example will only work in some public spaces in Edmonton, but I want to provide it to voice the opportunity that it speaks to. A bylaw consolidation and reworking could transform how we design and use public spaces to increase equity, access, social and ecological connections through proven and resilient sustainable governance. However, bylaw 20,700 in its current form does not achieve any of these outcomes, and it de-incentivizes use and will de-democratize public space for all people. It also goes against the every big city move established within the city plan and its core values. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, and we're going to Julia Key.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Julia Key. I speak only on behalf of myself, but with all bicycle riders and users of mobility devices in mind. I'll play to the same topic as a couple of previous speakers. I'm speaking in opposition, but only that I want to request for an amendment. The new public spaces bylaw draft is intending to increase the fee for riding a bicycle on the sidewalk. I know many of you ride your bike here in town. You know what bike routes can be like sometimes. We want to facilitate cycling and make it easier for people to make appropriate and safe transportation decisions. I have a simple request for an amendment to this bylaw. Under some circumstances, we should allow bicycles to be ridden on the sidewalk, such as in cases where there is no dedicated bicycle infrastructure on that road, or when the available bicycle infrastructure is unsafe, such as covered in snow, ice, or is otherwise blocked. However, bicycles and sidewalks should follow appropriate discretion, give way to pedestrians, and not travel at unreasonable speed. We need to accept that as we encourage people to ride, that there are still many gaps in our infrastructure, and there will continue to be for many years, despite our best efforts. There is an enormous infrastructure gap we have to make up. Something as simple as approaching a business may necessitate riding on the sidewalk for a stretch, or trying to leave your own neighborhood in winter during brown sugar snow conditions like we have right now. Often necessitates riding on the sidewalk for a few blocks before you can connect to a cleared path. If someone's trying to ride to work in an industrial park, and the only riding options are a high-speed arterial with heavy trucks or a sidewalk with not a single person walking on it, we should not punish the bicycle rider for making what is the reasonable and safe decision to ride on the sidewalk. We have to accept these realities and not punish riders by forcing them into unsafe and dangerous riding conditions. The solution to bicycles on the sidewalk isn't higher fines, it's better infrastructure. I recognize that this law is not new, that riding on the sidewalk has been illegal for many years and in many places, but I think it's time to reevaluate why we should maintain this law as is. We would not be alone in this decision. Please allow these exceptions to the new public spaces bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next one is Katie Ingraham. So is Katie Ingraham is here.
Hi, I'm here.
Oh, hi. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Ingram. I'm a business owner, concerned community member, and an equity advocate. I'm here today to speak in opposition to the bylaw. I just wanted to say a quick piece on how we talk about public spaces, and as a reminder to everyone that what we are speaking about is not just public space. This is Indigenous land, and we are all treaty people, and as such have a responsibility to act accordingly in the spirit of reconciliation and reconciliation, which is what is usually the missing piece in a lot of these areas. I'm quoting from the What We Heard report from 2003, which is what kicked off this review for the bylaw. So the review is looking to address any inconsistencies or unintended impacts by reviewing public space regulation holistically from a community safety and equity lens. An equity lens. Does council feel like after a year of applying an equity lens that administration has come back with appropriate recommendations? Obviously, this is a rhetorical question because there's no way that an equity lens was applied to this process. The engagement done on this bylaw is wholly inadequate, to say the least. 2 weeks in May 2023 for public engagement that saw 6,500 people engaged in a city of 1.5 million, and a handful of stakeholder conversations, which included only one Indigenous organization, over the course of a month in 2023 is unacceptable. To be frank, that should have been embarrassing to write on a slide. I want you to juxtapose this with the comprehensive and multi-year engagement done on the zoning bylaw renewal. For a bylaw like this one, that will have such a profound impact on the lives, rights, and freedoms of Edmontonians, this is unacceptable, and I should say a big waste of time and taxpayer dollars. In admin's presentation at the top of the meeting, they specifically said they spoke with people who live in their cars. The result of those conversations was to criminalize that. There have been a few speakers that allude to the large amount of work admin has done on this, and I just want to know if I'm missing something. I truly want to know that, so if that's the case, I would like to be provided with that information. I also question why there are so many people signed up to speak at this public hearing that sit on city boards. These boards are formed for the purpose of providing that equity lens to admin on items such as this. Not engaging boards such as the Accessibility Advisory Committee, WAVE, or the Youth Council feels intentional. I do not think that it's enough to send this back to the drawing board. That drawing board, excuse me, that drawing board appears biased and either unwilling or unable to engage meaningfully with those that will be the most impacted by this bylaw. I have criticized the disconnect between City Council and City Admin before. This time, it's quite egregious, and I would expect that those responsible for such a misstep in executing on the city's vision of an Edmonton for everyone be held to account, including the city manager. Just sending this back feels like a performative and optical win for council, but does not address the root of how this happened in the first place. I also want to talk about the main point, or what saw the most public engagement about public drug use. And I just want to talk about the glaring difference between the perception of safety with people using drugs and what the actual public health campaign is telling the public about people who use drugs. The message about how toxic the drug supply is in Alberta is that do not use alone. Use out in the open, so that if you're dying, if you are overdosing, if you need a dose of naloxone, someone can see you and get you the help that you need. That is a public health message. So the perception that you're not safe because someone is using drugs in public, we also know that we have a houseless emergency. You as a city council have declared that. If I was a drug user, I would be using drugs in my house. But a number of people that use drugs do not have a house to use them in. So where else are they going to use them? I also want to remind Mayor Sohi that when he went through the report about people utilizing LRT stations, the one part that stuck out to him, and honestly stuck out to me as well, is that people would seek to find a camera in the LRT station and use their drugs in front of a camera. How heartbreaking is that? That they know that there is a big possibility that they might die, and they wanted somebody to see that.
So I'm sorry, Katie, then your time is up here. Okay, thank you. So next one, we are going to Jillian and Consult.
Yeah, hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah,
okay,
thank you.
Great.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Cazzo, and I'm here on behalf of Paths for People. I'm speaking in opposition to the bylaw today, and I'm requesting that council return it to administration for revisions. So first off, I'd like to add to the voices of the others who have pointed out that the proposed bylaw is deeply inequitable. It prioritizes certain uses of public space at the expense of some of the most vulnerable residents of the city, and the Edmontonians who have no choice but to spend most or all of their time in public space. Others have covered these topics pretty comprehensively today, so I'm going to focus on some of the problems that the bylaw creates for people who want to use public spaces for gatherings and community events. So part of what Paths for People advocates for is community building and creative use of public spaces. We want to work towards a city where people are out enjoying vibrant public spaces, using active transportation, making connections with their neighbors. And this bylaw creates a lot of barriers to those kind of activities, even ones as simple as like a group bike ride to the symphony. So things like a $250 or even higher fine for riding your bike from the path to a picnic site at the park, or using sidewalk chalk at a neighborhood event, or using speakers to play music at an outdoor meetup. All of these would affect events that we and other groups organize. And maybe that wasn't what the bylaw was intended to do. And the plan isn't really to fine people for having picnics or group bike rides, but that in itself is exactly what's wrong with the bylaw as written. It was so focused on targeting certain groups and certain activities that it created all of these other problems on the side. And then similarly, the main stakeholder engagement was so narrowly focused on specific issues that there was limited opportunity to flag these other impacts. And the way I see it, there are basically two ways that this could go in practice, and neither of them are great. Either you are constantly issuing fines everywhere for things like having 51 people unexpectedly turn up to your informal gathering, or it's enforced super selectively, which we know means that fines would be disproportionately issued to people who are unhoused, living in low-income neighborhoods, or otherwise marginalized. So also, as written, I don't believe that the bylaw reflects the principles that the city itself has previously committed to. If you look at the city plan and the downtown public places plan, they both include commitments to safe and inclusive public spaces that explicitly include marginalized users, to working towards equity and reconciliation, and to encouraging formal and informal use of public spaces year-round. And I think this bylaw takes us backwards on basically all of those fronts. So I want to work towards a city with vibrant and well-used public spaces where everyone feels safe and welcome, not one that puts up barriers to gatherings and creates public space for some by criminalizing others. I recognize that consolidating multiple bylaws and drafting one that covers all of the different types of public spaces is really challenging, but I think it's clear that this one misses the mark in some really important ways. I'm hopeful that council will see these same issues in the current draft, and I ask you to vote to pause the bylaw, to send it back for revisions, for a more thorough consultation with the full range of affected stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for taking time to speak. And before we go to the question period, I would like to check the few public speakers and missed at the first call. The first one, and I know I'm not sure, Leslie and Colmere. Are you ready right now?
Nope, I am ready to go whenever you're ready to hear me.
Okay, then it's your turn. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and I would like to thank the councillors for hearing me today. My name is Leslie Cormier. I've been with Edmonton Transit for 18 years, and I'm currently in my 12th year as a transit inspector. In my role as an inspector, I investigate complaints that come through 311. I'm a frontline supervisor and a level 2 collision investigator. I spend a lot of my time at transit centers interacting with transit operators and the public. I'm here today to talk about bylaw 20700. I've read through the bylaw and found it is a great tool to ensure all public areas are safe and enjoyable for all citizens. I've heard an argument that bylaw 20700 further marginalizes homeless individuals. I wholeheartedly agree that there needs to be a daytime shelter or shelters and safe supervised consumption sites in place for people at risk. We have people suffer drug poisoning on transit property nearly every day. The present and ongoing issue is that homeless individuals are not peacefully resting or keeping warm. LRT, transit stations, and bus stop shelters are being used and, more to the point, abused by non-destination people. They smoke, use drugs, disrobe, sleep, start fires, vandalize, attack other people, vomit, urinate, defecate, and throw garbage in and around the shelters. This means that citizens who pay to use and depend on Edmonton Transit are quite literally left out in the cold and the elements. They do not feel safe and do not want to expose themselves or their loved ones to the goings-on in the shelters and transit centers. My work zone as an inspector includes Capilano, Southgate, South Campus, and University Transit Centers. The doors have been removed from the shelter at Capilano Transit Center in an effort to deter loitering. I've had numerous complaints about the doors being gone and frustration that the law-abiding citizens are being put out because of the behavior of the non-destination people. Several residents of the St. Nicholas Senior Home across the street from Capilano Transit Center have repeatedly expressed their dismay at the activities and lawlessness that transpires on transit property. Southgate Transit Center is a hotspot for illegal activity. I don't have time to explain everything that happens there. It's lawlessness. I believe City Council has added 35 much needed peace officers since 2022, which we're very thankful for, but we still do not have enough peace officers to effectively patrol and protect our transit system. The peace officers we have are limited with their equipment and their authority. Offenders on transit property know that they will most often be walked off the property, free to continue their activities at the next shelter. They may be given a ban from transit for a set length of time based on the severity of their offense. However, it's nearly impossible to enforce the ban due to FOIP. In short, they know there isn't much a TPO can do to them. I would like to respectfully ask that you consider how you enforce this important bylaw. Unenforced it is as it is now, it's no more than a great idea hung on the wall. It achieves nothing. Enforced, we can start to make a difference, turn the rising curve of violence on our system. Let transit be for transit users and transit workers, not an emergency shelter, safe consumption site transit system. Our challenge is to find other ways to support the desperate needs of the homeless population, but please help us make transit safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, and I want to call one more time, and for the two public speakers, and Mr. the first speaking, the Jason, first one is Jason Civica. Is Jason Civica there?
I would just like to say Jason was not able to come. He had an appointment at 1300.
Okay,
and same with Kelly.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that update. And with that said, and we finish the panel 2 speaker. So right now, let's move to the question and from council members to our public speakers. So give us a few seconds here and to allow our council members to sign and to ask a question. I haven't seen anybody.
I think we're just having some technical problems.
Oh, here we go. We have Lester right now. And first of all, and we're going, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Thank you to all our speakers today. I really appreciate the diverse perspectives that you're bringing to this conversation. I want to go to Ms. McBrien first, if you're still there. My question for you, I'm hoping to get some understanding from you on the public gatherings piece. There's, I think, something written in the bylaw with respect to not a limit, but a restriction or limitation on a 50 or more gathering. I'm wondering if you could speak to that as you think it might impact the ability for public gatherings in public spaces.
Thank you so much for that question, Councillor. It is an important piece of this that I know has raised a lot of alarms with some members of the public. That provision has been in the Parkland bylaw for I don't know how long. It is unchanged in its wording. And the Parkland bylaw, I'm sure you know this, governs Churchill Square. And so I can't think of a relevant public demonstration, march, protest, any of those kinds of gatherings in recent memory that didn't start or end or include Churchill Square, Alberta legislature, or some city parks at some point. And so I think there's a lot of sensationalization of this. Like, the policy exists here, as it does in virtually every major city, I would imagine, as a policy tool that the city can use in the case that a situation becomes really harmful with a large gathering like that. We hold large events in public spaces all the time, parkland spaces that have been governed by that bylaw for as long as I've been doing this. And to my knowledge, we have never had any challenge obtaining a permit for any kind of event, and no protester or demonstrator that I'm aware of has ever had any opposition to their rights to demonstrate.
Thank you. I also want to come back to a point that you made about the impact of the perception of public safety. You were one of the parties that was engaged in the drafting of this public spaces bylaw. I'm wondering if you could maybe speak to, and I think you said some things that were frankly hard to hear during your presentation, and it's not always easy to be that voice. So thank you for that. But if you could speak a little bit to the impact of the perception that there isn't sort of rules of conduct or enforced rules of conduct in public spaces in the city right now.
Yeah, it is a really hard conversation to have, because I fully recognize and understand the viewpoint that many speakers today have shared. Unfortunately, I think they're largely really idealistic viewpoints that lack the context and the day-to-day experience of what it takes, the really hard, nuanced, delicate decisions we have to make about whether we enforce. And enforcement's a whole other conversation, because a lot of these things, again, are already not allowed under current bylaws. But we've done surveys of the public and of our businesses just to get a gauge on perceptions of downtown and how their behavior is affected. We heard from the public in a survey of 350 people last year that increased law enforcement or security presence, 71% said that increased law enforcement or security presence is important or very important to attracting them back downtown. And Leger did a survey in October 2022 that is not connected to us in any way, that said 60% of people said personally feeling unsafe in the downtown core was a significant factor keeping them from visiting downtown.
Thank you. In my last 30 seconds, I want to go back to Leslie Cormier. You did mention, I think, that there's a tension between people, how different people in our city are using these public spaces. And maybe what the question I leave you with is, are the seniors feeling like they're vulnerable? Are other transit users feeling also vulnerable?
They absolutely are. And that's one of the people that I have come to me most often are the seniors not feeling safe in transit areas.
Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I noticed our mayor, so he come back.
Yeah.
And Mayor Sohi, are you ready? I can return the chair back to you now.
Thank you, Councillor Rice, for conducting the meeting in my absence. Really appreciate that. I will go next to Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thanks everyone for taking the time today. Ms. McBrien, I just wanted to come to you because you had talked about some of the data around drug use, and I wanted to just circle back because I know we heard some information today from Dr. Hishka, and on her research, it sounds like you might have sort of different perspectives or different information. So can you share some insight onto that?
Yeah, absolutely. I have the opportunity to engage with my colleagues in other cities, and two colleagues that I've become really close with are my counterparts in the Tenderloin district in San Francisco and the Soma West district in San Francisco, who are dealing with the challenges of public drug use and frankly, a lot of the behaviors that are governed by this public spaces bylaw in an acute way that we can't even imagine. And San Francisco, of course, has, if not one of the highest drug overdose death rates in the United States. So they have historically had the most permissive and progressive public drug use, very hands-off, virtually no enforcement. Public illicit drug use has been basically legal in San Francisco for some years now. Through that, they also had a very high overdose death rate. Their city began a coordinated effort to start eliminating public drug use on June 1st last year, really saying basically zero tolerance for public possession and use of things like crystal meth and heroin in public spaces. Their average monthly death rate from overdose deaths in San Francisco for the 5 months leading up to that change was about 70 deaths per month. And it was the exact same for the 5 months following that change. So there's no effect on the overdose death rate when they made that change to start enforcing public drug use. Now, it's probably worth noting that they most likely have a lot more supports in place for folks, things like supervised consumption sites. But I don't actually know the details of that. But the reality is that this change can be made, and it has improved public perceptions of safety, and it has improved economic conditions for those neighborhoods. And so I think that's really important to note.
Yeah, and I guess that's always the piece is, and the struggle of which is that if you actually change this, or even if we were enforcing our current bylaws more, call it aggressively, does that actually result in the main sort of impact we're having? And I think there's like, this bylaw can't solve everything, but I'm guessing that's sort of the struggle I'm going through here, because I hear some folks who say, yeah, let's go ahead with these changes. I'm hearing others who say, hey, you've got to address some of the root issues, which unfortunately a lot of them fall outside of our jurisdiction. It doesn't mean we shouldn't try to fix them. And then I'm hearing others who say, well, maybe just take some more time. And so I guess that's the question I want to pose to you around that notion of more time, being that we do have existing bylaws in place, and I don't think we're going to suddenly increase the number of enforcement staff. What if we take more time to get it to refine what's not working while ensuring we keep in a lot of the things that are positive? I think we heard the reduction of red tape and all of those areas, and even something around public drug use. You probably need to still have that, but it's just a matter of fine-tuning and updating. What would be your thought on that?
My recommendation to council today would be to be really specific about any amendments that you're seeking from administration. I think to refer this back wholesale and just say, we don't approve this bylaw, would send a very powerful symbolic message, whether you like that message you're sending or not. I think it would send the message that Edmonton doesn't know what our rules are and our standards are for public conduct in public spaces, and that City Council doesn't care what the public's experience is when in public spaces.
Yeah.
So I think I would just be really careful about what you send back to administration and the message that sends.
Appreciate that. Yeah, generic referral I don't think would be very useful, so I would echo that. It would need to be more specific. So, okay, I'm close enough to out of time, so I'll end there. Thanks, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Mr. Maddie, one thing you said was about this bylaw, or I think our existing bylaws are putting the proposed bylaw is putting our peace officers in kind of a bit of jeopardy, because it's maybe not clear what they should and shouldn't be doing as far as what step of enforcement. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, I heard administration say it earlier in their presentation, as well as Councillor Carmel on the radio this morning. I mean, it's up to the discretion of the bylaw officer if they're going to be applying these. And to me, at least from somebody with my background, I would be surprised if these, peace officers have graduate degrees in sociology and political science and philosophy to have them understand the implications of what they're doing. So if you're requiring that they have that knowledge, and they're going out and they're deciding, trucks honking downtown, that's okay, but you know what, this labor march, for example, on Labor Day, I don't like labor, I'm going to give them a ticket. Like, that's a serious problem. The reason why we have rules is so that they're applied universally. And if you're asking somebody with, I would say, not enough training to come to those conclusions, I think you're going to end up with some lawsuits. And I even heard some of the legal eagles, as Councillor Jans put it earlier, talking about some of the issues in this bylaw recommendation as it stands.
I mean, and sometimes having discretion is good, but you're thinking it could be, it's too loose, it needs to be tightened up a bit, is that right?
Yeah, and to the point of administration's survey, we were consulted in that we voluntarily filled out the survey, not that we were involved in any further consultation on it. But yeah, I mean, fundamentally, there is opportunity for some interpretation. And in situations like this, I mean, I think it falls well beyond that, and we can be getting into shaky territory.
Okay, and what about for the public to understand sort of what the process is or what their rights are? Does that need to be more clearly defined?
Well, and I mean, again, this goes into what I was saying about the pay to play for democracy here. Like people who have the resources and the time to go through the effort. I mean, we hear a lot about red tape, and this is helping for red tape for businesses. But what it's doing is adding burden of red tape onto average citizens who maybe want to gather and want to have megaphones and want to celebrate and all these things. And if it's just up to a peace officer to decide, you know what, I don't like this, that's a problem.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for that insight. And I'm just wondering, is Tanya from Accessibility Advisory Committee still on?
I am.
Hi.
Hello.
So, okay, so one of the things that we talked about at the Accessibility Advisory Committee the other evening was users of sidewalks and maybe like adaptive bikes in that. Because that's not clearly outlined in this bylaw. It just says bicycles wouldn't be allowed.
Yeah. I mean, we weren't consulted on that. And I don't think it's really come to mind, but there are individuals with disabilities who, and myself as one of them, I'm riding on the sidewalk. I'm going to keep it real. I fall off my bike a couple times a year, but I love cycling. That's how I used to get around before my disability got worse. But I'm not going to fall in front of a car. So there's individuals who will use adaptive recreational devices. Maybe it's like a low sitting cycling to be imposed a fine of $250 when there aren't other options.
So some users, and they might not be children, or they might not have the under the minimum or the maximum tire guidelines, still would feel safer on the sidewalk themselves. Is that right?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, and then the other thing that I've got a minute left, and I'm just thinking about maybe individuals, that are on like disability income, and that is that a barrier or a challenge for them that they might become houseless?
100%. Individuals specifically who are on AISH, we have higher expenses than those who don't have a disability, and that's just a fact. But our income is limited. So not only are, like, for individuals who are on AISH, limited in income, but our access to employment and attitudinal barriers that exist around employment and hiring somebody with a disability are a barrier as well. So it's very complex. But yes, this all definitely contributes to homelessness, mental illness, addiction.
Okay, thank you very much. My time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks to all the speakers for joining us today. I just have one question for Speaker Bradshaw. Thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate the emphasis you have on your members' safety and the important role that enforcement has to play there as well. I know in the past you've spoken about the positive success of a model like COT as well, our community outreach transit teams. So again, just wondering, when we're looking at sort of the efficacy of different interventions, just your thought on that mix.
Well, what I want to say is that those teams do a great job. We love having them down there in the system. They mitigate a lot of the potential problems that could be cropping up and send them off to an appropriate place. And that's a valuable function for them to provide. It essentially does not do much to attack the problem of the real violence that comes down there. The people that they're helping are people that want help and that will accept it and move forward. The people that we have a problem with and why we feel like we need better enforcement and better authorities for those who do enforcement is that it's not attacking the real violence, the violent problems, and the really scary things that happen on our transit system that keep people off it, or at least keep people who are on it afraid.
Yeah, I think your point around having both, and then forgive me, transit peace officers, do they fall under ATU?
Yes, the city has peace officers in several areas, one of them being transit, and we do represent the transit peace officers, correct?
Yeah, because I think it occurs to me that as we're consolidating the bylaw, our actual enforcement mechanisms continue to be split up in terms of transit spaces and then in other public spaces. So just wondering at a union level, what conversations you're having to streamline and again reflect the fluidity of our public spaces in terms of membership and how unions are deployed.
Peace officers respond up the chain to community services. All of them respond in that branch of the city. So some of them are represented by CUPE, some by CSU, others by us at Transit. But they all respond in the same general area of the city's administration.
Are there limitations in terms of the geographies that TPOs can be deployed in?
Yes, there are some. It's expected that TPOs are deployed in transit. There are transit peace officers, but some of that work would then necessarily be in the tunnels and in the stairways leading to the system and so on. So you would see them there, and of course some of them are mobile. They're in their own vehicles, and so they're traveling from one place to another through the city to attend to generally LRT stations, but also transit centers throughout the city. And they also respond on the contractor operated Valley Line.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, what do you think of that, just in terms of having a more consolidated bylaw? Again, you spoke to the need of having, sensible approaches to how we undertake enforcement. Just wondering what you think about that geographic barrier that currently exists.
I think they're appropriate, Councillor. All of the peace officers respond up to Branch Manager Jones, and so we think that that's appropriate within the limits. Now, I mean, transit peace officers used to respond into Edmonton Transit, and maybe that's not a bad idea. Not so much a geographical division, but rather a division by responsibility. If there were a change, I would suggest that would be it. But beyond that, responding into community service is not a bad idea either.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Great. Thank you very much. The question is to Ms. McBrien. You're on a hot seat today. Thank you so much for speaking out as have all the speakers. I learned a lot once again. I guess I was taking with your point around you mentioned that the province wants to work with the city to see if there are ways a ticket interaction could be transformed into something helpful for that person. Did they or did you have any specific things in mind?
Yeah, it was unsolicited. I didn't bring it up. They did. I think it would be. I think it was said to me in privilege. So I'd be happy to have a private conversation about the specific idea. But I thought it was a really good one.
Yeah, and I know you are familiar with the Recover Project, for example, and I know that in 2021 there were a number of ideas that were provoked, and one of which was around, rather than being used as a punitive tool, tickets being used for well-being, much in the same way that doctors do social prescription for their patients to alleviate social isolation and loneliness. So I just want to flag that for you. And also,
Sue, it's funny. Sue Holdsworth just emailed me that particular story and tool. That's so funny.
Yeah, so I would also flag that here for our colleagues in other orders of government and also for our administration, because I think as you're suggesting that it could be used as in other ways as well. And I guess I take to your point around we have kind of the absence of a lot of the support system. How do you reconcile with that? How in the absence of those support systems, how can we ensure such a bylaw in its current form can be successful?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And then I don't envy the position that you're all in. I don't have the data and information about how many supervised consumption services there are in Edmonton today, what their capacity is, what their utilization is. Like, I don't know any of that. So I can't really speak to, what the scenario is. I think it's important, first of all, to think about the policy in principle, which is what this bylaw is, and then the actual enforcement level and the enforcement activity. So that's just worth noting. And I think a few speakers have spoken to that. Like, I don't think you as council are deciding tomorrow or on May, whatever the date is, to all of a sudden start strictly enforcing, for example, open air drug use. But I think if I were you, I would be asking myself, are your constituents asking you to have our sidewalks, parks, and transit centers, all public spaces, be unsupervised drug consumption sites? Is that what your constituents are looking for? And if the answer is no, I think that, or whatever the answer is, that's, I think, what should inform your decision on this bylaw. Enforcement and operational practices, working with the province and healthcare solutions are a totally different conversation, in my opinion. But what are your constituents looking for out of their public spaces is my question to you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think on that topic of enforcement, maybe this question to Leslie, as you pointed out, this bylaw doesn't add more officers, and drug use is already, prohibited in transit spaces, as per the other, bylaw that's being consolidated under this one. So are you saying that in order for this to be successful, we must consider perhaps more resources for enforcement?
More resources would definitely be an asset, because we have so many places around the city where the issues are. The TPOs are dealing with an issue, in the north or east west, and something happens in the south and it takes them too long to get there. So if we had more resources, definitely we could spread them out more and service more areas. We're constantly growing, so we definitely need to be expanding to meet those demands.
Okay, great, thank you. Just in my last 20 seconds to Eric Phillips, if you're still online. Actually, you know what? I don't think I will finish my question. I'll just come around, if that's okay.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thanks again to everyone who presented as part of this panel. Back to you, Ms. McBrien. Just want to expand on a couple of other questions that we've heard. Are you there? Okay.
Still here.
Yeah, sometimes you can't be. So just very quickly, building a little bit on Councillor Knack's question, understanding, if council refers back, your advice is to be pretty specific about that. If there's a delay though in approving this bylaw, can you speak to what effect that might have? If this, for even a short period of time, how long can we wait before we make some of these choices?
Yeah, that's a difficult question to answer. I mean, as you know, we struggle with enforcement of existing bylaws, so those issues won't go away. We hear all the time that inconsistency and uncertainty is one of the main reasons that we struggle with enforcement. So I would suspect that our challenges with dealing with, daily challenges are not going to get any easier the longer that this is in limbo. And again, referring it back, I think will send probably an unsupportive message to law enforcement, like it or not, about what they have the authority to do under the pre-existing bylaws. And the amplification piece of this is new, and the street preacher usually starts setting up and harassing people in May. So I would really love to be able to deal with that before our festival season gets underway.
So we have the benefit of the survey that is 6,425 individual responses. I kind of feel like you and Mr. Griffiths have sort of the proxy of the business community that are not necessarily, I think, engaged as individuals. I'm not quite sure, but I'm, from a business perspective, through a business lens, does the downtown community share the feedback that I see in this survey, which is that the constituents I represent, that I have the privilege of representing, are looking for some action. They're just about done. They want to see some action from this council. They want to see at least something from this council that shows that they understand what their constituents are saying. Do you feel that same frustration with those that you represent, that they're looking for some alignment here with public perception and city council?
Yeah, I mean, it's by no means a homogenous group.
Yeah.
Obviously, you heard from Katie Ingram earlier today. There are obviously alternative viewpoints among business owners. But yes, the vast majority of my membership, who I hear from, whether we're seeking feedback in a survey or speaking one-to-one, I did not want to be here today. I don't want to have this conversation. It's really difficult. I'm here because it continues to be the #1 priority of the downtown business community, from large employers trying to convince their people to be in the office, down to vulnerable young staff, our staff, who deal with these issues day to day. We now have an ambassador program. I've only been running an ambassador program for a few short months, and I've already had 2 different assault interactions. So these are very real problems, and this bylaw is not going to solve it all by any stretch, but it would certainly send a signal that City Council cares, is aware, and is trying to address these challenges.
So you probably don't want to have this conversation again in a couple of months to go through all of this again.
I do not.
Yeah, me neither. Maybe to Ms. Cormier. Can I just confirm what your role is? I understood you to say that you're an inspector. Are you a transit police officer? Is that a rank, or do I have that wrong?
No, well, yes, I guess you have it wrong. I'm a transit inspector. So I do collision investigation, I investigate complaints, and I'm a frontline supervisor. The TPOs are the peace officers who deal with security events. So I see the need for a peace officer, and then I call them. And a lot of times, oh, sorry, go.
I'm sorry, I've just got just a few seconds left. Maybe you can comment on this. We heard from one of the other speakers that there's an apprehension that our peace officers, police officers, bylaw officers don't have either the education or the knowledge or the information to properly determine when they should issue a ticket and when they should be more discerning. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I do not agree with that. The peace officers are very sensitive to people in need, and they try and work with what they have, but like we were saying, they don't have the resources or the authority to deal with these situations.
My time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I would like to ask a first question to Mr. Steve Branshaw. Are you still there?
I am still here, Councillor. Yes, by all means.
Yes, thank you so much. So I really appreciate you brought up actually a very good point from OHA's perspective, and to ensure our transit system workers has a safe place and for there to work. You talked a few points, but my question to you is, do you think is there any gap in this bylaw we could increase that working environment and for the transit system workers? And because that is a really important point.
Mm-hmm. It's a very important point, Councillor. And what I would say to that quite plainly is the gap is not in the bylaw. The gap is in the enforcement of the bylaw. If we're going to have a bylaw that means something, then we have to be prepared to enforce it. And there are certain specific items that we've enumerated, and I'd be happy to do it again if there's when there's time. That we need to equip our bylaw enforcement people, our peace officers, and whoever else is out there that can support this we need to get them the right tools. We need to get them the right authorities and the right, even down to gear to be able to do their jobs effectively and to really impose a sense of peace and order in our transit system.
Okay, so the tool, the bylaw itself, I heard you mention about it's a great tool and as a first step, but for the enforcement piece, we still have a gap in the system.
We still have gaps. There's a gap in overall capacity. There was a request for some new transit peace officers last year, and you put up funding for half of the request. We could use that other half. There are authorities. They need to be able to make arrests for outstanding warrants. They need to be able to make arrests for simple occurrences that happen every day on the transit system for thefts and assaults. They can't do that. They don't have the authority for that, and we need to get them there. They need to be part of the police community in terms of being able to access information. There's so much more we can do.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, I'm mindful of my time. In order to get there, but we must have the first step. That is this bylaw. So that is what I heard from you, right?
That's a great interpretation. Yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So that is a first question. Second question, I would like to go to Miss Leslie Comier. I know you got lots of questions from us. My question, and because as a frontline and supervisor, you receive lots of complaints and regarding the public transit safety issues. So I just want to get the sense and during those concerns, and then how many specifically come from students. We talk about the seniors. Seniors do not feel safe to go to public transit. And also I heard lots from my own area and the constituents and the parents, and then about the student safety in the transit system as well.
Yes, younger students are afraid. The teenage students, they usually are just paying attention to their own what's going on, but definitely parents with children and elderly people. They don't want their kids to see it. So it's a definite concern.
Yes, so why I'm asking this information, and because I record our council passed this policy to allow the student under 12 years old and take the public transit by themselves. So I'm really want to get the information about how many students under 12 years old actually take the public transit by themselves. What's his safety concerns from them? That is why I ask this question.
Yeah, so children, I would call those children then. That is definitely a concern for them, and it's scary, especially when there's people gathering and their drug consumption, and they do get very rowdy and often violent. So it is scary for them, for sure.
Okay, I only have 10 seconds left. I don't think has enough time to my third question. I will come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Can you take the chair, please?
Chair is taken.
Yeah, I'll start with Steve Bradshaw. Have you open drug use is prohibited by law, but also through our existing transit conduct bylaw, right? Have you seen the difference? Have you seen the drop in people using open drug use on LRT station, buses, and platforms, and other LRT infrastructure or transit infrastructure? Sorry.
Yeah, so thanks for that question. We do not have specific data on that. There is some data available on the rise of weapons use on transit properties. But as far as the open use of drugs on transit property, our take on it, our observation, if you will, without having specific data to talk about, is that it's rising. It's not falling.
So it's rising now. It's rising, but so if it's rising, it's still rising while we have a bylaw that says you cannot use drugs on LRT property?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it
It
is
is
rising.
lack of enforcement?
Yeah, it's because enforcement is almost impossible. Our transit peace officers feel like their hands are handcuffed behind their backs when they go out there. They can talk to people, they can address the issues and talk to people and explain to people, but there's the enforcement part is lacking. It's missing. They need better authorities. They need better equipment. Need better access to police information.
Yeah. Is COT model helpful?
I beg your pardon?
Is the COT model where you have bylaw officer with with social worker working together? Is that helping?
It is effective for those who want to be helped.
Okay.
For those who are there to engage in criminal activities, it has no effect. For those who want help, I totally support the COT model. It's a good thing to have there, very important to have there. Let's do more of that. But meanwhile, we still need to enforce it on the people who are engaged in criminal activity on our system.
And I agree with you. Like, I don't see public transit, like public transit is a workplace. It is not open space. A lot of people work in transit. So public safety, occupational health and safety is absolutely should be paramount. So I agree with you on that. But I want to go to Tanya Levier. Thank you for highlighting the challenges that people with the mobility face because they can't ride on the road, so they must ride on their bike or other mobility uses on the sidewalk. I also noticed that a lot of immigrant seniors who are living in low income use cycling and they bike, but these on-road cycling infrastructure doesn't exist or it's not properly maintained or cleared, so they ride on sidewalks. So are we not penalizing them as well? Right? I don't know. I know you don't speak for them, but I see that often in throughout the city that more and more seniors riding bikes because they can afford private transportation. But if we increase the fines, are we not putting them in a vulnerable position as we're doing with other low income or people with disabilities?
I believe so, 100%.
I think that's something I think that needs to be revisited along with some other. I also noticed there are new offenses in this bylaw that have very little consequences for other people, such as riding your bike on the grass, such as using chalk on a sidewalk, or playing with paint to do some artwork. Right? I think that's want to get a sense from you on those. Why are we not over-regulating some of these things?
Yeah, I believe so. And I think those are all elements that create a vibrant community, which is what the city is working towards. And it also takes away some freedoms and rights.
Yeah. Good. Okay, good. Thank you so much for that. I'm actually out of time. I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Jans.
Chair is back to you.
No, I think it's covered. I'll wait till the next round.
Councillor Salvador, you go ahead then, please.
Yeah, thanks so much. Appreciate the speakers. Just one quick question. Recognizing, there seems to be a diversity of perspectives when it comes to various businesses, business community, and I know we have a few folks who are in that space with us today. I appreciate Speaker McBrien's perspectives. Thank you so much for sharing those. Also just wondering to Speaker Katie Ingram, maybe even to Speaker Lindsay Moon, when it comes to that perception and feeling of discomfort versus reality of safety, I guess I'm just looking for your thoughts there, because it sounds like you have some different musings around that.
Yeah, I'm going to go pretty quickly from my perspective because I think I'll defer most of this to Lindsay because she owned and ran a business in the downtown core and formed the Socially Active Business Network. So I think she can speak really well to this. But I do think that enforcing our way out of this as a business community and not looking to other solutions or just an us versus them mentality, which is what it feels like, is really not doing the business community any good services. So I guess what I would just say is, or what I wonder is why the business community as a whole, the ones that are that concerned, are not advocating with the province for the solutions that are needed. And I know that there is some advocacy around that area, but one of the glaring areas, if the open air drug use is the most concerning one, why there's not a huge push from the business community to reopen safe consumption sites. And again, I'll defer the rest to Lindsay.
Hi. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of thoughts. I have a bleeding tongue right now, to be honest, because I'm hearing one perspective from downtown business, and I think it is, I think it's egregious. I think that it is outdated. I think it is biased. I think it centers profits over people. And I think that this city has been run by people with that mentality for a very long time, and I am sick of it. Through Reach Edmonton, I was paid over 5 years ago to create the Socially Active Business Network and to launch that with city's assistance. Since that happened, we've seen a turnover of council, and that seems to have got lost at the wayside. I pitched it to a steering committee, and I've heard nothing since. And unfortunately, these challenges have just grown with COVID. We have one walk-in available safe consumption site. To speak to Panita's point, you cannot reference a city like San Francisco with the Tenderloin, which I worked very closely with people from the Tenderloin as well to build the Socially Active Network. I don't think it is fair to spout one example of something that they've chosen to do without looking at the decades of other work they did to create community engagement on all levels of community. And I think that does a real disservice to businesses who are closing the gap. I am very emotional right now because I just see us going around in circles and circles and doing the same thing. This city has poured tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars into ethnographic research through Reach Edmonton and through the Urban Wellness Project. And we're just talking about the same crap all the time. There are solutions, and the solution is not more policing. We know that polices do not make spaces safer. If you want people coming downtown, why isn't parking free downtown? Why are we not working hard to secure farmers markets and festivals and things that are not only hockey centric and not only using the ice district? If you want more people on transit, then we also need to start shifting that narrative that, of course, the things that are being spoken about today are very real, and people's fears, whether they are from accurate things or from false narratives, the fear at the end of the day is real. But my question is, why are we devoting so much time into having conversations that center police and police enforcement rather than community and grassroots organized solutions, especially when we've already paid for the data and we already have programs and things like this in place? That's the thing that's just infuriating to me. I would be happy to sit with council or council members and discuss further about Socially Active Business Network, about my challenges trying to re-enter the core as a socially active business, and why I've recently just signed a new space that's just outside of the core. And that is not because I don't want to be there helping people. It is because of gross inaccuracies, and I don't want to work with police. I don't want to call them into my space. And I think this is alienating our community, these kind of conversations, one-sided
Thank you, Lindsay.
conversations.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you move the second round, please?
Happy to move the second round.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I just had some questions just to clarify some of the information that people's answers. Ms. McBride, you talked about a couple of your staff had faced assault, and I'm really sorry to hear that. And I hope they're doing okay now. But I'm just wondering, isn't assault like a criminal offense? And I just don't know how the city's bylaw would help to address that.
One thing that's interesting is a lot of the types of assaults we're hearing about are with improvised weapons that are being kind of carried around in the open that aren't being confiscated. And one of the things I thought was interesting in this bylaw is that it expands the definitions of what constitutes a weapon. So I think that that piece of this bylaw will be helpful.
Okay, because yeah, I was trying to search the document to find assault, and I just for the weapons then under the bylaw, so it's not being you can't hold it out in the open, but I mean there's already weapons defined in the Criminal Code of Canada.
Yeah, and there's also, you know, crystal meth and heroin are illegal in the Criminal Code of Canada. So a lot of this is really frustrating to talk about. I think we're all feeling this frustration that most of what we're talking about is already prohibited behaviors. To unify the bylaw and more clearly and consistently define accepted behaviors is not all that significant a change. But it is a symbolic gesture that I have heard from my membership will be much appreciated.
So it's symbolic to the business community, but yet we've heard some other vulnerable communities that are feeling that they're being targeted, I guess. Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Bradshaw, you were talking about the peace officers all rolling up into under community services. But I think we've got another section that rolls up into operations. Do you? I guess, do your members have any interaction with those in traffic enforcement?
In traffic enforcement, I believe in yours over to the EPS, over to the police system. Our members, our transit peace officers, members under our jurisdiction, are charged with enforcing rules on the system, on the transit system. There are other peace officers that have other duties. For example, the park rangers and the downtown peace officers that are represented by CUPE. So they're all out there. They're all doing peace officer work. They all answer into the community services branch.
I'll just double check with admin on that, because my understanding is, yeah, there are ones that report in through city operations. So I just wanted to double check. And then Mr. Maddie, I'm just wondering, you had made some comments about some of the peace officers having maybe higher level of education. And then there was a comment, I think, in reference to that. Do you have anything else to say?
Yeah, no, I mean, I wasn't passing judgment on their capacity to make decisions. I was just simply saying that if you're asking people to make what I will call philosophical decisions about what our democracy and freedom of speech entails, it's a big ask. And I mean, like you said, there's a lot of different ways where individuals can exercise this gray area. And I just don't see the point of us introducing more bylaws which won't get enforced, but are symbolic because they already exist in some capacity. But let's just give more work to the already understaffed and overworked peace officers.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So my first question goes to Miss Katie Ingraham.
Hi.
Thank you. So you actually brought a very good point in terms of the sample size of the population respond to our city's public engagement. So you expressed concern and for the size, for the numbers, and for the response. I would like to get looking for more information from you and a better understanding. And From public perspective, in your opinion, what do you think is proper sample size we could have that engagement and representative and for the public and for our decision making?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I don't think that there's one answer for that. I think I take more of an issue with, so the public engagement survey was 2 weeks in May of 2023. And there was a handful of stakeholder conversations that occurred between May and June of 2023. So in my opinion, an item of this much importance that requires what I feel to be a very robust amount of engagement among a number of different stakeholders and among a number of different Edmontonians. I just don't think that that demonstrates, regardless of what the number is. I know that that's always a challenge, but I don't think that Edmonton has sufficiently demonstrated that they have done what needs to be done in order to robustly engage both stakeholders and community.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you for your point on that. And specifically, I want to share with you about why I'm asking this question. And because for all the big decisions, and our city always does the public engagement, and then including our council members and councillors, we have our own engagement in the area we represented. So that number may not reflect in the city administration report, but we do our own survey, we do our own town halls, our like visit neighborhoods to get the sense, get the perspective, and from the area we represent. And this is why, and sometimes I'm a little bit struggling as you try to look at the sample size city administration provided, how we look at the big angle and from different perspective. And by looking at the reports for this bylaw, I do say the reports city administration provided and including all the stakeholders and many lists there. And then, but I think this topic, and we may have the opportunity and to further discussion about how our city's public engagement could be enhance the representative and for all the Edmontonians. But thank you. I want to say thank you very much for that point. So the next question, I want to go to the Miss Danielle and Sonleaf. And specifically, Ms. Daniel Sanif, and hopefully
Hi, yes, I'm here. Yep, thank you.
Yeah, I really like the point you talk about the law enforcement approach. So I want to get some more information from you, and because right now, and it's my understanding, our city and put lots of program services and supports resources and to implement this law enforcement approach. And to me, that approach is already in place. So from your perspective, you think this law enforcement approach is not enough, or is there any improvement change? And then I'm looking for a little bit more information from you.
Sure, and thank you for the question. So what I was suggesting is for a non-enforcement approach, and I did give the example of Bryant Park. I know in the previous panel, many of the councillors had asked for some precedent cases, and this would be a very good one. Bryant Park in New York was one of the most dangerous places, certainly from perception, not necessarily from actual crimes happening. And it was something that the business community around it was suffering, and it was just, it was quite an issue. So I bring this case up because it really seems to voice a lot of the similar things that are happening in Edmonton. We're about to build the biggest park in downtown Edmonton, and I would like to suggest that this jurisdictional scan we could reapproach it and look at something like this. Bryant Park has a management structure in which they work with the vulnerable populations to essentially put the no broken windows principle into place. The lids of garbage cans are wiped every 20 minutes. There's people there that work for that contribute to Eyes on the Street that are from the vulnerable population. So you gain community perspectives while also having stewardship.
Got it. Thank
Thank you very much. My time is out.
That's right.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see the time there. So I apologize.
No worries, no worries. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
Chair is taken.
Thank you. I want to follow up on that, Speaker Danielle Sonif, because I missed your presentation. Would love to get more information on those non-enforcement based interventions, because that's something I'm really want to explore more, and I may have a subsequent motion for council to consider. So I would like to see your presentation. If you could share, I'll go back and listen to it, right? But if you have more information in the research, if you don't mind, please sharing that with my office. I would really appreciate that. I want to come to go to Panita McBrien. Panita, on September 11th, 2023, EPS announced that they're going to be undertaking more stronger action to address safety in public spaces with more intensive focus on criminal activity and disorders associated with open air drug use and drug trafficking. So that was 5 months ago. Have you seen a difference in the downtown?
In the period leading up to Christmas, so fall, early winter of 2023, we did hear some feedback from businesses, particularly around Bryce Howard Way, that they noticed a significant difference in a reduction of illicit drug use in front of their business and folks blocking entries to their business and that kind of thing. I haven't heard anything since then. And personally, I will say my observations have been that generally we seem to see a little bit less of the really disruptive behavior that we used to have downtown around businesses.
Okay, because I think so far what I've heard from everyone who spoke and in my conversation with Edmontonians, no one supports open drug use. Everyone wants to resolve this issue, but I think where struggle is, what are the effective ways of tackling it, right? So that's why I asked this question, and it didn't mean to put you on spot, right? But I really want to understand what is the most effective way of tackling with this issue. And we hear often again that some things are not working. Here we are talking 5 months later, and we've been talking about this issue for the last 2 years as well.
And sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mayor, but I know you missed my presentation as well. I just wanted to say one of the points I made today is that I don't think fine-based enforcement is working for anyone. I don't think it deters activity, particularly for folks who are already vulnerable, don't have a fixed address. And the province, from what I've heard, is interested in exploring avenues where folks could receive a positive intervention, for example, meeting with an addictions counselor as a way to resolve a violation. So that openness is there. I think the city's been noodling that for a while. So I think that's an opportunity that should be thought of alongside this bylaw.
We will definitely follow up. I think the first budget submission that we made to the province actually included more support for vulnerable population, including detox facilities, treatment facilities. So I'm glad that province is willing to step up. It's not lack of asking from this council or advocacy from this council. So thank you for sharing that, and thank you for also your, understanding that enforcement doesn't work in cases when you're dealing with houseless population and people who are unable to pay whatever fine they're given. So thank you so much. I will take the chair back, Councillor Rice. So this concludes the questions from council member to this panel. We are going to go to our next panel. I think there are few additional names that we have to add. I'm going to just look it up. Just give me 1 second. Working virtually and paper free is sometimes it's not as, there's some issue. Here we go. So I would like to add Judith Gale, Bear Claw, Beaver Hill House to panel number 3. And then panel 4, Jill Hosselton, Sanja Likmeki, Diane Abdul Hamid, and Haroon Ali. They'll be part of panel 4. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually go through the list of panel 3. If we don't have anyone joining us, then I would suggest that we add folks from panel 4 to panel 3. So panel 3. I'm sorry, Chris, is that okay?
Yes, Mayor Sohi, that's a good approach.
Okay. Veronica Daigle. Are you here, Veronica?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Kathleen Mapulupubusi.
Kathleen?
Kathleen
Mpulubusi.
Mapulupubusi, yep. You're there. Thank you. Peggy Morton.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Marin Edward D. Lao.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Joshua Goldberg.
I'm here.
Thank you. Kate McMoran.
Here, thank you.
Thank you. Adam Shapansky.
I'm here, thank you.
Ritu Arvinkar.
Yes, I'm here.
Ali Ahmed.
Yes, I'm here.
Ben Magalnik. Ben Magalnik. No. Tiffany Fan.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Matthew Cates.
I'm here, thank you.
Thomas Lee.
Present, thank you.
Randa Alhijabi. No. Rochelle Gladu.
Hi, I'm here.
Thank you. Rochelle New Venice.
Yes, I'm here. Thanks.
Thank you. So that's 1, 2, 3.
You failed to call my name, sir.
I'm coming to you, Gail. Just hold on.
Okay.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we have 14 people on panel 3, but we also have a few
Mayor Sohi,
additional.
we do,
Yes.
another name that was just
So
missed was...
Judith Gale. Judith, you're
Yes,
there, right?
present. Thank you.
That's 15. Can
for
we have,
acknowledging me.
thank you so much, Judith. I'm going to come to you in a minute. Chris, would you suggest that we add additional 4 to the panel?
Yes, Mayor Sohi, we also missed Nadine Chalafo as the first one on panel 3, but yes, we could add the remaining 4 to panel 3.
Isn't Nadine there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you, Nadine. So I'm going to also add Jill Hosselton to panel 3, Sanja Miley Mackey to panel 3, Diane Abdul Hamid to panel 3, and Haroon Ali to panel 3.
Hello, did you, I don't know, you may have missed my name. I'm Kathleen.
I got it, Kathleen. I got it. I'll
Thank
come
you.
to you. Okay. All right. We're going to start with Veronica Daigle.
Sorry, Mayor
Yeah.
Sohi, the first one's Nadine Chalafo.
Oh, Nadine from previous panel? Okay. Nadine, please start.
Good morning and thank you.
Thank you.
Tanzania Kidikosu Memakwisa Square. My name is Nadine Shalafu and Green Butterfly Woman in Cree. I am here representing the ECHO Edmonton Coalition on Housing and Homelessness, and we oppose the bylaw 20700. The Edmonton Coalition on Housing and Homelessness, ECHO, wants to ensure City Council does not lose credibility with people who expect laws and bylaws to make sense in the real world. We want to recommend the staff who created the bylaw before you today be sent back to examine it carefully and craft a new version that will actually have value to provide mobility options, opportunities for interaction, vibrancy and play, and functional use of city infrastructure as its stated purpose. Regulating the lives of people when the regulations have little possibility of being effective is an exercise in futility and a poor use of resources. This bylaw is also more seriously another threat by those with power to people who are part of the community but lack the financial resources of the majority. The bylaw reads like the work of people who have failed to understand what it means to be without money in a culture where nearly every privilege is linked to this identity. The bylaw has the appearance of being written by people who do not understand what having an empty wallet and no bank account means. If you were handed a $500 fine for sharing a cannabis cigarette with a friend as you relax in a park, or a $250 fine for riding too far on the bus on a cold day, and you know you will never be able to pay that fine, you're going to live hour by hour in fear, hoping no law enforcement person comes upon you, or perhaps you're going to treat this as a joke, losing respect for a system that seems to have no understanding of your life. At the extreme, the new bylaw carries threats to health and life. There are documented cases of people taken into a remand center for small unpaid fines who have been badly hurt or even killed in cells. This bylaw sheds light on the cultural gap in understanding the lives of people with little money. Many of the offenses with their associated fines are behaviors that most people can comfortably express in their own privacy of their own homes, and significant numbers do. But for people who are homeless or living in situations that leave them much of the time with no place except for public space to be, these become criminal actions rather than private bad manners or misbehavior. It is important for our leaders to create a legislative framework that allows every person to live with dignity, whether or not behaviors are consistent with dominant code. This bylaw fails this test. It takes a particular viewpoint about what is acceptable or not, a viewpoint that is strongly connected with the advantages gained of having money, and strongly influenced by by one particular ethnocultural perspective, and decides that this perspective will be the definition of how we find a balance between diverse and competing uses, as the report before you says the bylaw intends to do. It is easy to take this approach and justify it by saying it is fair. No millionaires and no penniless folks are to panhandle on a median or nap in a vehicle. Over a century ago, Anatole France said something similar. In its majestic equity, the law forbids rich and poor alike to sleep under bridges, beg in streets, and steal loaves of bread. But a moment's consideration will show you this is absurdity. Often small things are the toe in the door for more serious measures. Will this bylaw, with its increased focus on actions being criminal, become the argument for why more resources are needed for police and other law enforcement when there are huge needs for community mental health and good public amenities such as washrooms, laundry facilities, and tolerant community drop-in centers going unmet? ECHO suggests that this bylaw goes back and be rephrased. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine. Now we'll go to Veronica Dago.
Hi. I don't know if there's a presentation that's associated with mine or.
Do you have, here you go.
Oh, no, that's not it.
That's not. So please go ahead if there's, did you send a presentation to City Clerk?
I did send a presentation last night. There we go. There it is.
Good.
So you can go to the next one, right? Like, yeah, nowhere to go. So in terms of changing behavior in public spaces, right? For people who have already, people who are vulnerable have already had stick applied to them over and over and over again. It's not going to be effective, right? So, and if you even just look at behavioral psychology, right? It's not effective when it's like people are already in a state of learned helplessness, right? So you need to provide incentive of where you want them to be rather than telling them don't be where we don't want you to be, right? It's not going to work. Fines are just going to increase conflict, have no meaningful impact on the most problematic behaviors. People in survival mode don't care about fines as opposed to having safe, warm place to exist where they won't be harassed. Interactions with police and bylaw officers are going to be further erode trust in established institutions and their authority that they're having dropped down on them. And essentially, it's criminalizing being homeless in public because there's nowhere else to go. So next slide. So I really felt the need to bring a bit more personal to this because I'm in a situation where in the next month or so, I could be facing homelessness, right? I'm unemployed, not by choice. I'm an educated engineer, right? I'm autistic, mother of 3. I've got PTSD. I fled domestic violence 3 years ago. And the past 3 years have just been me desperately trying to piece my life together and maintain my housing. Right. I am looking for work, right? I've actually applied to a few jobs with City of Edmonton, one of them being a policy advisor for housing, even though my education is wrong, but I have some unique insights. But for right now, I have $700 a month of income through a Savita rent subsidy. My rent is $1,300. There's no way, if nothing changes, I will face eviction in March and I'll lose custody of my 3 children, and where do I go? Next slide. Right. So first I'd call 211. I'd likely be directed to Hope Mission or other temporary shelter. Right. Those places are crowded. You're cramming all these people together who have severe problems and mental health issues, right, into a small space with not enough resources. And then you're surprised when they turn violent and people have conflicts. Right. And then others don't feel safe there. Right. Even if I slept there, I would have nowhere to go during the day to keep warm or sheltered. Right. I'm not going to care about a bylaw that says I'm not allowed to loiter. I'm going to care about I need to keep warm and survive so that my kids don't lose their mother completely. I already owe so much debt that $250 means nothing to me, right? I'm never going to be able to pay it all off, right? So my warmth and my personal safety means far more to me than any of these fines would, right? But I genuinely deeply care about my community, right? I want to be a positive, contributing member of my community despite the barriers that I face, right? So I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt anybody else or interfere with anybody else's use of the space. But I would only be doing that if I had no other options, right? If we go to the next page, I'm white, right? Honestly, these bylaws are going to impact me far less than they would my family and like friends, my close people who are not white, who are Indigenous. I'm not going to be seen as a threat. I'm tiny, right? I don't have addiction issues, right? I do use weed on occasion to manage my anxiety, right? But if I'm experiencing the trauma of homelessness, it's going to be a whole lot harder to stay sober and to maintain that, right? All of my time and energies would be devoted to survival rather than contributing to my community, which I want to do, right? I have a Cree neighbor. I met her when I rescued her from a large white man trying to push his way into her apartment. And essentially interfered in that and protected her far more than the police ever did, right? She was homeless for 2 years. She's got severe trauma and mental health disorders. That means she can't work. She's got mobility issues. I take her to the bottle depot all the time because she can't get there on her own. And that's her only real spending money. When she was homeless, she would get kicked out of Hope Mission every morning because they didn't operate during the day. So transit was the only option for her to keep warm, right? And she can't work, and she's now housed through she gets housing covered now, so she's not at risk of homelessness now, but she's still a valuable member of the community. She's lovely, right? And punishing people for having nowhere to go to keep safe and warm is just inhumane, right? They're not going to care about the fines or the impacts, right? And I have so many ideas for suggestions for how we could work on these problems. First of all, giving Indigenous leaders a lot more funding instead of bylaw officers, and fund Bear Claw Patrol instead of funding more bylaw enforcement. Fund people who are actually on the ground doing the work instead of people just sitting around talking about how to solve it and only coming up with, well, arrest them more, right? If they're not, because they don't understand what these people's actual needs are, right? Maslow's hierarchy of needs was taken from Blackfoot culture. Indigenous culture is incredibly community focused, and we need to look to them for leadership in how to solve these problems.
Thank you, Veronica. I would have to stop you, unfortunately, but we do appreciate you taking the time.
could go on. I know my time is up. Thank you.
No, thank you so much for joining us. It's very important that that we get to hear people's lived personal experiences, and takes courage to share that. So thank you so much for stepping up to do so. We
And
really
I
appreciate it.
welcome further questions later.
Yeah, absolutely. Next, we will go to Catherine Palulubushi.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, thank you. It's Kathleen Pulubusi.
Okay, thank you.
I realize my name is Amato. So thank you, everybody, and council for this opportunity. So, as I said, I'm Kathleen Pulubusi, and actually today I'm basically speaking as a private citizen, but I also volunteer a lot of my time with the Bear Claw Beaver Hills House. And I'm also a member of the executive of the Edmonton District Labor Council, and also with Women for Rights and Empowerment, who you're going to be hearing from shortly. So I have a lot of vested interest in this whole area, and certainly through my work with Beaver Hills House with the Bear Claw, I really have gotten to see and know firsthand a lot of the issues that people are facing. So, and I am in opposition to this bylaw as it is written now. So, as I said, people have been very eloquently expressing their concerns in opposition to this deeply flawed set of bylaws. And perhaps, I could say maybe 3-4 years ago, I might have just thought, oh, I thought like maybe a lot of people kind of do, seeing people who are precariously housed, roughly dressed and crowded around. And I would have been frightened. And I would have had the perception that these, even if they weren't, that this I wouldn't have felt safe. But I do know now so much better. One of the speakers in, I think, the first panel this morning talked about how, this perception of not being safe, and that people are not responding to people in uniform and authority figures. But I mean, I can certainly say from my time with working with Bear Claw that I have never been treated with anything else but kindness and respect. I have never felt particularly unsafe being around the encampments. Or helping out around transit stations, working directly with our vulnerable people in the community. People have always been very kind, very gracious, and very appreciative of the work that we're doing. And I certainly wish more people would have the opportunity just to meet people as humans. And I think this is the whole focus. And what I've been seeing that is so distressing is the focus is on the criminalizing and not the humanizing. And I think we have to reverse this. This has to be humanize, not criminalize. We have to, like we're talking about all the people, but we seem to want to just target the vulnerable people as not people, that they can go into the shadows. We want them to disappear, and that's not right. And in particular, from witnessing the encampment and clearances, and just the general attitude shown by the enforcement figures, and that it has been very, very cruel, very dehumanizing, and very disrespectful, and certainly not dignified. So I just wanted to show, like, as an example, like last month, the police were tearing down an encampment just in front of the Bissell Center. And it was late January. It was a colder day. The workers were out in their hazmat suits and throwing people's belongings into the dumpsters. And then across the street from the Bissell was a woman, and there had been two officers speaking to her, and but she was kind of she was clearly very upset. So, and I went over and I spoke to her and just asked her what was happening. And she told me that she was cold and really wanted to go inside the Bissell to be able to warm up. But but they would not allow her to take her belongings into the Bissell. So she would have to leave them outside. And then it was the peace officers that told her, well, if she left her belongings outside, they were going to throw them away. So, like, what a choice. Like, it's to have to do this. So it's completely unfair. So I'll just end by saying, I mean, we've heard so many good suggestions and everything, but I just want to say, I think we really have to change the focus to humanize, not criminalize. And I think we'll all be better for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen, for joining us. Next, we'll go to Peggy Morton.
Thank you. Yes, I'm speaking for myself and for Women for Rights and Empowerment, and we want to address, or at least I want to address very specifically, the bylaw which further gives the police the option to disrupt, criminalize, punish people, harass people for speaking in our own name, for speaking out, for exercising our most basic human right of freedom of speech, and our civil rights, which enshrine the right to speak as a bulwark against tyranny. And today we need it very much. As Kathleen said, our outlook, this is basically a question of outlook. The city administration has brought forward a bylaw with the assumption that criminalizing behavior in everywhere, because a public space is everywhere, other than your private dwelling or a private business, that criminalizing behavior is the way to do whatever it is they think they're doing. In my opinion, the real aim of all of this is to clear the downtown of the poor, of the Indigenous people, of the unhoused, as part of the gentrification process. So I want to speak specifically about the bylaw and clarify some things. I've had about 20 years experience with this bylaw. The important thing for people to understand is that when we talk about a permit, the existing requirements for a permit make it completely arbitrary whether or not something is considered to be legal. So they include, for example, that you have to have $2 million in insurance, with the city made out as one of the anyhow, the city's on the policy. The police can require that their services are required and you have to pay for them. And unless you think that this has never been done, this is Valentine's Day. And one of the most infamous things done on Valentine's Day in Edmonton was that the families of missing and murdered Indigenous women were required to pay $3,000 for a police escort. In 2009, following a march in support of Palestine and against the attacks on the Palestinian people in Gaza, I was served a ticket for $250 for picketing without a permit, because my name was on the booking for Churchill Square. The fact of the matter is that this ticket, the same experiences with the Edmonton District Labor Council and probably some others that we don't know about, the city refused to proceed with it when we got a lawyer and said we would be challenging it. So the city has both refused to allow it to be challenged in court as to whether or not all these provisions are legal. The other provision I forgot to mention, depending on whether we're talking parks or streets or whatever, is that you can, between 6 and 8 weeks can be required of you before it's approved. So clearly when something happens, the assault on Gaza, and people want to demonstrate, this law does not provide for them, and it can be used against them. So the city has kept it on the bylaw, on the books, and we know that the effect of that is to discourage people, to intimidate people. Not only has this bylaw expanded that by saying that you can't use an amplification system anywhere, but it's also expanded the definitions so that even things like walking on the sidewalk now require a permit. So the whole thing is organized to shut down our right as citizens, as people in this society, to express our opinions, to talk to each other. It's the most basic thing that makes us human. It's a social exercise, which they're discussing is being shut down.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you, Becky. Sorry.
okay. So
Yeah.
I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah,
We'll
thank
talk
you.
about more, Emerjit.
Yeah, appreciate that. Next, we have Marilyn Edward DeLo.
So, Mayor
thank
Sohi,
you.
sorry, point of order. I think we're at our 3:30 break, and at some point, I'd also like to figure out what our schedule is going to be
Yeah,
for the rest of
so
the day.
we're going to take a break today, break now, and I'm going to speak with the clerk during that break to figure out the rest of the agenda, how we're going to manage that. Okay, have some. Okay. Is it okay, Councillor Neck? Okay. So we'll take a break now, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
We are live from council chamber.
All right, I would like to call this meeting back to order and conduct a quick roll call of council colleagues. So before I do that, Chris, we're going to extend the order of the day to finish this item.
Yes, Mayor, sorry, we're just loading a motion around this. The motion would be to extend orders of the day to finish the agenda and provide a dinner break from 5:15 p.m. to 6 p.m. And we'll just get that loaded.
All right, so, okay, good. So I'll do a roll call then. Councillor Wright?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe? Councillor Stevenson?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette? Councillor Tang?
Oh, sorry about that. Good afternoon.
Oh, here you go, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang? Councillor Hamilton?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford?
Hello.
Councillor Salvador?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel? Councillor Rice?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans? All right, we have quorum, right? Okay. Okay, so can someone move that motion, please?
So moved.
That was Councillor Knack, right? Councillor Salvador, second.
We're just getting the motion loaded.
Okay. There you go. Extend orders to finish the agenda and include a dinner break from 5:15 to 6 p.m. Okay. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette. And Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking for it. I am a yes.
We'll correct that in the minutes. Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. That is carried. Okay, we will carry on with our speakers. Next speaker is Merlin Edward DiGello.
Thank you. My name is Marian Edwards-Dello. I'm a member of Women for Rights and Empowerment. And like Kathleen and Peggy before me, I'm speaking in firm opposition to this public spaces bylaw, which ought to have been called the privatizing public spaces bylaw or criminalizing public spaces bylaw. Like my sisters mentioned, our call overall is to humanize, not to criminalize. We've heard from so many people today about why this bylaw should be scrapped entirely. It was selective engagement. Many groups who were most directly affected were not consulted or involved, like Bear Claw that serves the unhoused people, like ourselves that organize regular public demonstrations. It was also, approached from as if it was a list of undesirable behaviors with no consideration of rights. It was primarily aiming to criminalize poverty and collective defensive rights. We heard about the concerns that it will be, as already other laws and bylaws are, disproportionately enforced and continue a practice of colonial justice that is part of ongoing genocide. One of the statistics I can share with you is that from 2015, over a period of 6 years, the life expectancy for Indigenous men in Alberta has decreased by 7 years to 60 from 67, which is vastly below the life expectancy for the the general population. So I think we have to keep that level of impact when in mind when we're thinking about these things. It's also been critiqued for its disproportionate use of resources toward increasing criminalization without any kind of clear go forward on how enforcement is supposed to happen and without supports that could be used differently. So I just want to talk about why Women for Rights and Empowerment has organized public demonstrations for International Women's Day since 2011. And more recently, we've also organized Take Back the Night marches and rallies. We're also drawing on the experience of the Edmonton Committee Against War and Racism and the Edmonton May Day Committee. As Peggy mentioned, the city is well aware that their current policies around requiring permits for so-called parades are not constitutionally defensible. And this new bylaw increases those problems, not makes them better. If it was intended to, deal with the issue of aggressive street preachers or violence in transit, it's not doing these things. But what it is doing is restricting and criminalizing our ability to have public discourse. What we should be talking about when we're talking about public spaces is increasing public discourse, not decreasing or criminalizing it. It makes it makes entirely arbitrary the requirements on how to have that. So Women's Rights and Empowerment, when we organize public demonstrations, when we do take to occupy roadways, we always notify the city through the Civic Events Office that those events are happening. We let people know what our route will be so that transit, so that emergency vehicles can be diverted, can be aware. And we look out for safety for ourselves. So to my knowledge, we've never had an incident in all of those years of organizing protests that would have necessitated the need of, for example, of the requirement for $2 million of additionally insured. We managed to keep ourselves safe by being together. We have that discourse publicly, and we raise our voices. And I want to point out that we don't call ourselves, we certainly don't call ourselves paraders. We also don't call ourselves protesters. We think of ourselves as rights defenders, because that's in fact what we're doing. We are talking about issues that are massively important. And Peggy gave the example of people who are coming out to oppose the ongoing genocide in Gaza. You can't give 6 to 8 weeks notice for an emergency protest as bombs are falling on Rafah, as they are preparing to now. So these requirements are completely arbitrary. They do nothing to actually promote safety, if that were in fact the goal, or to encourage public discourse, as I said, in public spaces. In fact, what they do is criminalize. They deter. The shameful use of the requirement to pay thousands of dollars for police escort for the missing and murdered Indigenous women.
So sorry, time
Okay.
is 5 minutes are up. Next, I'll go to Joshua Goldberg.
Hi, thank you. My name is Joshua Goldberg. I appreciate your time and attention today. I moved to this beautiful city 6 months ago to live in the Alberta Avenue neighborhood. And I moved here because over the past 30 years, gentrification destroyed the vibrancy of the city I used to live in on the West Coast. City Council there poured money into policing and bylaw enforcement, which solved nothing. Over 30 years, I watched this bad public policy direction kill my unhoused neighbors who, like here, were disproportionately Indigenous. It also forced community organizations into a combative relationship with City Council, including several legal challenges defending poor people's human rights. We won those cases eventually, but what a waste of time, energy, and money that could have been better spent working together to solve community problems. I'm concerned about Edmonton making that same mistake. I wanted to start with an excerpt from the Edmonton City Plan. This plan sets out 5 guiding principles, and number 4 is that Edmonton is inclusive and compassionate. As stated in the plan, Edmonton in many ways is and is continually aspiring to be a welcoming and healing city. Edmontonians show their community spirit and openness by caring for one another. Being compassionate means helping people meet their basic needs, promoting healthy living and creating enjoyable spaces for people of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities to express themselves. Being inclusive and compassionate means we are rooted in concepts and efforts to improve equity, end poverty, eliminate racism, and make clear progress towards truth and reconciliation. Edmontonians know that making a great city of any size depends on empathy and looking out for one another. The more we reach out to those who need support, the stronger we all become. These are your words. They express your aspiration and commitment to what you want this city to become. And that vision of Edmonton is exciting to me. But the proposed public spaces bylaw is the opposite of these principles. The question of how to create safe and inclusive public spaces is a very important one. As someone with disabilities who relies heavily on public transit, community centers, libraries, and other city services, I would love a project that engaged diverse communities in this city with questions about how to create, again in your own words, enjoyable spaces for people of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities. There's lots of great community engagement that could have happened around creating vibrant and accessible public spaces. But instead of getting information from the public on how to do this, consultation participants in this bylaw process were asked to rate how concerned they were about specific activities in public space and how much council should restrict those activities. The specific activities people were asked to weigh in on were visible drug use, lingering, sleeping, panhandling, dogs off leash, dogs near water, being out at night, amplification devices, scooters and bikes on sidewalks, drones, swimming, skating, large gatherings, sports, performances, and small-scale commercial activity. By asking only about these specific activities, staff predetermined which direction this bylaw would go in. That's not a useful public process, and it's also, frankly, a bizarre list. There's no mention of important issues that make people unsafe in public spaces, such as racism, sexual harassment, anti-queer and trans hate, and violence, including violence against people sheltering outside, who are the most vulnerable in public spaces. Instead, it focuses on non-threatening behavior, treats unhoused people as nuisances who need to be regulated, and distracts with uncontentious activities like skating on public ponds that were, unsurprisingly, ranked by participants as non-issues. And even with such leading questions, consultation participants still tried to express their compassion and concern to you about impacts on unhoused people. The consultation report notes that respondents shared that those in vulnerable circumstances should be supported by the community and made to feel welcome and accepted. There was a desire for those in vulnerable circumstances to access public spaces if they weren't bothering others, and shared the sentiment that they shouldn't be punished for existing. But the bylaw goes in the opposite direction, proposing an expanded list of punishments for the non-destructive survival activities that city staff pre-decided were a problem, making more of these survival activities illegal to do in more kinds of spaces across the city. In some instances, the bylaw increases the dollar amount of minimum fines. While a public spaces bylaw can't address the dire need for housing and other systemic problems that the city has already recognized, the bylaw as drafted does negatively impact social determinants of health. It increases stereotypes, it scapegoats specific populations as being dangerous and harmful, and it breaks social cohesion. The punishment of some people just because others are uncomfortable seeing them sends the wrong message that some people's comfort matters more than other people's survival. Because some of the speakers today positioned more enforcement as equaling more comfort for everyone in public space, I wanted to say I don't want public services to be heavily policed. I feel totally fine being in public spaces where people are using drugs. I find it easy to have friendly chats with people who are unhoused, who often, like me, have disabilities. For me, law enforcement makes public space less accessible and less safe. I am terrified of police. 14 months ago, police killed a young person who I supported and mentored. Police do not make things safer for everyone. They make things safer for some people. And any approach that is about moving visibly poor people out of public space, whether that's to jail or to a drop-in or consumption site, still sends the message that public space is prioritized for certain people and not others. I don't know if that's what you want this city to be for some people and not others. I sure hope not. It's not what I want this city to be. Thank you,
Joshua. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your story. Next, we will go to Kate McMorran.
Hello.
From Public Justice Edmonton.
Hi. Yeah, my name is Kate, and thank you for having me today. I'm addressing you today in opposition to the public spaces bylaw that's before you on behalf of Climate Justice Edmonton. Often we find ourselves saying you haven't gone far enough or you haven't considered climate advocacy. But today we've got a simple question. What happened here? You provided administration with simple direction. Write a simpler, more equitable public spaces bylaw. The bylaw before you is more complex and less equitable. Working together with TWOW, Independent Jewish Voices, and Public Interest Alberta, we heard from over 900 people who expressed to you their serious concerns. The proposed bylaw makes more things illegal and also increases fines for some offenses, with disproportionate impact on Edmontonians who are unhoused and live 24/7 in public spaces. The bylaw imposes minimum fines of $250 to $500 per day for anyone relying on fire to stay warm, panhandling next to a road, setting up or occupying a temporary shelter, riding a bus or LRT for longer than one direction of its route, being in a bus shelter or LRT station for longer than it takes for the next bus or train to arrive, or being suspected of carrying or using illicit drugs, with no proof required. The proposed bylaw also limits peaceful protest. There are fines of at least $250 for unpermitted gatherings of over 50 people, protests in public space, including pickets, rallies, and sit-ins, using a sound amplifier, which is necessary, among other things, to make public events accessible to the hard of hearing, and temporarily marking public space with chalk, posters, and other things. Threatening to fine peaceful protesters is anti-democratic, and the ban on gatherings violates the constitutionally protected right to freedom of assembly. This threat is real. In December 2023, for example, Ottawa officers used public space bylaws to issue 3 $490 tickets against participants in a peaceful march organized by the Palestinian Youth Movement. You will probably be told this will be enforced equitably and with discretion. But that's not how enforcement goes, and all the discretion in the world can't fix a bad policy. But it's not all bad. In Part 12, Section 68, the bylaw says any person referred to in a sticker will be presumed to have placed that sticker. By our calculations, if someone places 240,000 stickers with the Government of Alberta logo, you would easily recoup the $60 million in property taxes they owe you, $250 at a time. In all seriousness, this bylaw is not just inequitable, it's sloppy. And by the way, I hope you're not relying on the annotated version of to understand the changes being proposed, because one of our members found that many changes are not highlighted. The zoning bylaw renewal was a great example of how consultation can look. And we've got to ask why a similar approach wasn't taken here. If serious resources were put into this, you have to question the team who did this work. And if enough resources were not allocated, you have to question your city manager on why such a sloppy, broken, inequitable, and anti-Edmontonian bylaw is being brought to council in the state that it's in. You provided good direction and you got bad results again. We deserve better. You deserve better. Send it back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would caution everyone to please not refer to any specific employee of the city by their title or any other way. This is a work of entire administration, and we are here to look at these issues and provide our input and also seek public input. I would appreciate that we refrain from pointing in any way referencing to any of the employees of the city. I would appreciate that. Now going forward, we will I will go to Adam Shapansky.
Hello. Yeah, it's good afternoon, everyone. So yeah, I am also today here to voice my opposition to the bylaw as it is written. Although, like some other members, I do appreciate the effort of trying to consolidate multiple bylaws that do have overlapping provisions in them. I'm actually approaching this today mostly as a commuter cyclist. So I'll get right into it. Yeah, I've been cycling to work in some form for over 15 years. Over the last 5 years, I've been cycling year long throughout all seasons. I go from Forest Heights into the River Valley up into the downtown core, drop off my kids at daycare, and then proceed off to the office. I'm really being enabled to do this by what I think is a pretty good network of trails for me to be able to take and road bicycle infrastructure that's in place. But even despite like my long-term experience in cycling and the good infrastructure that's in place, there are areas where I have to or feel the need to use the sidewalks. And it's not out of any sort of desire to misuse the resources that are there. It is really just from my risk perception for the area, a desire not to use a particular road, and a lack of viable alternatives to go to. And really why my concern here is that in the last 5 years, I've really seen a proliferation of a larger group of new people cycling, a lot of new Canadians, a lot of parents now that weren't there, just new demographics overall who are finally, or who are actually finding cycling as a real viable alternative form of transportation in this city. And they're all pretty much new cyclists. And if I feel uncomfortable using certain roads and actually feeling a need to make use of sidewalks in certain areas, I think it's totally reasonable from my perspective that they would also feel that same way and would feel intimidated by certain roads and surfaces to be going on. And increasing the cost here of the fines to me really sends a message that the city is saying there are no reasonable situations where using a sidewalk is appropriate. And I really would hope that this wouldn't undo what I'm seeing as a lot of good progress in this area in terms of increasing mobility for people, especially marginalized people and new Canadians. And I'm seeing like parents and women who are really being able to benefit from these like advances in technology and bikes, people who are being able to use electronic bikes, and people who are being able to decouple themselves partially from public transport. My discussions with fellow cyclists has really highlighted to me that they find being able to move away partially from public transport is really quite enabling or liberating for them. And so I think that's quite good. And that's really all I really wanted to say to this. I will add that the conversations I've heard to all today have been really excellent and thought-provoking for me, and I really appreciate the people who brought forward the idea of framing a lot of these discussions from a perspective of harm. I understand enforcement by its nature causes harm, and I really like the idea of having to identify what harms we're trying to address in making the enforcement recommendations here, and ensuring that the harm that we are trying to actively avoid is not less than what is being caused in this particular case. So thank you very much.
For joining us, Adam. Next, we will go to Ritu Arvikar.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Ritu Arvikar. I am the chair of the City of Edmonton Youth Council. As you may already know, we are an advisory board to City Council, and so we work very hard to make a difference in our community by providing youth input and taking action on municipal issues that are important to us. Next slide, please. So I would like to begin by stating that CEYC stands on the Public Spaces Bylaw and confirm that we are in opposition to it. As an advisory board to City Council, today the City of Edmonton Youth Council would like to stand true to their duty to represent a youth voice at this meeting today. And I would like to take this time to introduce some topics the other youth councillors will also be speaking on, which are the impact of this bylaw on unhoused individuals, impacts of this bylaw on Indigenous populations, impacts of this bylaw on substance users, and the economic and legal impacts of this bylaw. Next slide, please. As for myself, I would like to touch on the aspect of safety this bylaw aims to address. As a 17-year-old female, I can undoubtedly say that I currently do not feel safe taking public transit. What does that statement say? Looking upon the justifications for the bylaw by the city, I strongly feel that the city can put more effort and resources into increasing security at public places and transit stations, increase the number of safe consumption sites in our city, increase housing shelters, etc. This bylaw is effectively ignoring homeless youth, youth who suffer through addiction, and other vulnerable youth and populations of the city of all different ages. This bylaw does not just impact adults. There are many youth who live very different lives than what we really may be aware of. I strongly believe that this bylaw is ignoring the safety of the vulnerable populations of the city and is only being considerate of the safety of what you could say are the more privileged people of our society. Youth Council believes that the city can achieve the same goals through different means without pushing these vulnerable populations further into the shadows of our society. Youth Council would like to highly urge the city to work towards actively enforcing safety in public spaces, especially on public transit, rather than passing empty bylaws with no clear goals or methods of enforcement in mind. Use of drugs was already banned on public transit in 2022. Despite that, 2 years later, safety is still a major concern for a large number of Edmonton's population. So while the public spaces bylaw tries to address some of these factors, the Youth Council believes that the bylaw can be further improved, if not entirely rejected, to meet these goals and still be considerate of the vulnerable populations of our city that this bylaw will be directly impacting. We as a Youth Council strongly do not believe that this is the way that our society should be progressing. We are working backwards instead of forwards, and in the process, we are seriously jeopardizing the safety and the prospect of success for hundreds of youth, as well as individuals of all other ages across the city. Thank you. And before I end off, I would like to ask, is it possible for the order of speakers in the City of Edmonton Youth Council group to change at all? Okay.
Yes, we can accommodate that. Who would like to go first next?
Can we please have Tiffany Fan speak next?
Absolutely. Tiffany,
Thank
go
you
ahead,
so
please.
much. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Tiffany, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you so much. So hi, Mayor Sohi and councillors. My name is
And can you
Tiffany
speak
Fan.
up?
Oh, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, please do.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Go ahead, Tiffany.
Okay, yes, sounds good. Thank you. Okay, so hi, Mayor Sohi and councillors. My name is Tiffany Fan, and I am one of the leads for the engagement initiative on the City of Edmonton Youth Council. As many of the City of Edmonton Youth Council members have already expressed before me, I want to take the time to re-emphasize CUIC's opposition to this public spaces bylaw. The proposed bylaw, which mentions imposing a $500 fine on individuals openly possessing or consuming drugs, raises significant concern about its potential impacts on substance users. Even though the intention of this bylaw is to address public safety concerns, I believe that there are too many negative consequences associated with the bylaw, including increasing the risk of overdose and death, deepening poverty for the already vulnerable population, and a lack of focus on the root causes. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, the number of opioid-related deaths in Alberta has increased drastically. With the bylaw in place, this number will only grow. There will be an increased risk of overdose and death as it will penalize individuals for openly possessing or consuming drugs without addressing the root causes of substance use. The fear of fines and legal consequences may lead users to move to more hidden and unsafe places, which will increase the risk of overdose and death. The likelihood of individuals using drugs and overdosing without immediate or nearby access to emergency services rises drastically. As a result, this significantly increases the risks associated with overdose, such as respiratory failure and other life-threatening complications. Not only does the bylaw result in an increased risk of overdose and death, but it also deepens poverty by targeting the already vulnerable population. Individuals struggling with addiction already face social and economic challenges, including homelessness and poverty. While consuming drugs on public transit was already banned in 2022, imposing additional fines on substance users who may already be struggling financially can only further exacerbate these issues, making it even more challenging for them to break free from the cycle of substance abuse. A punitive approach without providing the appropriate and supportive resources can only worsen the existing economic disparities. However, the core problem behind the issues mentioned before is the lack of focus on root causes. It is absolutely essential to consider the reasons behind substance use in public spaces. Some individuals may lack private spaces due to homelessness or limited access to resources. Focusing solely on punitive measures without addressing the root causes of addiction, such as mental health issues, trauma, or lack of access to rehabilitation services, may not effectively address the underlying problem. To balance the complex issue of public safety with substance use and its associated risks, a much more comprehensive approach is essential. Implementing a bylaw that involves combining enforcement with social services, public health initiatives, and addiction treatment services is much more efficient and effective. By focusing on the root causes of substance abuse and fostering a supportive environment, the City of Edmonton can improve public safety while promoting the overall well-being of individuals struggling with addiction. In conclusion, as a female 17-year-old university student who uses public transit daily, the Public Spaces Bylaw has the potential to impact many different demographics, including myself. Recognizing the importance of public safety, I understand that feeling safe in public spaces, such as on public transit and in parks, is a valid concern. However, the bylaw fails to take into account the potential unintended consequences of this bylaw on substance users. I emphasize the importance for the City of Edmonton to implement a bylaw that combines enforcement with social services, public health initiatives, and addiction treatment services to create a more inclusive and effective strategy for addressing the complex issue of substance use in public spaces. I hope that you, Mayor Sohi, and councillors vote to oppose this bylaw. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Next, we will go to Ali Ahmed.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. And just for whoever's managing the slides, if you could just go to the one that talks about housing being a fundamental human right. It should be earlier than this, I think. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, next one, the one after this one. Yes. Yes, okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Saim Ali Ahmed, and I'm the co-chair or one of the co-chairs of policy at the City of Edmonton Youth Council. I wanted to speak today on the impacts of this bylaw on some of the city's most vulnerable people, namely unhoused individuals, 25% of whom are under the age of 24, and 58% of whom are Indigenous. Next slide, please. Now, in 2019, the Government of Canada officially recognized housing as, quote, a fundamental human right affirmed in international law in the National Housing Strategy Act. Now, given that this is the case, I think it's appropriate to view this issue through the lens of human rights. About 3,000 people live in permanent housing in Edmonton. About 58% of these people are Indigenous. Now, this is already highly problematic, even in a world where this bylaw does not come into effect. Why is this? Because one, most unhoused people are unable to access a fundamental human right, and two, because most of these people are Indigenous who are already highly marginalized and continue to face the consequences of settler colonialism on their own land. We should be looking to be particularly empathetic to the unhoused as a result in hopes of rectifying both of these problems. Next slide, please. However, if we look at the world where this bylaw does come into effect, as a direct consequence of your vote, we find that it's even worse. People who are the most deserving of our empathy are instead punished for being in their situation in what appears to be an attempt to keep them out of sight and out of mind. This looks like encampments being torn down in temperatures below minus 20 degrees Celsius. It looks like Indigenous journalists getting arrested for trying to report on their own struggle. And it looks like younger people finding their friends dead in obscure alleyways because no one was there to prevent the overdose. Next slide, please. Now, I think all of these consequences are indefensible, even if they improve public perceptions of safety, because we know all too well that when it comes to human suffering, ignorance is not bliss. It is not a cost that we are willing to take. For these reasons, I beg you to oppose this bylaw in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ali. Next, we will go to Ben Magalnik. Sorry, correct, please.
He isn't here. Can I go? Because I'm going
No,
next.
I'll come to you. Don't worry. So if Ben is not there, then we'll next go to Matthew Cates.
Yeah, can you go to slide 15, I think? A little further. Yeah, there. 3 slides up. Sorry. Can you go 3 slides? Yeah, there. Perfect. Thank you. Hi, Mayor Sohi and councilors. My name is Matthew and I'm 14 years old. I'm one of the leads of the Engagement Initiative for the City of Edmonton Youth Council. Our aim is to ensure youth have representation when City Council makes important decisions like this. Councilors, I hope you notice who supports this bylaw and who opposes it. The business community supports it, and I would pose a question to them. Why? Why would you support such a cruel bylaw? I understand that you want to make money. That's your job, but you shouldn't make money off the backs of our most vulnerable, especially homeless youth. If you care so much about how houselessness prevents you from making money, then maybe you can donate to charities that build supportive and affordable housing and reach out to developers to prevent rent increases. I also want to add that the Youth Council reached out to the Downtown Business Association so they could explain their thoughts on the public spaces bylaw and expand our perspective. We haven't received a response. Almost all of the regular Edmontonians that have spoken at this meeting oppose this bylaw. And isn't it ironic that at a council meeting on Valentine's Day, we're going to talk about a bylaw that contains no compassion, empathy, and love towards those who need it most? This bylaw unfortunately shows heartlessness and indifference towards people who are less fortunate than us and probably don't even know that this meeting is happening right now and aren't even aware of how their lives may change because of this bylaw. It really shows you how important the decision you are about to make is when youth come to speak at a public hearing. Today, I'm going to summarize the Youth Council's position. I also want to talk to you about a few other more obscure parts of this bylaw. Next slide, please. One of the most concerning aspects of this bylaw is the fact that it does not meaningfully address important issues like crime, houselessness, and addiction. These are serious issues and we need serious solutions. City administration should have been working on these serious solutions, but instead they decided to effectively criminalize houselessness. I'm all for streamlining 3 existing bylaws, but administration did not need to add new and unnecessarily cruel aspects to this bylaw. According to many studies, it's cheaper to build supportive housing than to house someone in jail, in a hospital, or in a shelter. This is the approach the Youth Council believes the city should have taken. Think about it. Supportive housing will help people break out of the cycle of poverty, help people get a job, and the person will then pay taxes. This is a humane and compassionate approach to dealing with houselessness. Next slide, please. Studies show that safe consumption sites reduce overdose deaths, can save cities money, and convince people to go to addiction treatment. They also provide private spaces to consume drugs, so people don't have to consume drugs in public spaces. This is a better approach than to fine individuals $500 if seen openly carrying or consuming drugs, a fine which they most likely won't be able to pay. Next slide, please. According to Homeward Trust Edmonton, there are 455 kids under the age of 15 that are unhoused, and there are likely many more. Do you want a kid in the hospital due to extreme cold, a heat wave, or smoky weather conditions simply because they were afraid to pay a $250 fine to keep safe from the elements on transit? That's one of the questions you will answer today. Here's another question. When I was younger, my dad would take me on the LRT, just riding up and down. I love trains. This bylaw is passed, and my dad did that with my younger brother. They would be breaking the law, and according to this bylaw, they should be fined $250, but they wouldn't. Who would be fined? Someone who's Indigenous and houseless. Is that fair? Next slide, please. This bylaw is incredibly pointless, and in my opinion, these are the most pointless part. If this bylaw passes, there's going to be a $250 fine for biking on grass in a city park. Has Edmonton seen a surge in bike riding on grass in a city park? The fine for riding your bike on a sidewalk has increased to $250. What's the point? I would say my bike is my primary mode of transportation, so I know that in many places across the city, it isn't safe to ride on a street, and there isn't bicycle infrastructure, so it's hard not to ride on the sidewalks. And according to this bylaw, chalk is banned from sidewalks. My 6-year-old brother could be fined $250 for playing with chalk on the sidewalk in front of my house. Next slide, please. If this bylaw passes, there will be a $250 fine imposed on panhandling. Ask yourselves this: what panhandler is going to be able to pay that fine? Next slide, please. This bylaw is all about questions. So councillors, when you're voting on this bylaw, please ask yourselves these questions. Do we want a city of hope and optimism, or a city where no one can get ahead? Do we want a city that offers second chances, or a city that keeps people in the cycle of poverty? Do we want a city where anyone can build a life, or a city in which there are 2 classes of citizens? What kind of city do we want to be? I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that these questions will be answered here today. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions. As well, some members of the Youth Council need to leave right after their presentation, so if you have any questions for them, you can ask me instead.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Next, we will go to Thomas Lee.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Sorry about that, my dog. Hold on. I wanted to bring not necessarily opposition, but I understand the sections that I want to talk about is section 78, and I do understand that this is not a new bylaw or revision. This is an existing bylaw, and I know others have indicated this previous to me in panel 1 and 2, as well as the third one. But one of the things that we're experiencing within the city is the commuters and recreational users within the city infrastructure. Unfortunately, the city itself does not have adequate bike lanes, which means that a lot of these cyclists are forced to ride on sort of roads and streets that are necessarily unsafe because of the speed or the narrowness of the road. And I think I just want to bring back the at least the thought process of the council is that it is rather it's rather difficult for a lot of these cyclists who I can't remember which individual was talking about with mobility issues and adaptive bikes to be riding on the road because it is truly unsafe at the rate that the vehicles are traveling in. And I know city has talked about Vision Zero in the side-by-side bylaw that's been passed. But that being said, we have multiple situations where we have cyclists on regular bikes as well as e-bikes that are pulling trailers with their children, and for them to be forced onto the road and have the possibility of getting fined if they're riding on a sidewalk seems a little bit I don't know what the proper term is, but it seems to be just not inappropriate. And this is one of the things I just wanted to bring up. I know there's been tons of more worthy discussion in this council meeting, but this is something I just wanted to bring forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Next, we will go to Rochelle Gledu. Rochelle?
Mayor, so I believe Randa Al-Hujwai is
No,
before.
there they are. Rochelle, please go ahead.
My turn? Okay.
Sorry, I did check Rhonda Al-Hijawi, but they weren't present when I checked that. Are they present now, Chris?
My apologies, just check they're not.
Okay, go ahead. Rochelle, please go ahead.
Tansa Kakiao. My name is Rochelle Gladue. My Cree name is Standing on a Rainbow. Pisimoyapi Ganipawit. I'm an Indigenous social worker and co-founder of an Indigenous-led outreach group and advocacy group called Tawau Outreach Collective. We provide unconditional support to the unhoused community and advocate against harmful policies. I'm also the vice president for the Social Workers Association of Alberta. However, I speak today only on behalf of Tawau and our opposition. Tawau is a Cree word meaning you are welcome, and here there is space. Where you find us, you are welcome. This is contradictory to the proposed bylaws, which ultimately tells unhoused folks that they are not welcome in public spaces. It's ironic that the city chose to take away from today's commemorative date to debate the proposal of bylaws that would only exacerbate the harsh realities of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. I hope these discussions will provoke greater critical thought. Prior to my education in Indigenous social work, I pursued a career in law enforcement and have an educational background in correctional services and restorative justice. I'm grossly aware that our retributive system is designed to uphold colonial policies, perpetuating cycles of crime, poverty, and homelessness. This system creates more criminals than it rehabilitates. Bylaws that punish survival, such as panhandling, seeking warmth, or self-medication, only deepens involvement in the legal system without addressing the underlying issues, leading to increased recidivism rates, particularly amongst Indigenous people. These proposed bylaws are not aligned with the principles of Aboriginal justice, which is a critical element necessary for Indigenous healing. There is no reconciliation without healing. Crime stems from a lack of healing or rehabilitation. Oops. Social disorder is a symptom of colonial systems like policing. We cannot police people into healing. As a mother, I understand the importance of public safety. However, we also need community safety, and these bylaws may enhance the illusion of public safety, but they are a hindrance to achieving safer societies. I'd like to see greater efforts into improving shelter standards. Public substance use could easily be addressed by implementing designated spaces to use substances. These bylaws also validate the false claims that people who use drugs are dangerous, and it's imperative to understand that although drug use may at times be correlated with crime, it is not causation. And these bylaws promote further stigmatization of vulnerable people and people who use drugs. The most effective method to prevent crime is by taking restorative measures, not enforcement. Law enforcement is designed to enforce a colonially driven system. Let me share a story with you from my work in supportive housing. An elderly resident living on income support was excited to share how they made $40 by panhandling for their first time. A small victory in their face of overwhelming hardship. This money, freely given, underscores the generosity of strangers and the resilience of those struggling. This also highlights the realities that folks still struggle with poverty even when they're in supportive housing. Due to lack of resources and funding to social services, considering most funding in the city goes to police and takes away from social services. Another story, a couple of weeks ago, I was driving with my 5-year-old and we drove past someone who was asking for spare change. And my daughter saw them and asked me, do they need help? And I said, yes. After some quiet thought, she said to me, Mommy, I wish I didn't use my money to buy a toy the other day so I could give my money to them. Even my young daughter understands the importance of helping others. Her mindful question, does that person need help, highlights the contrast between her compassionate spirits and the callousness of these proposed bylaws. She often expresses genuine sadness that these folks have nowhere else to go. If a child can grasp the need for compassion, why do those in power struggle to see it? And how do I explain to her that our city proposes bylaws that contradict her instinctual empathy? I must also note that it's not the unhoused community that makes me feel unsafe as an Indigenous person. I feel most unsafe knowing our city's complicity in maintaining these neo-colonial policies and practices rather than fostering inclusion, support, and community care. For instance, 2 years ago, I spent many nights sleeping alone in my vehicle with nowhere else to go, constantly driving aimlessly, seeking a spot to park, having to resort to isolated spaces outside of the city because peace officers wouldn't let me park in the parking lots. Now imagine the wrong person seeing me, a young Indigenous femme, alone in my vehicle at night with no one around. Now think back to MMIWG. If safety is the ultimate goal, I implore you to consider the human cost of these proposed bylaws and consider the safety of all citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rochelle, for joining us. Next, I will go to Rochelle Newvanez.
Hi. Yes, you've got 2 Rochelles in a row. Hi, councillors and fellow Edmontonians. My name is Rochelle Nieuwenhuis. I would like to speak to you today as someone who has worked in several community organizations. I have 8 years of experience working with people experiencing poverty and houselessness. And I also have a certificate in Dialogue for Peaceful Change, which is about understanding conflict and a restorative mediation practice. I have substantial concerns about this bylaw and how it could impact the people I know and love who are experiencing poverty. And you've heard many solid critiques today. I feel grateful for their words. So today, instead, I'd like to use my time to build and to offer a possible alternative approach for the way forward. To me, it seems like the crux of this conversation and this bylaw is a conversation about public safety. And I would like to invite council to consider, given what we know, including that fines don't actually work as a disincentive and would actually cause a lot of harm. If we really want to create a feeling of safety and vibrancy in our spaces, what if instead of taking a punitive approach, we created a culture that is based on relationality and restorative practice? How might this actually help us get to the vibrant, connected city that we want? The idea of restorative practice is all about the importance of relationships, involving and engaging all, collaborative problem solving, and that everyone has something to contribute. It came from the restorative justice field, which is grounded in Indigenous practices and values. And I've seen this at work in my personal experience, which I'd like to share in a bit. I believe that a relational approach actually fits better with the city plan and city priorities as well. For instance, one of the guiding principles of the city plan is belong, which talks about eliminating poverty, its root causes, and disparity. As we've heard today, this proposed bylaw would do the opposite. Another guiding principle of the city plan is create, including to broaden Edmonton's collective community leadership and capacity, and to foster citizen leadership, capacity building, and co-creation. I love this, and I think it fits really well with taking a relational approach when it comes to the conversation of public safety, community suffering, and vibrant spaces. This approach also fits really closely with the community safety and well-being strategy, including ideas of a socially cohesive city, quality relationships with Indigenous people, and empowering communities to lead and cultivate spaces. I would like to share an example from my personal experience when I was a supervisor of a drop-in center of how I've seen firsthand how relational and restorative approaches can make a huge difference in terms of public safety. At the space where I worked, initially the culture of the space was quite punitive and security-oriented. Staff stood around the edges of the space and surveilled people, gave out bans for many different rules, tried to catch people breaking those rules, and didn't know people's names. There was a lot of mistrust. There were a high number of violent incidents. People came to this space feeling on edge, feeling not welcomed, not respected, and like someone was watching over their back. But there is another way. We intentionally shifted to a relational approach. And when we did, we actually saw the number of violent incidences decrease. There was a greater sense of belonging. People contributed to the space and helped make it more welcoming for others. When people feel valued and respected, that they have something to contribute, it goes a long way. Relational approaches such as knowing people's names, building relationships, having mechanisms for bringing people together and working together to find a solution that works for them and for everyone. Things like prioritizing celebration and a space that is beautiful and sitting down to meet in a good way are just a few examples. I have seen this work much better than blanket punishments. Punishment and surveillance, I would argue, actually make public safety worse, as it creates a culture of fear and mistrust, rather than fostering people's sense of belonging and feeling heard, which brings more calm and the ability to self-regulate when you're stressed. There are relational and innovative ways forward that are mutually beneficial, that would support business, engage citizens in leadership capacity, and welcome and support people who are really struggling to get by. I heard someone from the Edmonton Downtown Business Association talk about their need for clean and well-managed public spaces and attracting customers. And I can see where they're coming from. Of course, they want that. And I think that there are actually beautiful ways of doing that that engage all citizens, including folks on the margins, rather than giving them fines that will create more institutionalization. Just to tie this back to city priorities, Mayor, in your message in Connect Edmonton, I was really moved. You wrote, no matter your background, no matter how long you have lived here, Connect Edmonton invites you to bring your ideas, energy, and desires as we make Edmonton even better. What would it be like instead to create a bylaw that intentionally designs space for our communities and marginalized Edmonton citizens to come together and create a space that we all love? I'm out of time, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us, Rochelle. Next, we will go to Judith Gill.
Hi, good day. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Judith, go ahead, please. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Masicho, hi all for having us. For actually bringing this to the attention of everybody, because I feel that this bylaw did not properly represent everybody, especially the Indigenous community, of which everybody in Edmonton resides on the land of the Indigenous people. So I appreciate the recognition that that Indigenous people and Indigenous voices do count, and considering that Indigenous people are not homeless on our own home territory. I really appreciate the people that came up today and used the word unhoused, because that's the proper word to use, not homeless. us Indigenous people. This is where the blood of my ancestors, this is where the bones of my ancestors have been buried for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So when we're talking about shared spaces, Indigenous people have been sharing the space with everybody since time immemorial. Otherwise, colonization would never have been able to happen, let me tell you. Now, when it comes to my brothers and sisters, everybody knows how passionate I am. And I appreciate that we're doing this on the day of love, because that's what's missing in this bylaw is the love for the people of this land. This is why business is able to have a business, is because of the kind and generosity of our people, So for business to totally negate that and criminalize instead of humanize is just deplorable, in my opinion. But so what this is going to do, if it's passed in this context, is it's going to further harm our brothers and sisters in a worse way. And we've got to stop harming our brothers and sisters are unhoused and are on the streets because they're looking for some acceptance, for some love, and by further criminalizing them through this unconstitutional bylaw is just so wrong in so many ways. And I really implore you guys to go back to the table, send it back to administration, and tell them that this is not correct. This is very unconstitutional to everybody. I'm a very strong Canadian. I believe in Canada, and I know that the world looks to Canada as a democratic, as a great example of democracy. But today, the way that this bylaw sits, it doesn't reflect democracy, and that's what the problem is. Our brothers and sisters deserve they deserve a better outcome. And so I agree that, we live in a society and we need laws and we need order, but we don't need people to criminalize the most marginalized people in Edmonton. So I really implore the powers that be to please send it back and don't vote for it. Thank you very much. And I'll let you go because as I'm speaking, I'm preparing for 2 patrols tonight, and we'll continue our good work with our brothers and sisters because we support them 100% and we see them as human beings all the time. Thank you. Masito, hi.
Yeah. Thank you, Judith, and good luck with the patrols. Next, we will go to Jill Hosselton. Jill Hosselton?
Hi there.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jill Hosselton, and I am a resident in Boyle Macaulay, a mother, and a social worker. I stand in opposition to this bylaw and believe council should vote no. I'm deeply concerned with a variety of unintended consequences this bylaw will produce. When we look at the statistics of who is disproportionately engaging in visible drug use, panhandling, and temporary shelters, we know that it is Indigenous peoples, poor people, and others who take up marginalized and vulnerable positions in society. This bylaw is justified through discourses of safety, but I would like to ask who is in fact unsafe. During the winter, when I'm in my vehicle and someone approaches me asking me for money, am I the one who is unsafe? When walking around the library downtown drinking my $5 coffee and I witness visible drug use, am I unsafe? When I look outside my back door and see someone has spent the night on the hill outside my house, am I unsafe? I would like to propose that people might be uncomfortable, but I don't believe people are unsafe. How have we stigmatized houselessness, poor, and Indigenous folks so gravely that their very presence in public evokes a feeling that public spaces are unsafe? This is actively oppressive and steeped in settler colonial ideas and values. Instead of asking, how do we make the problems of our society disappear by making them illegal, we might instead ask, how do we find solutions to these issues? What are the root causes of homelessness? What are the root causes of drug use? Why are people forced to use drugs in public spaces? We know that Edmonton and Canada are faced with an affordable housing crisis. People cannot afford housing, nor do we have enough housing stock. We put our resources into emergency shelters that we know are reactive to social problems, unsafe, and do little to address the systemic issues that underscore poverty. We have downloaded housing solutions onto the private sector, which was described recently as not dissimilar to asking grocers to address issues of food insecurity. Under the leadership of Rachel Notley, we saw the implementation of safe injection sites, which research shows again and again is the best way to prevent drug poisonings and additionally reduces the presence of drug use in public spaces. These life-saving services have been cut, and in effect, people have nowhere to go to use drugs safely. There are policy solutions to the social issues we are facing, and what is being proposed today is pushing vulnerable people further into the margins by criminalizing their tactics of survival. This is colonial and spatial violence. As a society, we need to bear witness to our shadow. White supremacy, capitalism, patriarchy, and settler colonialism have produced the very issues folks don't want to look at and continue to benefit from. I will reiterate, this proposed bylaw does not address the root causes of these social issues, it is simply hiding them. In actuality, this bylaw will further entrench and increase the prevalence of these issues, resulting in increased houselessness, drug poisonings, and deaths. Recently, I attended a consultation conducted by Reimagine Architecture, who is being contracted by the city to collaborate with Indigenous-led nonprofit housing organizations to design a permanent encampment or several permanent encampments. While we are yet to see if this initiative will actually come to fruition, the efforts exemplify a commitment to Indigenous sovereignty, reconciliation, and harm reduction and are promising for the future. This initiative represents an Edmonton I believe in, innovative, inclusive, imaginative, and collaborative. It is confusing that while such innovation is underway, that such dated bylaws are being proposed. We are at a critical juncture in history right now, and we have an opportunity to do something different. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Jill. Next, we'll go to Sonja Miley Mackey.
Yes, hi.
Please go ahead.
Oh, sorry, allow.
Here you
Yeah,
go.
Tanya Milamaki. So I'm here speaking as a member of the public because I find parts of this proposed bylaw incredibly concerning. I'm speaking in opposition and am in agreement with many of the objections that I've heard spoken to today, especially in the ways that this bylaw could penalize our most vulnerable citizens. I do as well see the incredible challenges that you are facing in trying to balance public safety with civil liberties. What is being discussed here is a really painful reality. In fact, many painful realities. And I would like to thank everyone who has cared enough to participate today. I had planned and still plan to speak to my opposition, in particular to Section 39, the section on public gathering, limiting gatherings to no more than 50 people. While sitting here for most of the day, I've learned that this is the current bylaw, which to my knowledge has so far not been obviously enforced in the ways that seriously concern me. This could be cause for me to just disengage with this process and trust that all will be well, and that it will not be used to criminalize peaceful protest and nonviolent social action. However, I actually think it's just as troublesome because the current city administration has had a chance to rework this and has chosen not to. It is at best antiquated and tone deaf, and at worst allows for some truly chilling possibilities. Council right now has a chance to get this right, and I would ask that this section be looked at very carefully especially in the context of the political climate we're in and the pressures our society is facing and will be facing. I hope I don't have to remind this council that we are all staring into the terrifying unknown of climate collapse, and that the desire and need to gather and protest the insane inaction by our governments will only continue to amplify as things get worse. Why at this time of all times would you be holding on to a bylaw like this, which could be used as worded to seriously curtail our basic constitutional rights to gather and peacefully protest? Or at least to be seen to be doing that? Can't you do any better? At a time when confidence in government could be seen as more fragile and more necessary than ever, I'm actually shocked that this is the best you could do to transparently represent this council and the goodwill of its aims and communicate these things in a way that inspires trust. As you start to try to implement some of the 15-minute city changes, I sincerely ask that you understand that being super clear and transparent in your communication of policy is going to be more and more critical as misunderstandings and distrust are rampant. This bylaw does not bode well for your understanding about that. The wording of this section should alert us to something really troubling. A person must not organize or participate in a gathering of 50 or more persons in a public space without permission from the owners or lawful occupier of the public space. So who actually could be the owner of a public space if it is not all of us? How could the public not be the legal occupier of a public space? There is something almost absurd about this, and it should give us all pause. If this bylaw were to be fully enforced, where are we then supposed to gather? Should our social experiences be limited to commercial contexts like sporting events and concerts? Or should we remain atomized in our homes with no way to collectively express our desire for a livable planet or a just society, which is the primary mechanism we have for peaceful social change? I see myself as a fairly educated and reasonable person, not prone to conspiracy mindedness or paranoia. But seeing this section in writing was quite astonishing to me. As it stands, it leaves some absolutely crucial decisions about our city to the arbitrary whims of individual police officers, and whatever kinds of pressures start to impose themselves upon our democracy. I think it's a huge miss and needs to be reworked. I would ask that you seriously reconsider this section and the mentality that is driving it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Sonia. Next, we'll go to Diana Abdul Hamid. Diana Abdul Hamid? No. Harun Ali?
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, no. So when I saw this bylaw, I am quite concerned. I don't support this bylaw, and I think that this needs to go back to the table, as many speakers here have noted. That I don't want to argue in favor of open air drug use. However, if the province continues to demonize safe consumption sites, what choice are we really giving people? Safe consumption sites are a safer way of using drugs in an area where there's no risk of exposing children or the public to harmful smoke, but also it allows for the person to get the care that they need to as safely as possible use drugs. I don't understand really what the goal of this. I understand that we're trying to consolidate, but like these new changes that we're adding here seem to me that we are trying to house people not in good, stable homes where they have a fair chance of succeeding, but in jails. And I don't see the. I'm really shocked at that this came from this city council. And that this is even like a lot of the things here are like we are suggesting that we lock people up because let's be realistic here, most of these people are not able to pay the fines or are not going to pay the fines and are not really going to care about the fines either, because if you are choosing between the fact that you are going to freeze to death or staying warm, most people will do anything possible to stay warm. So the reality here is that what are we achieving here? The only thing I see here is that we're just locking people up for trivial things. And it is beyond cruel to rob people of their shelters and then to jail them for seeking warmth that officers robbed them of when they dismantled their tents, dismantled their shelters, and you folks made it illegal to have those temporary shelters up, and allowed and the province coming down with additional funding to essentially allow the police to bully our unhoused population and to demonize them, when in fact they are our most vulnerable population and we should be providing them the most support. And this is not the way that this bylaw perpetrated. It's perpetrated as an individual issue where individuals are causing the harm here, but it's really the government. The provincial government, the city, the federal government, it's everyone's fault here. Because at the end of the day, we really shouldn't be in this situation. We shouldn't be demonizing safe consumption sites. We shouldn't be demonizing people on our streets. These are people who need help and who are seeking help. And we are not meeting them we're not even trying to meet them halfway. We're just essentially saying that, hey, you need housing? We'll send you to jail for free, no problem. And I understand that our buses can't be moving shelters. However, in -40, it is the only choice to stay warm. People are lighting fires to stay warm. We are not actually addressing the root cause problem here. All we are doing is, to be frank, just pulling the sheets over our eyes and just saying, you know what? It's the province's fault. We can't do anything. But hey, we can do the most that we can here to protect people. But this is not really it's not really protecting people. It is just simply criminalizing trivial things. I don't understand the point of essentially locking someone up for riding the bus longer than they really need to for a destination. But in reality, we know they're using it for warmth. So if we know that people are using our public transit stations for warmth and they are already underutilized city public infrastructure, why shouldn't that be allowed? Are we really telling people tough luck, good luck? I am shocked and I am incredibly disappointed. And I also understand the other side of this too, where there is a public perception issue. Not a public perception issue. There is an issue with people not feeling safe in our city, and that is a real fear. I used to be an RA. I used to have international students come up to me all the time and talk to me about these fears. But the reality here is that these solutions are not really addressing the problem. They are simply masking the problem, and they are not really doing anything. And to be frank, it's not symbolic to the business community that we essentially restructure a couple of bylaws and make them severely harsher and, to be frank, inhumane. It's not. Once again, if businesses downtown do not want people using drugs, they should be advocating for safe consumption sites. That is the best solution here. But yeah, thanks so much. And I really hope that you folks seriously consider taking this bylaw back to the table and working with Indigenous people, working with community organizers, working with activists, and not just the business community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Haroon. I'm going to go through the list, see if people that we missed are here. Ben Megalnik? No. Randa Al-Hijavi? No. Diane Abdul Hamid? No. All right. Now question from council to the panelists.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just before questions, maybe as a quick point of order, we have to go through the list of speakers one more time, right? And I think, after this, we just concluded panel 3, and then there's a final panel of anyone. I guess I'm wondering, because looking at the list of names, there's only one still there. So I'm just looking, instead of doing a 4th panel of one person, which appears to be the only one still there, I'm wondering if it would just be
Which one did we miss?
I'm saying in the final list, there's one speaker who's still on the call here, David Kahane, and I think all of the other names that you've called are still not. So we might only have one more speaker instead of doing an entire 4th panel for one speaker.
So what we can do, Chris, can you give me the list of everyone that was registered but was not able to attend, so I can go through their list? and we will include them as part of panel 3?
Yes, just give me one moment and I will send it to you by email.
Okay, thank you. So please give us a minute or so until I get the list, so then we can hear from, at least I can go through the list once, calling the names for the people who were registered but were not able to attend from a fairness procedure.
That has been sent to Mayor Sohi.
To my M account? There you go, got it. Okay, I will call if Megan Van de Giesen here. Robert Kirchner. David Kahane. David, are you there?
I am here.
Okay, just give me a minute to go through the list. I'll come back to you. Rose Freja. Robert Honstein. Veronica Fuentes. Jason Svekla. Kelly Davis. Ben Megalnik. Iranda Alhi Javi. Diane Abdul Hamid. No? Okay, David Kahane, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for all of your listening. I know it's been a long day. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly, but please feel free to ask questions. So my name is David Kahane. I'm a professor of political science at the University of Alberta. I've been researching public involvement and consultation for 35 years, and that'll be the focus of my presentation. Some in the city know me because I led a $1 million federally funded project called Alberta Climate Dialogue, and our main partner in the 1990s was the city of Edmonton. Together, we held the Citizens Panel on Edmonton's energy and climate challenges. So I want to talk about what it would look like to go back to the drawing board well around public consultation. And I'll just point to some features of that Citizens Panel on Edmonton's energy and climate challenges, because it has at least some of those features. So we brought the city into a room, every ward demographically representative, honoraria, so people could afford to spend time there. We were very careful with framing, so we weren't just bringing our priors to the framing, but really iteratively developed something and kept it open. The citizens were together for 6 full days of deliberation spread over 8 weeks, because climate change is complicated, just like the topics of this bylaw are complicated, and you can't rush through. They deliberated, they listened to each other, they heard from diverse experts, they wrote a report of their own with recommendations, and they presented it to council. So what does this yield? It's what the diverse citizens of Edmonton want on a complex issue once they've been supported in understanding the issue from multiple perspectives and being in deep dialogue about it. So that fed into the energy transition strategy. And now here we are with this bylaw. I've been so impressed by the Youth Council, by the people who've spoken today. They've shown that there are real problems with this bylaw. Centrally to me, it's based on an understanding of safety that reflects prejudices rather than deep understanding of the issues at stake or deep listening to other perspectives. It's a bylaw that in the end sacrifices the vulnerable and marginalized to the uninformed prejudices of the privileged. I also have comments on the public demonstration, public protest aspect, but feel free to ask me. I won't talk about them here. So I can't imagine you doing anything but sending this whole thing back to administration. But actually, that only makes a big difference if administration does something genuinely different with it when they get it back. And so let me talk a bit about what it would look like to consult well. But first, I want to talk about surveys, because they're not what it is to consult well. So surveys are clumsy, they're inaccurate, they're easily manipulated. There is vast social scientific literature showing that. The hand that decides the scope of a survey and drafts the question can dramatically shape the survey outcomes. The conception of safety that has been pointed to all through the day as leading to bad outcomes with this bylaw was the conception of safety that shaped the survey. So we're in a closed loop where there's a framing of the issue that came from, I'm assuming, administration, maybe some of their stakeholders, and the survey really only gives us that back. The further thing I'd say is, even if you do a brilliantly balanced survey, what does it test? It delivers a picture of top-of-head opinion. Nobody answering the survey has been given much information. Nobody answering the survey has an incentive to dig deep or be in deep dialogue. So what even a good survey gathers is uninformed opinion. Now, that's really useful for politicians who want to play populist because they can know where people are at with their uninformed opinion, but it's not the basis for good policy. So let's talk about consultation and what good policy would look like, because the usual repertoire of public engagement empowers those who already have power, brings those people into rooms mainly, and their voice carries weight in the rooms. There's just vast literature showing this. So what would work for bringing this bylaw back to the drawing board? Co-design it. Involve especially Indigenous and poor advocates in figuring out how this is framed and how the consultation is going to be run. Make it deliberative so people aren't just giving top-of-head opinions, but really are supported in forming relationships, hearing each other, giving you good inputs to policy. Make it power-informed, so you don't just let the powerful who hold sway in society hold sway in the consultation. Don't just bring in the usual suspects, including in the organizations that are treated as representing marginalized and oppressed groups. So bring in grassroots people, bring in mutual aid organizations. Don't just do it in the usual spaces, and the folks who are helping you design it will tell you that. And then lastly, do not put fundamental rights, including the rights of poor and Indigenous people, up for grabs in consultations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, David. Now I will open for questions from council members to the panelists. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. So what I'm going to do, once again, go through the list. Megan Van de Giesen, Robert Kirchner, Rose Freja, Robert Honstein, Veronica Fuentes, Jason Svekla, Kelly Davis, Ben Megalnik, Randa Alhijawi, Diane Abdul Hamid. All right, so I would state at this time that we have heard from everyone who was registered to speak on this bylaw. And we called the names of those who were not able to join but were registered number of times. So at this time, we have concluded hearing from members of the public. Now we're going to go to question to administration from council members. And we are at 5:09. We are scheduled till 5:15. I understand there is a referral motion. I would ask Councillor Rutherford to put that motion on the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. That's why I had signed up. So I'll read in the motion that bylaw 200700 public spaces bylaw be referred back to administration to complete further research and analysis and to incorporate the following into the bylaw report, including any potential further recommended amendments for consideration when the report comes back. So first, a comprehensive GBA plus analysis, including data and research, not limited to anti-racism, criminalization of poverty, LGBTQ2S+ specific considerations within public spaces and how these findings were or were not integrated into the proposed bylaw and why. B, a climate review and options to support better environmental stewardship in public spaces, including but not limited to the River Valley. C, comprehensive rationale for any fine changes to in the proposed bylaw. D, a jurisdictional scan of municipal fines amounts for the same infraction where the fine is not the same as current policy or is a new offense. E, a detailed review of the 50-person gathering permit requirement and amplification systems to ensure the rights to protest and gather are not infringed through this bylaw. And 2, that administration prepare the following amendments to bylaw 20700, public spaces bylaw, and return to a future meeting with the above mentioned report. A, clarify that herbicides are included in section 44. B, refine the definition of temporary shelters in section 46 to include for the purpose of sheltering. C, delete section 54. D, clarify that sidewalk chalk is not included in section 62. E, change all minimum fine amounts to specified fines. F, remove reference to inappropriate use of transit spaces throughout the bylaw. G, remove the exception for feeding birds and feral cats in public spaces in section 16, and clarify that the definition of weapon includes, but is not limited to, the listed items in section 28.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador, right? Okay.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. It is on the screen. Councillor Rutherford, can you please make the introduction?
Yes, I would love to make the introduction. So first I want to start by thanking all the speakers that came out today and also thanking administration. I know there is a lot of work that has gone into this bylaw, and as many speakers have mentioned, even those in that inner opposition, there is some good within this bylaw. This is an innovative and new bylaw, combining all of these different things that intersect, and Edmonton is leading the way in the consolidation of these bylaws. But that usually comes with some bumps when you're the first to do something and to do something new. However, as with any bylaw, it's the details that matter. With such an impactful and far-reaching bylaw, we need to ensure we cross our T's and dot our I's. Further, we have an obligation to ensure that the bylaw mitigates harm and does not perpetuate oppressive systems as best we can. Good policy is not based on perception, but founded in research and data-informed decision-making. In reviewing this bylaw and in the feedback I've received since its publication, it is clear that more work needs to be done. I get the pressure to pass this, but I want to reiterate that without this bylaw passing, we are not lawless. The current bylaws and rules still apply. This referral motion is intentionally split into two parts. The first part highlights where more research analysis and public information is required to understand the rationale for the changes and the considerations that will and have gone into this bylaw. And the second part is more clear on changes that we can direct immediately from the current information we have to date. I'd also like to point out that these are in no particular order for part 2, and I'm happy to answer any questions or speak to the intention of any of these amendments or in my closing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So we will now open up for questions from council members on the motion and or a broader discussion on the proposed bylaw. So please sign up.
May I ask if there will be questions for the panel?
David, the way the process works is that we will debate this, that there might be some opportunity to, if council members want to ask questions of the panelists on the new information. So there will not be opportunity to engage by panel members on their own unless council members have questions with specific panelists. So that's the process that we have to follow. Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councillor Rice, you have a point of order?
Yes, and then it's my understanding, I apologize if I missed something. For panel 3, after they finish their speaking, we didn't get opportunity to ask a question to panel 3.
I did ask Councillor Rice. I gave at least about half a minute for council members to sign up to ask questions from the panelists, and nobody signed up.
Okay, so if you already done that process, I just wondering, and if
we follow the process.
Panel member are waiting for the questions from council members.
Yeah, no. That I asked council members if they have questions. There were no questions to the panelists. Okay, so all right, go ahead, please. Any council members on the referral motion and overall questions to the administration.
Just a point of order. It's
Yes.
Salvador. I'm just seeing it's 5:15. I think that's our scheduled break.
Yeah, we can take a break now. We'll come back at what time, Chris? Sorry.
6 p.m.
We'll be back at 6 p.m. We'll pursue with this then. Okay. All right. Until then, we are on break. We are on recess.
chamber.
All right, can you hear me, Chris?
We can hear you clearly, Mayor Soe.
Okay, I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon or good evening.
Councillor Knack,
Good evening.
Councillor Principe, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Paquette.
Good evening.
Councillor Tang, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Good evening.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good evening.
Councillor Rice, Councillor Jans.
Good evening.
Okay. So we have quorum, right, Chris? Okay. All right, questions on the motion, referral motion, questions to administration on the bylaw. Please go ahead. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I guess to the mover, I know you've indicated in here in a number of areas about not limited to. So in point A, is your intention then that that would also include analysis from the Indigenous perspective or from those with disabilities?
Yeah, I mean, the gender-based analysis plus usually would include those voices, but I would say the ones that I outlined are specific to kind of above and beyond what you would see in a typical GBA. So I want that comprehensive GBA plus analysis, and then an anti-racism lens, because we've talked a lot about that. And then we've heard a lot about criminalization of poverty, so some research and analysis on that. So it's kind of overlays on top of what should be a standard GBA plus.
Okay, but in the I guess I'm looking here at the standard GBA plus analysis in the report. And I don't know if, I'm just trying to look here, does it specifically talk about Indigenous or? So it wasn't in this GBA analysis.
No,
so
this is,
should we include it to be more specific?
If you want to include it to be more specific,
okay,
or speak to it in your intent and expectations of what you'd want to see in that analysis, I think I'm fine with whatever.
Okay, and then I guess the same thing goes with the climate review. Do we want them to consult with any specific groups or organizations?
With regards specifically to consultation, I was very, I did a lot of back and forth with this in my own mind. And I think that the last speaker on panel 3 really highlighted what I have know in that it empowers the already empowered. And so I think if we're going to refer this back with any kind of engagement, it should be very laser focused and targeted. I think a lot of what we need to know at this point is we need the data and we need the research that is peer reviewed to complement good policy making.
Okay.
So that's why I specifically didn't mention engagement in here, because I wanted to see the data and the research focused more on what we know, but without having to put that emotional labor onto marginalized groups.
Okay, and I do appreciate the detail in your second part of the motion as well. But I guess maybe to administration, if I had some specifics as well that I would want to make sure is addressed, do I need to amend that in this motion, or can we just connect separately, or can you just connect separately with each counselor to find out what other specifics need to be addressed?
What I would suggest, Councillor Wright, and this is having conversations offline with the city manager, is that we should give a specific direction if you want certain things to be excluded or included or studied. It needs to be included. So there's a direction is very clear.
Oh, okay, because in conversation with the city manager over the our break at 3:30, he said that wouldn't need to be direction given to consult.
You can ask
So
him with-
Andre, is Andre on or
He's not.
Andre is had a prearranged
Okay.
appointment, so he'll be trying to join us as quickly as possible. But that's the impression I got. Maybe Michelle can follow up on that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, you've summarized it very well. I think what we need is very clear direction on what council is looking for, including any changes to the bylaws. So that's what we are going to need for sure.
Okay, and that wasn't what we were hearing prior to. Okay, so I'll just start typing and add some amendments then. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, really happy to see this referral motion. I guess just a few points of clarity as to what we could expect to see back with this to administration. One of the things that I found was really missing is clarity around the rationale for a number of the proposed changes. Just not really seeing where some of them are coming from. And I was wondering if there's a copy of the bylaw that has kind of a column for each of the amendments that provides that rationale. I'm thinking, I know obviously very different context, but with zoning bylaw renewal, is very clear markups, and then there was a column explaining why this change was happening and what was the reason behind that. Does that exist? And could that come back just as sort of an appendix?
Councillor, we did not do a markup. We weren't really able to do a markup because this is an absolute rewrite of 3 main bylaws, including others. So it wouldn't have been very clear at all. So that doesn't exist. In terms of the rationale for our changes are informed by the jurisdictional scan, the GBA plus analysis that we did do, the engagement, and specific feedback we received from various groups. So that informed our analysis.
Okay, and I mean the reason I'm asking for that is, I guess I want to avoid kind of going line by line and saying, why is this one in here? Why is this one? I don't understand why this is included. And just for example, I mean, we heard today, riding across parks with on your bike and things like that. Like I just genuinely don't know why, and there are a few like that. So what do you think the best process would be for getting some clarity around just the inclusion or retaining some of those types of measures?
Well, we have the what we heard report, so that's online. If that helps you, the jurisdictional scan, we can probably provide you a little bit more information on that. But for the most part, we were informed by what Edmontonians said.
Okay.
And in all fairness, Councillor, just in terms of our history with the old bylaws. So I forgot to mention that. So we have an enforcement history of just history of what has worked and what has not. Some of these bylaws are dating back to 1961. So really just our experience with the old bylaws.
Yeah, and maybe, so that leads me to kind of 2 questions. So if there are things dating back to 1961, correct me if I'm wrong, but this was not just an additive exercise where we're sort of consolidating and adding things. Some of the things that were in there previously were taken out.
Correct.
And
Yes,
yeah,
correct.
see, those are the things that I would really like to, and I think I would benefit from seeing. And then just your second point around the bylaw primarily, and the changes primarily being informed by what we heard from Edmontonians. I guess that's an important input, absolutely. But what about sort of additional evidence? Like, I know panhandling came up through some of the conversations with speakers, and the speaker was wondering, what is the evidence to say that has become a dangerous issue? And like, how is data informing the changes that we're making through the bylaw? Like, is there evidence that using sidewalk chalk has become an escalating issue over the last while? Or do you know what I mean? Like, really trying to piece that together to understand the why behind some of the clauses.
Yeah, so I think council should ask us questions for clarity first on some of the provisions and what, how we interpreted the changes. What we heard, I'm just going to be bland, what we heard from some of the speakers was incorrect. So I think asking administration for clarity on that, but I might turn it over to you, David Jones, on the panhandling piece, but really it is trying to focus on the public safety element.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. Perhaps to clarify, the panhandling, especially adjacent to a roadway, is something that the EPS brought up to us with respect to vehicle collisions involving pedestrians, the panhandler themselves getting hit by vehicles as they maneuver in and out of traffic, trying to make a few dollars. And so that was something that they said for public safety reasons, it would be helpful to have that lever that they could address the panhandling in that way.
Okay, I'm out of time. I'll come back. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. So to Ms. Plouffe, reading this motion, it says, well, just going in order, go do a comprehensive GBA plus analysis. Didn't you already do that?
Sorry, Councillor, go ahead.
Isn't that prescriptive? Like, you don't get to cheat. That's not you don't get to guess at that. There's a process and a procedure you follow, and you followed the process. Yeah. We
did, but to be honest, Councillor Carmel, what we didn't do is go provision by provision by provision in terms of how it lines up with the GBA plus analysis. So we could do that, and my team could do that. That would take till probably the end of Q4.
Yeah, clause by clause, and do a complete analysis on bullet point by bullet point.
Correct.
A jurisdictional scan of the municipal fine amounts. Didn't administration do that?
We did. Yeah, we can provide you with the data on that. There's probably over 400 points of data. So what you would get is, if you want something that specific, it's going to be a very big spreadsheet, but we can do that. We've done that.
Yeah, a detailed review of the gathering limit. You didn't just pull that out of the air. There's analysis that did that.
That's correct.
So I guess you could go away and do all of the things that are in this referral motion and then come back with, maybe this is an unfair question, but would it change the bylaw that you and your team would offer after going and redoing your work and showing us your work?
I suspect it wouldn't. I mean, I don't want to predetermine what the GBA analysis comes back at, but it might. What is likely to come back on that one is more engagement. So I've chatted with my team about this element. So I don't suspect it will change the bylaw, but I suspect they may request more engagement.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of the zoning bylaw renewal, where people came to us and said, keep doing engagement until you convince yourself to agree with me, and then you've done enough engagement. But maybe that's just me. These items that are very prescriptive, delete this, clarify that. If it was just the bottom part of this motion that was offered, could that be offered as would the bylaw be able to be passed with those refinements, or would those things be minor enough that the bylaw could be passed today? No.
Some of them, Councillor, are easier. Others, for example, removing the inappropriate use of transit spaces. Sorry, that's not on the screen. So F. We just what does that mean for the rest of the bylaw if we simply remove the words? So that's not something we would turn around very quickly. I mean, not today, maybe next week, but I don't know what the impact that would have.
Yeah, neither do I. So I just want to go back to something that I heard you say just a moment ago. I think this is substantially informed by the engagement you did with over 6,000. And those, can we presume those are all Edmontonians, those 6,000 people?
Yes.
Is that considered representative? Like, I'm thinking to political polling where roughly 1,000 people are used to determine provincial elections or city elections. Is 6,000 people representative, generally speaking, of what we can surmise most people think most of the time?
I will send it over to Erin for answering that one.
Sure, I can answer that. So the survey results are not statistically representative Edmontonians, and this is because the sampling method used is convenience sampling rather than probability sampling. And so the open link was distributed widely. The city doesn't monitor where that survey link went and how it was shared, so no sampling frame was used. But we often use the survey tool as a quantitative tool for public engagement activities in order to hear from Edmontonians. So similar to, I would say, other City of Edmonton surveys, this topic was of interest primarily to people who reside or have properties in Edmonton. So to answer your question, just to build on what Michelle said, survey results
Can
are
you
reflective
remember a
of the voice.
circumstance there where we surveyed 6,000 people and we found afterwards that it was not representative of what most people think? Is there a circumstance you can think of?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
So sorry, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to circle back because I think I had received a different answer a different time. So was this bylaw review informed by academic research that looks at the impact of bylaw regulations on different segments of the population?
No, it was not.
Okay. And so, as I'm looking through, and I think I also heard that doing a further GBA analysis, you wouldn't anticipate any additional changes coming forward?
I've connected with my team, and their thoughts are doing that work is we can absolutely do it. What it's likely to result in is more engagement, or a request for more engagement, recommendations for more engagement.
Okay, so I guess maybe when I'm thinking, and again, I'm not an expert in this field, but when I'm thinking about GBA, so something like panhandling, for example, I know that we typically try to manage the behavior, not the people. But I'm unclear why we would, for example, use the term panhandling instead of, let's say, aggressive solicitation. Sometimes businesses have people dressed up as clowns on the side of roadways selling different products. It doesn't seem that would be captured by the bylaw. It would specify only people who are seeking money.
Yeah, Councillor Stevenson, it is defined, and it is any request for a good or a service or offering a good or a service. Panhandling is just a term that is used very consistently in other cities across Canada and in some provincial legislation as well.
Okay, so that would capture other commercial activity?
It wouldn't capture things like advertising, no. It's that direct solicitation, that direct request or offer to provide goods or services.
Okay, and then I think again about behavior, not people. So recognizing some of the definitions around correct use of transit. I think there was a train full of over 500 people when the Valley Line Southeast opened that would technically be in violation of that bylaw, having ridden from one end of the line to the other.
So, Councillor, if I can clarify that a little bit, the rule does not say that more than 50 people can't be gathered in a public place.
Oh, no, that's more, you can't pass by stops when you're on transit.
Okay. So I can clarify that one as well. So what that one is we have this existing provision in our bylaw that says that is an inappropriate use of transit spaces to be there with not intending to use transit. Our enforcement officers said to us, and we heard from council a while back,
that's unclear to them of what the indicators of being in transit for too long might be. So we added this as a clarifying provision, not a standalone offense, to say this type of behavior, if you see it, it's going to cause us to ask the question about whether you are using transit for an inappropriate purpose. It is not on its own an offense. They still have to make out that it's an inappropriate use of transit space.
And that's regardless of whether they have a valid fare paid?
Yes, I would say so, because again, it's going to be about circumstances, right? One fare paid and perhaps spending the entire day on the train or past the end of service time, that may be a different circumstance from folks riding from end to end for a day simply to take the train. This, again, it's to remember, this is to give officers a way to have a minimum standard to have an engagement and talk to individuals, find out what they're doing on transit, see if we can offer supports or resources or find out what they might need or information and help them get to where they want to go.
Yeah, I guess I just struggle with the idea that, you know, I could choose and I have chosen and friends have chosen with their families to take the train for fun. And that would be treated differently than someone taking the train for warmth, even if we've all paid the same fare.
Yeah, and I think there's a point to be made too that fare is generally capped out at 90 minutes when that fare ends to include that trip. But again, this is only a provision to set a base standard for this is what we think warrants some further investigation. Nothing in this takes away from officers' discretion to have conversations and find out you're riding the train with your family. Maybe that's not an issue, but maybe at some point that does drift into being an issue. We don't know. This is just a starting point.
Yeah, and I guess for me, this is what I would hope the GBA analysis would come to analyze and lead to changes and recommendations on. Like I don't know if I see the tie into why that would automatically lead to further engagement. But if there's a quick answer, but I can come around as well.
Yeah, I've connected with my Center of Excellence team who would do the GBA plus analysis. And their thoughts are in reading the bylaw that what they would do are typically would make recommendations for further engagement.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. You know, several panelists asked, how did we get here? And then something was just answered and it sparked for me like, oh gosh, are we going to do another motion and not have that clarity? So when I was developing this motion, I was really clear about the intent of F as an example, which is to remove clauses section 35, 1 and 2, and then was advised by legal counsel that this was the cleaner way to do that. I just want to confirm that as is written in this motion, section 35, 1 and 2 would be struck down if this passes.
Likely that is what would happen, but again, we would have to look at what the impacts would be of that. Yes, but yes, the way I'm interpreting your intent is to take out that inappropriate use of transit offense, which again is broader than a vehicle passing the station more than once in one direction.
And it's broader than just the specific wording inappropriate use of transit spaces. By any other name, I still don't want the intention of 35, 1 and 2 in there. That's the intent of my motion.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading your intent to, is to take out that offense entirely so that we do not have that regulatory tool for inappropriate use of transit.
Okay, and I agree there is a bit of confusion, so I'm going to hand over my time to either Ms. Jacobson or Ms. Floop. What are some of the biggest misconceptions that you've heard and that you'd like to clarify on public record around the proposed bylaw as it stands right now?
I can give you a couple off the top of my head, and Michelle is welcome to jump in. Sidewalk chalk, I can clarify right off the top. We actually intentionally excluded that from this bylaw. It is currently regulated in the traffic bylaw, and we intentionally thought that was something we should clean up and remove in this one. So there was an intention to remove it. The other piece I would clarify is on the gatherings rules and how those interact with things like protests. Again, 50 persons in a public space is not going to be something that leads to an offense. Organizing an event where more than 50 people will attend is inherently going to engage civic services. And so the reason that we require a permit, this is not an absolute prohibition, It's just a permitting requirement so that we can properly obtain the services for that event to make sure that everyone is safe and that the rest of the public space users are not impacted or somehow create concern in other areas. Nothing has changed from a policy perspective in this. We have that rule currently. We have that rule in the traffic bylaw about parades, and we have been issuing these permits and working with protesters so that they can exercise their rights in Churchill Square and elsewhere for a number of years. So there is actually no operational change with this one. And Michelle, I don't know if there are others you would like me to clarify.
Yeah, maybe just before we go to Ms. Plouffe. So one of the speakers in panel 3 talked about we're required to pay a $3,000 permitting fee and in order to gather, and another mentioned receiving a $250 ticket for gathering or picketing without a permit recently. So I guess my question is, shouldn't it change?
So we'd have to look into the ticket. I don't have the specific circumstances. Fees for permits are something that we can always look at, and is something that is very clearly articulated to be within administration's discretion to waive fees in those types of circumstances. That's one of the reasons we have that type of a provision in a bylaw like this, to say this is a good situation where we want to issue the permit to ensure we're properly resourcing the event, but fees may or may not be appropriate. In terms of ticketing, I really don't want to comment without knowing what the circumstances were.
Fair. Ms. Plouffe, any other things you want
just
to clarify?
Yeah, just the suggestion that we're not following, our charter obligations, whether it be freedom of expression or the like, not true. So if anyone on council and mayor would like to receive some legal advice on that, we'd be happy to provide that.
But the motion that is currently on the floor that that was created does talk about a detailed sort of review of how you've come to that conclusion that there is no violation, correct? That would come back with the report if this passes.
We would, and just we're always informed, or we got a big legal team. We're always informed by case law. So that was one of the inputs that we took into drafting the bylaw. A lot of input as we do that analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you to administration for the work you've done on this so far. And I had a few questions. So this probably is to Ms. Jacobson and maybe Mr. Jones. Mr. Jacobson, you offered in response earlier that, such as taking the transit one as an example, that officers need a minimum standard to be able to engage people, and right now they don't have the ability to do that. Can you, using that particular one as an example to start, can you elaborate on that? I'm maybe unclear. I'm looking at the current bylaws that exist and the wording. So what's the part that's holding up them from doing that?
So with this one in particular, it is an issue of the fact that the current wording just speaks to remaining in transit longer than for the purpose of using transit. So our officers have validly asked, what does that mean? What is that length of time? When should I start considering whether I should be having a conversation and doing that engagement, and when should I not? And so what we offer to them with this is a number. And it is simply that. This is where the conversation should start and then go from there.
And so they, and again, just forgive me, I'm trying to make sure I understand. So like, if they had any type of uncertainty or suspicion of a concern, they can't even engage someone. They can't like today under the current rules. I'm just trying to get a sense of what they could do in that scenario.
So yes, as we mentioned in our presentation, because our officers are in positions of authority, they need lawful placement to start any engagement. And so where they're uncertain, we're offering them a tool to give them certainty that they know that starting that conversation is going to be lawful.
Okay. Are there any other, and I don't know if it's a long list or a short list, you gave that example. Are there any other areas that you would want to highlight right now, just so I can make sure I understand of spots where there's a lack of clarity that you're looking to get in? Because essentially we're being asked to refer this back, and so I want to get a sense of how many things are you sort of feeling uncertain on right now overall?
I wouldn't say we have continued uncertainty. We worked very long and hard through this process to make sure we added certainty to this proposed bylaw wherever we could. As we take it back, and as with any bylaw, if you passed it as is over the course of implementation, can I guarantee we wouldn't find something that we think can be further clarified? Not at all. But we did put a lot of thought and turn this over many times to say, if there's anything that is currently unclear, let's clarify it now. That's why you see a lot more definitions and a lot more of those deeming provisions, essentially, that's help guide our officers and give them clarity of what the offense is meant to mean.
Which makes perfect sense. I guess maybe the question I'm trying to grapple with essentially is that if we go and do this work and we refer it back, that adds additional time. So where we don't have this new set of wording in place, my feeling from the current bylaw is that it seems like while that might not be ideal, it's also not, the current bylaws still provide you with a lot of opportunity to do enforcement under the current rules. Is that, so it's not like there's, I guess I would put it this way, the current bylaws don't necessarily have a glaring error, but rather this is an update and a improvement. That's how sort of I'm looking at it. Is that fair? Mr. Jones, I saw you unmuted, sorry.
Yeah, perhaps I can jump in. I mean,
sure.
Nancy's totally bang on with the way that she's explained this, but I think what we're looking for is to take that need for individual officers making the determination, is this an appropriate length of time, is it not? We want to provide some more guiding policy in the language of the bylaw so that they know that they're on more solid ground. That's where it provides that clarity for them.
Perfect. So just how I take this is that if this were referred back, again, your bylaw officers will continue to do enforcement as best they can with the current definitions as worded. It might not be ideal, but it's not like there wouldn't be any work happening between now and when this work is done. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, they will continue to do their job as they have been doing all the way along. Yeah.
Yeah. So because I heard the concern from the Downtown Business Association about things like open air drug. Like we still have EPS as of September 11th, as the mayor said, is doing more enforcement. Our bylaw officers have mechanisms to enforce a number of these rules. I didn't mean to pick on one example, but those things that people were concerned about, they still have tools today to work on them. We might not have enough officers, which is a separate conversation, but that still exists today.
Yeah, I mean that the peace officers, I would say that the limitation there with respect to open air drug use is that currently it's only in transit spaces, it's not for all public spaces. And so that was the change that we were trying to make. So it wasn't, you take one step one way or one step the other way and different rules apply.
I got you. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knapp. Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I was wondering about, so I was on a ride along this summer with the transit police and administration and a number of folks, and I don't recall in any of my conversations there that the main ask from folks to improve things was a new bylaw or tweak of the bylaw. The ask really seemed to be about more support, more resources, more shelters, more places to take people. And I guess I'm wondering from administration sort of if there's a concern of I guess elevated expectations that if this bylaw was to pass, that it's going to make it seem like we already have a lot of these prohibited behaviors under current legislation. Is there a risk of expectations management here that this is unenforceable, like practically unenforceable, because we just don't have the resources in a lot of these cases? Like I think spitting is already against the bylaw, but I don't know the last time we had a spitting case.
Yeah, and Councillor Jans, I can clarify you on that one just very specifically. That's actually, it's an expanded policy. That one is currently only applicable in transit. So that falls into our principle of, we looked at these rules and said, we put this rule in place for a reason in certain public spaces, but why don't we have it in others? And it doesn't make sense when you're thinking about the artificial lines in most of our public spaces between transit and another public place. So that one in particular is there.
Because
What
I
we-
think when I hear like the the two speakers from the business community saying we need action here, when I hear the president of the transit union saying we need action here, we can pass this bylaw, but pragmatically, it won't make a difference if we don't have extra or enhanced support for people who are vulnerable, where we can take them, etc. So I guess I'm worried about how do we manage expectations a little bit. I don't want to be seen to. It's kind of like when we passed the $1,000 noise bylaw. I mean, noisy motorcycles kept doing their thing.
Yeah, Councillor, I'd say there's multiple purposes for passing a bylaw. There's the pure enforcement purpose, and there's also about setting policy. If you notice, we very intentionally said that this is making policy decisions. This is council saying this is what type of behavior is acceptable in public spaces. And we heard that through engagement as well, that certain behaviors need to be said, they are not appropriate, so that we can start changing that perception of what we expect in our public spaces. Enforcement is the how, but this is about setting the policy.
Okay. The other
I
question
think
I had was about sorry, if I can just be mindful of my time. Were the MOU partners like the Confederacy of Treaty 6 for Métis Nation, Enoch, etc.? Why weren't they included in the stakeholder engagement? Like, I was pretty surprised to see like Common Sense Edmonton or the EPA involved, but not any of the Indigenous treaty MOU partners.
Erin?
I can speak quickly to that without looking at the whole stakeholder list, but the ones that you mentioned specifically were on our stakeholder list and would have received the email with the invitation to participate and the marketing toolkit. But if you want specifics to know if they were on there, I would just need a few minutes to double check that.
I guess my concern is that Indigenous people are disproportionately affected by houselessness, or impacted by houselessness, and most likely to be disproportionately impacted by this bylaw or the criminal justice system. So do we know the percentage of Indigenous people who responded to the engagement?
Sorry, I can't do the math off the top of my head, but I do know that there was, when we asked in the demographic questions, there was 276 folks that marked off Indigenous in just the online survey.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to yield my time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
Councillor Rice is not here.
Okay,
Nor is Councillor Tang.
So who is next in the...
Councillor Salvador.
Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you. Just want to follow up from Councillor Jan's questions. Over the last 2 years, I would say our city has been leading the charge, and we are leaders in Canada when it comes to our work on anti-racism, our work on reconciliation, and our work on equity. So just want to understand better, when we talk about GBA plus, how strongly do we apply anti-racism, equity, and reconciliation lens to that analysis?
Very much so, Mr. Mayor. So it's a key part of the GBA plus analysis.
Okay, then I need to understand better. Then why is there a disconnect? What I heard from vast majority of the people today, that this bylaw is not anti-racist. It does not honor our work on reconciliation, that it further erodes equity. So just trying to understand, where is the disconnect then? Why what we are doing and the analysis we are doing is not being understood by the community, that even organization like Youth Council, they engage with us, advisory and Disabled Advisory Committee. I heard from WAVE, for example. So I just want to understand where the disconnect then.
I'm not sure I can fully answer that, Mr. Mayor, but I think maybe just doing more education on the bylaw changes. I'm not sure if others have, if Aaron, Nancy have anything to add. Maybe we just need to chat to connect with them more directly. I'm not sure.
I'd have to agree with you, Michelle. I think I think there's perhaps some education that can be done, some clarification. Our intention, of course, was to have council set the policy and then do the education because we wanted to educate on what the policies were. But we can have those conversations. That's part of the reason we met with a number of stakeholder groups after we developed the bylaw and after it was released to walk them through sections so that they understood what the change was and how it would impact them.
Yeah. Okay. So, like internally within our organization, we have Indigenous Relations Office. Can you speak to the engagement with Indigenous Relations Office? We also have GBA plus experts within our organization. How deep was the engagement with them and the housing team as well?
So I would say this bylaw definitely circulated very widely internally, and feedback was incorporated. One of the things you'll notice, particularly from Indigenous Relations, is we have much more explicitly stated that nothing in these certain sections that might be misread is intended to impact Indigenous traditional, cultural, or spiritual practices. That was something that came out loud and clear, and we really tried to weave into it. I think, as Michelle indicated, did we do a GBA plus line by line of each revision? We did not, and that is something we can do, but it will take that time that Michelle indicated.
No, I appreciate that because recognizing, and this is societal reality, that people with limited means, people who live in poverty, people who are unhoused, unfortunately interact more with law enforcement and with our bylaw officers. That is demonstrated by the data that was is publicly available. So I'm just trying to understand this. This is a very complex societal issue that when we trying to enforce certain regulations, certain behaviors, that enforcement based on fines and financial penalties end up further marginalizing that group. So I'm just trying to understand, how do we grapple with that in a way that we are not further perpetuating those people into already difficult circumstances they're facing. It's a broader question, but this is something we have to struggle with in order to figure out the best way to support the most vulnerable population. Maybe to David, I know your folks do have 4E approach, right? But that's what I'm really struggling with.
So if I could, in your dying minutes here, I would suggest that even when you look at the application of the current laws, our TPOs are actually at the lowest category for ticketing versus warnings.
Yeah.
They're at 17% of the detected times that we have a bylaw offense that they're writing a ticket. The rest of the time they're using diversion tactics, warnings, etc. Whereas when you flip that and look at something like our infill team, we're at 83% of the time that we're ticketing. And so I think that in itself shows that we're appreciating that there's a complexity to the nature of the folks that we're dealing with in transit spaces.
No, I appreciate that too, but I'm out of time. I'm going to come back to further follow up on that.
And would you like to move a second round?
I will move the second round.
Second.
Please vote on a second round.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried, and I'll return the chair.
Thank you. Next was, I think you were next, Councillor Salvador.
Possibly.
Go ahead.
It was on the list.
I know. Well, we'll see. You go ahead.
Okay, sure. I'll go ahead. Yeah, so again, just kind of taking that step back, really asking about the process that got us here. Was there, I guess, why did we not have a check-in at committee to sort of see the draft, be able to ask some of those more granular, detailed questions, as opposed to it coming directly to council. Just trying to understand that process.
So, Councillor, it was originally intended to route through committee. The thought was that taking it to council would actually give all of council an opportunity to ask their questions, and if they wanted to propose amendments, they could do that. Whereas, of course, at committee, that would be limited to the members of committee.
Okay, so I guess with that understanding, given that this is sort of the first time that council as a whole is seeing this bylaw in its full draft form, it's not unrealistic to expect that some changes might need to be made. Is that fair to say, given that like initially you were planning on bringing it to committee at the outset?
Well, it would have routed through committee in any event, but it was a very intentional call rather than go to committee to do a non-stat public hearing so that all members of council could put forward amendments at the same time rather than a two-stage process.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that answer. Also want to ask about just the weight given to the survey results, and how that influenced the decisions that were made throughout this process. So I want to ask about the metric of concern, and sort of concern as the item being measured in the survey. And what I'm struggling with is concern can have very different origins and can arise for very different reasons. And I can see instances where, someone might interpret that question, leading them to say, yes, I'm concerned that there are thousands of houseless Edmontonians who lack shelter and are experiencing unsafe conditions. The same question might be answered in a very different way by someone who is concerned about their personal safety because of maybe some of the assumptions that they have about unhoused folks. So how was that teased out? What I'm asking is, how did we avoid response bias in the survey methodology and the methodology used to arrive at the conclusions we did?
So I'll send it over to Erin for response, please.
Yeah, and I would say that's a valid point, because every individual brings their own experiences. We did our values mapping exercise to try and anticipate what we were going to hear from folks to frame the engagement. So I think that, yes, different people could, interpret that scale that we provided differently. But we also did provide open-ended questions in those three groupings. So the recreation, the three topic areas. And so that provided folks with an additional opportunity to, expand on their thoughts and give us more insight into, either their lived experience or just personal experiences to help us in our decision making. So, yeah, I think that additional opportunity was provided that way, which did provide additional insights.
Okay, just try and squeeze in one more with the remaining minute here, but we heard a number of folks making the distinction between perceptions of safety and actual threats or safety. How did administration distinguish between those two, or was there a distinction?
I would say there was not, Councillor Salvador. We asked Edmontonians if safety was a concern, and we didn't have the ability or felt it would be appropriate to go back and ask if that was real or perceived, because to them it is real.
Yeah, and I think that's where I'm a little concerned is, again, I think there's really good value in getting that direct feedback from Edmontonians, hearing those perceptions, but being able to complement that with data, evidence, and academic research to kind of either validate that or provide additional context, I think is important as well. And I'm to understand that those other three components around the the academic research piece was not included. Did I hear that right?
It was not, and there likely isn't a significant amount that's going to talk about safety in bylaw context.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Where to start? I'm just wondering, on some of the stats in the What We Heard report, those that have either experienced or risk of experiencing homelessness, it was what, only 12%, but this bylaw seems to impact them the most, and I'm just wondering if we needed to. I know you talked to some social service agencies representing the homeless, but how many actual homeless individuals did you speak with? And I'm sorry, houseless.
Erin, can you answer that number?
Yes. So the folks that told us they had been at risk or experienced homelessness was, I think, 773 people. And so we intentionally worked with Recover to frame what that homeless definition would mean and provided that definition in the survey so that people could answer appropriately. And I did share just a sampling of what we heard from folks in terms of, whether they couch surfed or they, slept in their car. We heard some of that today from some speakers. And so that was the information we got.
And those, sorry, I have limited time and I have a number of questions. And it's been a long day. So the number, that 700 that you spoke of, so if they've answered risk of being houseless, then that could be a possible impact on rising interest rates, mortgage costs going up, or, job loss or interruption in jobs. So there was no way to specify who was actually houseless and who says that they were at risk. Is that right?
Just from the open-ended responses that we analyzed, the qualitative information. So there was an open-ended opportunity for people to tell us more about their experience.
Okay. So on page 31 of the report, it says that the respondents shared that those in vulnerable circumstances should be supported by the community and made to feel welcome and accepted, and that there was a desire, if they weren't bothering others, that they shouldn't be punished for existing. But I think that's what we heard loud and clear from the speakers today, is that some of these people are feeling that they're being punished for existing. I'm just wondering, why wasn't that sort of thought of or taken into account when the bylaw was revised?
I would say it wasn't taken into account, Councillor Wright. We had to balance a number of factors. We had to balance feedback from the engagement. We had to balance concerns that we have heard in other spheres. And these are complex issues. There isn't an easy answer in most cases. And what we needed to do is what we've been doing for the past number of years, trying to find the right balance between setting rules so that we have a consistent set of public expectations without unintentionally shifting too far in the other direction and causing unintended consequences.
Okay, so speaking of unintended consequences, I've got some other questions. And these might seem silly. I'm just wondering, for some of the items here where is it? Okay, section 79, where it talks about roller skates, inline skates, and similar devices. Does that include kids that wear the sneakers with the rollers on the bottom? They can't.
I'm going to say that's probably not what we are intending to capture there. This is a safety provision, is what this is. Transit spaces. It's not safe to be riding around at any type of speed more than a pedestrian. It's going to cause conflicts.
I've seen some of those kids whipping around pretty quickly on those things.
And I'm going to suggest that that's where the common sense enforcement that David's team would step in. If they thought it was an issue, they would deal with it. If it wasn't an issue, this is where they apply that really great discretion that we see from them to choose what needs to be enforced, giving good common sense reading to the provisions before us.
Okay, so if somebody calmly walks onto the bus or the train wearing their inline skates and they aren't ripping up and down the aisles, is it reasonable then that that's okay for them to be wearing them?
I would look to David, but David, go ahead.
I would suggest that's where officer discretion and the idea of, engaging education and encouragement for maybe how to handle that next time would be the way that, our officers would look into that matter.
See, that's where I just think there's too many variables in here. Okay, I do have some other questions specific to other sections. I'll just run them off. Section 6. No, okay, I'm coming back for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. Just kind of looping back, I think one of the most important questions that came up for me today was just around whether the fines act as effective deterrent, if they act as effective deterrents. So again, just wondering, I think, again, wondering if there was some academic research potentially looking at that.
We have looked at that, and remember, this is not the first time we have a bylaw with fines. So we've looked at whether fines act as deterrent, and in some cases they do, in some cases they don't, and sometimes it's circumstantial. But fines are certainly one mechanism, but I think, as you've heard David say many times, it's not the fine on its own. It's usually the certainty of receiving that fine and engaging with enforcement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's a really great point, that fines can work differently in different circumstances, and I think that goes back to some of the consideration of some of the specific offenses and how effective those fines may be in those specific instances. I think maybe just thinking about our own experience as well. So maybe Mr. Jones, just when, and even if it's anecdotal, like what have we seen the new provision in the transit spaces bylaw leading to less drug use in transit spaces, for example? Or what's been the experience of TPOs in managing that?
I think there are so many compounding factors with the pandemic and the vast increase in folks who are struggling with addictions issues, etc., that it's really hard to put a finger on that with the small amount of data that we have to date post-pandemic. Okay. So I haven't seen anything that says one way or the other, really.
Yeah. Okay, and I appreciated the statistics you provided just in terms of, substantiating the 4E approach. And I think I heard you say 17% of sort of all interactions leads to a ticket. The rest are sort of warnings. Was that correct for TPOs at least?
Sorry, could you repeat that one bit there? Just cut out a little bit.
Oh no, that's okay. I think I had heard you state that 17% of interactions led to a ticket with TPOs?
Not interactions. Sorry, 17% of the time where there is a detected bylaw offense, a ticket is issued with the TPOs. So 83% of the time where there is that detected offense, regardless of what section it is, they proceed using other means, that education, that engagement, potentially warnings, other means of addressing the issue at hand.
Okay, and then do we have similar statistics for the community safety peace officers?
Yes, so that would be the folks who are engaged in the HLOC program. They are sitting just shy of 20% of the time. So I will say that those and the folks who are in and around Churchill Square and in the City Hall, etc., are the three lowest teams of all of our different peace officer teams. Those are the ones who are most often engaged with folks who are experiencing homelessness and, perhaps have additional struggles. And we know that isn't necessarily, the right answer. We've heard that loud and clear today. And so those are the teams that are our lowest teams with respect to enforcement of any bylaw provisions.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I mean, what occurs to me is, I think when we talk about some of the practices that occur, I think, there's evidence, as you've just shared, that the 4E approach is being taken, that alternative methods, I think we heard, or I understand there's sort of programs where people can do community service instead of having fines. Just wondering, I guess none of that is sort of codified into the bylaw. The only thing that's referenced in the bylaw is the fine, so it sort of becomes the automatic. So just wondering what thought was given to, referencing some of those other mechanisms, really embedding those principles and those practices within the bylaw itself.
So, Councillor, it wouldn't be common to write that into the bylaw because even as you mentioned, where fine options program is available for bylaw offenses in those few cases, first there has to be a fine, which is why the fine does exist as it is, because that is the gateway into a fine options program. We wouldn't include these would be in operational policies, is where you would see the work that we do with deciding to withdraw a charge before it proceeds through a court process, or reach some type of resolution that is individualized to a particular person. That's not something we'd write into the bylaw.
Okay,
Thank you,
thanks.
Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans.
So I too wish we had kind of had a chance to look at this at committee first. I guess for me, like one of my big problems here is we put so much weight on the survey with the 6,000, 7,000 responses. But to me, the survey, I mean, was very blurry. Like for example, the one portion about, are you concerned about visible drug use? Like, I think I answered very concerned because I'm scared that someone's going to die, that they're using drugs and not in a safe consumption site. And I think similarly with, are you concerned about people sleeping outside, sleeping on, I said, yes, very concerned. They should have a bed. But I don't know that everybody sort of interpreted those the same way. And I guess hearing that we sort of worked backwards from that survey, like there wasn't a question about public drunkenness, but I think I've seen more violence as a result of public drunkenness than I have from cannabis or other things. So I guess I'm just wondering how the survey design methodology influences what the problems we're trying to solve here are.
Maybe I'll see if Aaron can respond to
Yeah,
that.
I can provide some highlights. I don't think our research team is here right now, so I can provide further information if you need it.
Well, maybe I'm wondering, like, did we sort of look at the bylaw and say, okay, there's a problem with public drug use, let's design the survey, or did we design the survey and say, what are Edmontonians concerned about when it comes to safety, and then look at the bylaw? Like, what drove the final product?
And Nancy can hop in here too, but we did go through a engage, refine process where we looked at those 250 offenses across all bylaws. And then we looked at the values mapping piece, which was informed by public engagement best practice, past public engagement data, to really look at some comparable recent public engagement projects where we heard concerns. So there was a number of projects that we went through, and then we just workshopped that together and worked through those themes to come up with the questions. And Nancy, I don't know if you would add anything to that.
That was a great summary, Aaron.
Yeah, new topic, the biking on the sidewalk. I'd be open to some sort of an amendment, like if a safe alternative was available. Like, I never see anyone biking on the sidewalk in my neighborhood because there's ample, safe, protected multi-use pathways. But yet I ride on the sidewalk all the time in certain parts of our city because you are physically unable to go on the road as a bicycle. So I'd be curious of hearing a little bit more about that one.
Councillor Jan's hearing more, how so?
Like if we had some sort of caveat language, like biking on sidewalks is prohibited unless a safe alternative is available, or like unless you are adjacent to a multi-use path or something.
I would, if we're going to go that direction, my suggestion would be to give direction more along the lines of the latter. A safe alternative requires a judgment call, which leads to very challenging and is not going to help one of the issues we were trying to address, which is officer uncertainty. But if you wanted to say something like riding on bicycles on sidewalks is okay outside of main streets or outside where it's not immediately adjacent to protected infrastructure, that is something you can give us direction to explore and draft.
Okay, because I guess I really want to make sure leaving today that even if we pin the meeting right now and end it, that a lot of these behaviors we're talking about are still illegal, are still not allowed under the criminal code, especially when it comes to violence or drug use or other pieces, and that we still have a public spaces bylaw. It's not like we're in the Wild West of lawlessness. We're already running Windows 11. It's a question of, do we go to Windows 12? Am I on level standing? Is that a fair message?
It's a fair message. There are certainly things that we added into this bylaw that were either requested or asked for over the last year that our folks have been asking for and wanting, and they have been addressing as serious concerns. Flag one for you, dealing with bear spray in public spaces has been something that has been raised to us multiple times, and we included it. If this bylaw doesn't proceed, we won't have that provision like that at this time. In other spaces, we have an existing rule. Where we've carried forward existing policy, yes, we will still have it. We just may not have it in the clearest way possible.
And given the comprehensive brain science around addiction, and we know that like opioid withdrawal and dope sickness can be fatal, or almost fatal. Like I wonder where people are who are addicted to drugs, where they are expected to use. How would administration answer that?
I don't know if we have an answer for that one. It's a bigger, broader issue, and I think a few folks have said today that may be outside. This is the challenge of municipal jurisdiction. We were responding to a very particular concern that is being raised, recognizing it is happening in a broader, much larger, complex issue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Constance. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I guess again, I'm just a little bit confused in terms of some of the responses to councillor questions, because the engagement was at the advise level, correct?
That's correct.
But then I'm hearing the response from administration is that people's perceptions and other folks who had concerns, be it internal, I'm guessing bylaw enforcement, I'm guessing EPS, really drove this bylaw over research and data. And if I'm wrong, please correct me, because that's what I'm hearing. But if it was at the advise level, it sounds like we've more done it actually quite high on the spectrum for those survey respondents. Do you get what I'm asking, Ms. Pote?
Sure, I think that, and Nancy can speak more to this, that where there was clear indication of safety concerns, and where I think from what Nancy just said, they had heard other concerns, or
I'm just talking about the level of engagement. Let's just
David's
focus
folks.
on the level of engagement. The report
it was at advise.
And it was at advise. But what I'm hearing today, in answers to my fellow colleagues, are that the survey and the perceptions and what was in there really informed this at a higher level than advise. That's what I'm trying to break down.
So I would say that the public engagement spectrum on the advise level is to clarify the role of the public in the public engagement process, that their feedback would be considered in the shaping of the new bylaw.
It's that we'll take your feedback into consideration. Refine would be the shaping of the bylaw. To be clear. Okay. So again, was there in that mapping exercise that was done, and remember, I've done these mapping exercises myself, was there any discussion about specific groups that should have had a different level of influence, that were usually those, as per our policy on public engagement, most impacted by the decisions made? Or in any kind of targeted engagement to those groups through, let's say, focus groups or nation-to-nation engagement?
And I would say that we had those conversations, of course, around the criteria matrix and choosing the 5 stakeholder organizations, because we had very limited resources. So we had those conversations and used a matrix to determine, how we could hear from those that might be most impacted by changes or effects of the bylaw.
What were those 5 stakeholder groups again that you decided?
They were
You're muted. Sorry. I don't know if you meant to mute yourself.
Sorry. No, I didn't. Thank you. Sorry. They were as the Downtown Business Association, Bissell Center Homeward Trust, Edmonton Two-Spirit Society, and APIRG, the Alberta Public Interest Research Group.
Okay. And you're saying that the main primary factor there was a resourcing consideration?
That's correct. And just one other point I wanted to make. Our engagement happened before the bylaw was revised. So there was one phase of engagement. We did not go back out at that level like ZBR where they asked for input on the changes or proposed changes. So our engagement happened prior to that, and we did not have a second phase of engagement that would have been more of the refined
usually
level.
an engagement process is, like, I know a lot of infrastructure projects, for example, they might put it at create or refine, do concept planning, do prelim design, and then come back out with advise. We didn't do that with this.
That's correct. Right. There was one phase of engagement prior to the bylaw development that was at the advise level. That's right.
Okay. I don't have any other further questions. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I can.
So I just want to follow. I think that's a very important answer, in a way that once the bylaw was developed, there was no further engagement. I think not because of by design from administration, because of lack of resources, right? So I think very important to understand. I think maybe that's why we have seen so many people come out and say, what's going on here, right? So I want to actually get back to, I can understand, as we hear this, that majority of the people that surveyed are concerned about open drug use. We hear that in the community, hear that through our emails, right? So, but I'm trying to understand, David, is we have an increased enforcement. EP has an increased enforcement since September. We have zero tolerance for drug use, open drug use in public transit. What I want to understand, is it effective?
Well, I would say that we had 4,300 individual calls of complaint of drug use in transit spaces in 2023. We registered almost 9,000 events just from on-view ones that the TPOs came across. Of those 4,300, over 10% of those times that we went to check on that person or address the issue, the TPOs administered Narcan. They weren't doing enforcement.
So
they were saving lives.
What I want to hone on is ticketing effective? Because if it's not, are we not giving Edmontonians who are deeply concerned about, as I am, as council is, false hope? Are we not presenting a solution to them that has proven to be not effective?
Well, I think what we offer, apart from 481 times of using Narcan last year, I think what we offer with bylaw provisions like this is a method other than a criminal arrest to address the issue if we go to the full extent of enforcement. But what we offer our TPOs is a bylaw provision that they can engage somebody and then address the issue, whether that means, hey, we got to get caught down here, whether that means this is Narcan and we call, fire rescue services and EMS to come and attend. There are a host of different avenues, but it gives, people, you say false hope, but it also gives them a reason to call to ask for somebody to come and help.
Okay, so the 83% of the conversation or engagement that your folks are having with the unhoused population or people who are interacting with, I really appreciate it. I think that's admirable and a lot of appreciation to
And I think what we saw in those public spaces, especially during the pandemic, is with the vacuum of users not being present in those spaces, new habits were formed, right? People went to those spaces. You heard earlier about people going in front of cameras just to make sure that if there was a drug poisoning incident, somebody might see them and come to their aid. And so I think if we're using that process of engagement, education, saying, hey, did you know that there's a bylaw offense? You can't smoke here, all those types of things. behavior change like that without immediately going to fines and
Okay.
kind of a heavy-handed approach will take some time.
So that's a very good point. So is there correlation then? People are engaging in those 4 E's. 3 of them are non-enforcement because they know that they'll get a ticket if they don't do that.
I don't have the data to support a correlation at this point. I think because of the length of time that it will take to start showing change in that space.
That's where I'm really struggling. If it works, absolutely. Just trying to understand that 17% of the people that do get a ticket, my understanding, vast majority of them happen to be unhoused, unaddressed. They don't have an address, as well as indigenous. Am I right in that?
That's some data from 2020 or 2021, I believe, if memory serves, and I don't have that data for 2023 to show one way or the other.
Okay, thanks. I will move the additional round.
Second.
Okay, moving another round, please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried, and I'll return the chair.
Thank you. You were next, Councillor Salvador.
All right. Great. So have some questions about the rationale behind some of the clauses that have been carried forward from the old bylaw. Specifically, wondering if administration can share the rationale for not allowing bicycles on the sidewalk.
Councillor Salvador, there were some concerns raised about interactions between multiple users on the sidewalk, so interactions with pedestrians, and that the sidewalks weren't designed to be able to accommodate those conflicts.
Okay, is that in line with Vision Zero? Does it align with the work that we're doing around safe mobility?
I don't know if we have anyone there. I will say Safe Mobility was highly consulted and supported that recommendation to maintain the policy. This was something they drove.
Was the conflict between pedestrians and cyclists compared against the conflict between cyclists and vehicles in terms of safety and reducing harm?
That specific might be getting past who we have on this call this evening to be able to get into, but I will say that this is one that we looked at in very significant detail, and it was heavily influenced by the Safe Mobility team to make the decision to maintain the status quo.
Okay, I have an amendment that would look at changing that. I would love to hear more from the Safe Mobility team about why they supported retaining this. What can we do in this situation where I need that information to be able to make an informed decision?
I would suggest one of the options you could do is move it up to the part 1 of the report and ask for that review of very similar to part, and I forget the letter, I believe it's part E, over why the policy decision was made, and then go from there. Or you can direct it to be more consider this, and we will bring it back with a recommendation of yes or no.
Okay. Well, I'll move that in 1 second. Also, just looking for the rationale around the fine increase for that particular clause.
Yes, so in that one, again, when we talked about 250 as our standard fine, that clause was in one of our older bylaws and hadn't been reviewed in a number of years, so we simply just set it at the base of 250.
Okay. Just pulling up the wording for the motion here, for the amendment. Okay, so I will move that the motion on the floor be amended by adding a point 2L, which states, revise the relevant sections of Part 14 to allow bicycles, e-bicycles, e-scooters, inline skates, roller skates, and skateboards in park spaces, provided the use does not cause damage. And a second bullet point, adding a point 2J, which states, revise the relevant sections of Part 14 to allow bicycles, e-bikes, scooters, inline skates, roller skates, and skateboards in areas where protected active transportation infrastructure does not exist.
I will second that.
We're just getting it loaded.
So as it being loaded, Councillor Salvador, that includes cycling in parks?
That's correct.
Okay, good, because I had one. I was going to do that, but thank you for including that, so I don't have to do it. All right, here we go. So can you make the introduction, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, really the purpose of this amendment is to highlight some of the gaps and what I think are concerns related to active transportation. In the bylaw, this amendment will allow for two things. So first, it would allow folks to bike across park spaces as long as doing so does not cause any damage. Secondly, it would allow people to ride on the sidewalk when dedicated active transportation infrastructure does not exist and isn't present. We know that the risk of pedestrian cyclist injuries is substantially lower than vehicle cyclist injuries. If this bylaw is in part about safety, I think it should be a fairly straightforward amendment. We heard this reflected in what speakers shared with us today. There are many instances where people simply do not feel safe biking on the road with large trucks, SUVs, vehicles that are traveling at much higher speeds, and I would say that I'm included in that. I don't feel safe in those instances either and often ride on the sidewalk in those cases. Similarly, there are situations where there may be gaps in infrastructure or missing links, where people will go up on the sidewalk for a portion of their trip because it is the safe thing to do. If we're applying an equity lens to this work, there is inequity in the distribution of safe cycling infrastructure across the city, with some neighborhoods being significantly underserved compared to others. Also related to equity, I'm actually going to throw back to an Elise Stolte article from 2019, which pointed out the concentration of tickets issued for biking on sidewalks in low-income neighborhoods with no active transportation infrastructure, which raised questions about the application of this bylaw. Again, like many people, I regularly ride on the sidewalk when I need to in order to stay safe. I think that the inclusion of this limitation in the bylaw is not supportive of our goals around active transportation and is not in line with Vision Zero. We're trying to encourage folks to use active modes, and we know that lack of safe infrastructure is one of the primary barriers to ridership. Yeah, so I will leave it there and maybe just add that conduct for riding a bicycle on the sidewalk is already addressed in a different section around conduct. Running out of time, but happy to take questions there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So please, questions on the amendment. Councillor Wright, questions on the amendment?
No.
Councillor Stevenson, questions on the amendment?
No.
Okay, we have an amendment on the floor. Councillor Principe, questions on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question. Can you please explain to me, Councillor Salvador, you had said that there was something addressed in another section of the bylaw? Is that correct? Or, yeah, can you explain that to me, please?
Yeah, so I'm just pulling up the exact section here. So section 82 for conduct explains that when riding a bicycle, e-bicycle, e-scooter, inline skates, roller skates, or skateboard, or any similar device, a person must yield the right of way to pedestrians or slower moving persons, alert any person about to be overtaken by giving an audible signal or and reasonable time before overtaking, use reasonable care when overtaking another person, and travel under control and at a reasonable rate of speed, having regard to the nature, condition, and use of the sidewalk or shared pathway.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, my question is, what is a reasonable rate of speed? Because I will actually want to support this amendment, but I am concerned with e-bikes. I've heard that they can go fairly fast, so I'm not sure, like, who decides what a safe speed is? Like, what would be a safe speed? Do we have any measurement of that?
So, Councillor, it would be contextual based on the circumstances. Applying something like a speed limit on a sidewalk would be nearly impossible to measure and enforce. So this is where we're going to have to look at it based on the circumstances. What might be a reasonable rate of speed in one area where there's not any pedestrian traffic would likely be very different in a more dense area.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's good. Thank you very much. That's it for me. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you're on mute.
Great. Thank you, Michelle. Councillor Wright, question on the amendment.
No.
Okay, good. All right, so we have amendment on the floor. Questions are concluded. Anyone to speak? Councillor, oh, you're the mover. So who's after Councillor Salvador? Because I want to say a few
I
words.
think it's me.
Councillor Knack.
Sure, I'll take
I,
pretty sure it's me.
I think this is a very important amendment from my perspective because I notice often, not only in the neighborhood that I live, but also the neighborhoods I visit, that many low-income seniors are using active modes of transportation, which is good. It in fact it helps with their affordability challenges because they can't either afford to buy a car or if they have a car, gas prices are high, insurance costs are high. So they are using active modes of transportation. It's good for their health, good for the environment. But I see them often riding on the sidewalks, not on the road, because either the infrastructure doesn't exist on the road. If it does, it's not properly maintained. Right. So I think this will continue to have that flexibility for them to do so. So I am going to support this as well as, maybe I'm guilty of this. I ride my bike on the grass often, going to Meadows Rec Center from my home. I see other people do that, but I don't see any damage being done by that. It's different than somebody driving a 4x4 on the car than in a light bike on the grass, and then a light bike on the grass. So I think there's a distinction between those two. So I think these will be good things to us to explore. So I'm going to support this, and I'll take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
Councillor Wright to speak.
No.
Okay, Councillor Salvador to close.
No, nothing further.
Okay, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Jans?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Now back to the motion. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Okay, I really don't want to be wordsmithing and adding stuff, but I guess I'll just ask all my questions quickly here. So section 65, where it talks about signs. I'm just wanting to know how these signs were determined. Does it include things like, is that proper signage for like realtor signs or garage sale signs? And our existing community league signs along roadways, are those in compliance? Because I think it's 15 meters away, and I'm thinking the community league signs I've seen in my neighborhoods are a lot closer than that.
Councillor Wright, whether an individual sign is in compliance, we'd have to look at. These provisions were borrowed from another jurisdiction that has had it in place for a number of years, and it's working fairly well.
Okay.
So rather than reinvent the wheel, we borrowed it.
Okay, so then will things like that be looked at then before determining what those distances are that we do have existing, or will existing signs be exempt?
We would look at that on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. It's section 49, where you're not supposed to cut or remove or whatever vegetation. Does this apply then to boulevard gardening? Because I think over the past year or so, people have not had to get a permit for the boulevard gardening. They were just allowed to do so.
Yes, and so remember, when we have an existing program at the city where we've granted permission for something, there is an override provision in this bylaw that would allow that. This is with if anything you see in this bylaw is to be read unless you have permission from the city to do it.
Okay, but I thought the boulevard garden, okay, so just sort of a blanket, go ahead and do it, that's permission enough?
We can do that, yes.
Okay. Okay. The definition of park, doesn't include picnic areas, but it's referenced as a park or included in section 13. So I don't know if that definition has to be amended in the earlier section.
Sorry, you might have to explain to me a little bit more what you're seeing.
Okay, so in it's page 2, where it says,
sorry, yeah, I
park-
think I follow you now, Counselor. Sorry. Yeah, so we're talking. Yes, what this would be picnic areas within parks, where we are saying that you should not have a dog within that particular picnic area.
Okay, so park, the definition of park includes number 4, a playground, number 6, a sports field, and then and that's referenced in 13, which then also says picnic areas. That doesn't have to be redefined on page 2.
I think we are likely fine because most picnic areas are, with the broad definition of park, are likely going to fall within somewhere with one of its definitions. Those other specific things were actually added to more deal with some specific use cases in the smoking provisions. I think that one will work itself out.
Okay. And then I'm wondering about why the duplication of existing criminal code offenses and other legislation, why that's put into the bylaw when those laws already exist.
So I'd say we're looking at a different behavior. It's commonly referred to as a double aspect. So it's where something that is illegal criminally, based on the moral reasons for it to be criminal, also has an impact on a public space. And so we are trying to regulate that impact on the public space without looking at the criminality and morality of the offense. They run in parallel, and the courts have confirmed that that double aspect is a valid municipal use of bylaws.
Okay. Section 44, have we assessed the environmental impact of remains?
The province did that for us, so we are just simply clearing that up. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Section 28, I would like to remove utility knives from the weapons because those can be a useful tool.
You're certainly welcome to make that amendment. I would emphasize that weapons here is meant to be that if it's being used or displayed appropriately, if somebody's carrying it and using it for a purpose, common sense and officer discretion will solve this problem.
Okay, I mean, I can see it being used as a weapon, and I mean, it has been in the past. And the idea of the pepper spray, and I can't pronounce the or whatever, capsicum or whatever it is, and that can be also used for self-defense for women. So why is that considered a weapon?
That's definitely a bit of a gray area in terms of the criminaling. It is actually only legal to be used for the purposes for which it is sold, which is as a wildlife deterrent. That being said, again, we will apply common sense and public interest when we are doing enforcement, as always.
Okay, and you keep coming back to the common sense and the discretion of the officer, but then in response to Councillor Jans's suggestion about the sidewalks and that, it was stated that it's not fair to leave that up to the discretion of the officer, whether or not there was suitable active transportation routes around.
Yeah, so I apologize, and if I misspoke, I do apologize. Not that it's not appropriate to leave it to officer discretion. It absolutely is. But where it's very hard for them because it's vagueness, that's where we want to try to avoid. So when an officer is asked to determine if someone else feels safe riding a bike on a roadway versus sidewalk, that becomes next to impossible for them. Where we write a rule that captures 95% of circumstances, one of the most important lessons as a drafter I was taught is you can't draft for every scenario. So draft for as much as you can and allow the legislation and the system and the good common sense of how it's used and applied to take care of the rest.
Okay, my time's up. And
if I could, I would just say in over 2 decades of law enforcement, I've never seen anybody charged for using pepper spray in self-defense.
So,
yeah.
Okay, I guess in self-defense, but if they use it aggressively, then they can be charged. Okay.
Constable Stevens, you're next.
Thank you. Just wanted to go through a few process questions. So I'd understood, I feel like there would be a great opportunity to have this conversation at a committee level as we're going through some of the finer details when this motion comes back to us. Is that administration's current understanding, or what will happen based on the wording of the motion right now?
I believe the wording originally indicated it would return to City Council, but that's a direction that you can give.
And maybe just to the mover, just wondering what the intent was, or what?
I had edited it, I thought, through discussion and collaboration with my colleagues to be going to committee, because I understood that to be the preferred route.
So I am wondering what clerks would suggest. It seems fairly ambiguous to me right now. I don't know if we need to actually amend it, or if we just make it clear in terms of the due date, where it's due to.
To clarify, Councillor Stevenson, are you asking how we ensure it goes to committee, or the due date itself to committee?
How it goes to committee, yeah.
Yeah, I think council could consider doing an amendment, friendly or otherwise, by amending point 2 so that it says and return to a future committee meeting.
Oh, there we go. Yes, yeah, I would make that edit if that's friendly. Great, thank you for that. And then again, these are the conversations that I feel are a bit more appropriate at the committee level. But a question I have in terms of the feeding wildlife. So in my neighborhood, there are folks who have put, bird feeders out along trails in the river valley. So that would be prohibited if we delete the exception. That would be 2G.
If your question is to me, yes, the removing the exception would trigger the broader prohibition.
Okay, I think maybe that's something to contemplate when we come back to this, and just thinking about some of those broader questions around over-regulating, and thinking about what the problems are that we wish to solve. And maybe in that vein as well, just in terms of the 2D, in terms of specifying not sidewalk chalk, could that broadly be considered as well around temporary paint?
We definitely can. The reason we remove sidewalk chalk is we just didn't feel that made sense. Temporary paint, I would want to do some consultation with our folks in city operations to find out if there's an issue with, where do we draw that line between when it causes a resource implication to remove it versus when it will a rain take care of it.
Okay, great. And then just in terms of, again, the first part of the motion, it does speak to, I think, coming back with suggested changes. So again, what does administration anticipate with that? Because I think I heard before there may not be much change based on the further GBA analysis, and just wanted to understand to manage those expectations.
I think it might be fair to say we don't know what we don't know. We want to flag, though, that we can do this analysis and it may not come back with any changes. We may find something we didn't know, but at this point, I would say it's going to be impossible to say what the specific impact of that is going to be.
Okay, but there's an openness and a willingness to be informed by that research and that evidence and data as that additional analysis is done?
Always.
Okay, great. Great, no further
Can
questions.
I just make a comment there, Councillor Stevenson, if you don't mind?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, I do think I'm getting more and more concerned about us just doing GBA plus analysis, because when we come back with the GBA plus analysis, it's done in accordance with the policy that is set from the program. But I don't think it's satisfying people's and council's questions. And so one of the things that I like about this is the but not limited to aspect of it, because I really think we need to delve in to see if GBA plus analysis is enough. And GBA plus is about 20 years old. It's been amended along the way, but we're hearing more and more that council wants us to do more GBA plus. I'm not sure GBA plus is the best method. Maybe it's GBA plus these other things like anti-racism and some of the other things listed. So I think that's going to be helpful to us. And you may find we come back with more than a GBA plus analysis.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Andre. Constance Jans?
Yeah, so just to confirm, the police right now, I believe there was and I need some clarity here. I believe the court passed a thing or directed the police, or was it the Crown prosecutor directed the police, that if somebody's smoking drugs in public or has drugs, they wouldn't be charged. Is that true? It was like
Uh,
a
If I'm guessing, Councillor Jans, as to what you're referring, there were some changes federally that required officers to consider diversion and referral unless certain circumstances were met. That was a change to the Federal Controlled Drug and Substances Act.
right. Now, does that sort of apply to us as well too in our bylaw process?
So I'd say again, this is where you have to think of the two parallel systems. That was intended to avoid having criminal consequences without having thought of other potential diversion approaches first. And it requires both police officers and prosecutors to think about those options. We are looking at not the criminal behavior. The federal sphere is taking care of that and will respect all their decisions and processes. We are looking at what that impact of the space is on the public space.
Right. And so, and our only lever is a fine, right?
Yes.
Like, we can't mandate restorative treatment. We can't mandate counseling. We can't mandate recovery.
We can't mandate that. We can certainly, as David's indicated, encourage and direct and provide supports, but we cannot mandate it.
So our only option, so there's a scenario where if I'm smoking an illegal drug, if I get caught by an EPS officer, the officer would take away my drug and send me on my way with no charge. But if I got caught by a city bylaw officer, I could be facing a $500 ticket. Is that correct?
You could, but nothing is also stopping our officers from exercising that same discretion. It's not removed by adding the fine amount.
I would also say that all EPS members in Edmonton have provisions under the bylaws to do with bylaw enforcement too. So it wouldn't just be a difference between the peace officers and the police officers.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's helpful. I guess where I'm struggling is like, I want to offer something to the business community folks who want to hear a tough on crime, want to hear like a build the wall, no more drugs, zero tolerance kind of slogan. But I don't see the reality here. Like, it seems like there's a lot more ambiguity than is within our control as a municipality anyway, that there is a lot of gray here because of the criminal justice system and just the very limited scope of powers for the municipality. Is that, like, are there any other levers we're overlooking aside from fines or something that we could do?
We are very constrained in terms of what we can mandate. We can certainly go out and work with folks on a voluntary basis, but where we mandate, we are very constrained by a provincial system. We are hopeful and continuously pursuing options that are available at the criminal level with the provincial courts in terms of diversions and the Indigenous courts and the mental health courts, but currently they're not made available to bylaw offenses.
Because conversely, I'm worried about this being completely misrepresented tomorrow and saying city council refuses to sanction drugs in public spaces.
I don't know if I can answer that for you. I think this is a tough conversation, and you heard perspectives on both sides today.
But I just want to be clear though, like, drugs are already illegal. That I know I've been just sort of going through this, but like, drugs are already illegal. There's already sanctions available. Drugs on transit is already forbidden. Smoking on transit is forbidden. The enhancement on this bylaw would have clarified the definitions of a couple of those spaces, but writ large, if you're within the province of Alberta or Canada, consumption of drugs is already illegal.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. And I think that's the hard part here, where like, as one counselor, I just kind of feel like if this far along in the process with this many few limited options, it does feel like we're kind of stuck in the middle where it's very hard to communicate public expectations and also public limitations. So I guess I'll leave it at that. And I don't know if my colleagues have a different way out here, but that's the challenge I'm facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Principe.
Mr. Mayor, my first question is to the mover, Councillor Rutherford. I have a Thank you. I have a question about 1B, a climate review with options to support better environmental stewardship. What is your intention here? Are you looking for a certain bylaw in place? Like, I think, I would think that administration would need more direction than that. I'm confused as to exactly what you're looking for there.
Yeah, so in my discussion with administration, I asked them about the purpose which was added to the bylaw. So section 1 says that the purpose of this bylaw is yada yada yada, and the well-being of the environment, and promotes responsible stewardship of city assets and resources. In this case, in this motion, such as the river valley. In talking to administration, I asked about what kind of environmental considerations were put into this, and if they had done sort of an environmental climate review, and they acknowledged to me that they could have done more. And I think that the public would want to see that, especially some of the groups that are concerned about the river valley. I think there's also confusion as council, as administration has mentioned, about some of the other bylaws that already govern spaces like the river valley that we could also clarify better in that report. That was my intention. Does that help answer your question, Councillor Principe?
Okay, so yes, so you feel that this is the space to do it and is through bylaws?
Well, I think there already is bylaws.
Yes.
I think that there's a few areas where I think there's some tensions, and a good example is the amendment that just passed around the bikes in park spaces and on grass. Yes, it doesn't cause damage, but we did hear from speakers that were concerned about rogue bike trails in the river valley as an example. So I felt like there's still a layer that we were hearing from the public that we want to make sure that when that report comes back, and as we're making our final decision on this bylaw, we have thought about that well-being of the environment that we have stated is a purpose of this bylaw.
Okay, so then I'll go to administration and ask how they feel about that 1B. Do you feel you have clear direction on how to address this?
Councillor, my intention on this one is we would bring back perhaps more of a list of areas where we developed offenses or changed policy direction considering environmental impact. So there are a few places where we added new offenses because we were concerned about mitigating potential environmental consequences.
Okay, that's great. And then, sorry, Councillor Rutherford, back to you. The comprehensive GBA plus analysis, you just found that you believe that the analysis that was completed was not deep enough, or?
Yes, that is correct. I think that the GBA plus analysis should match the impact of the decisions that we're making. And this GBA plus analysis in this report really only talk about public engagement, and then in the private memo only skimmed the surface. Like, I mean, even Councillor Salvador just mentioned about the equity piece on the map that showed areas without proper bike infrastructure were disproportionately ticketed. I just think there's a lot of missed research and even our own data that was not taken into consideration in such an impactful piece of legislation that will guide public spaces for years to come.
Okay, there are a few points here in the motion that I do not agree with. So I guess I'm going to the clerks to see if it's possible to, should I just be trying to make an amendment? Right. Should I make an amendment to it, or should I ask to vote on it separately?
So what I would suggest, Councillor Principe, as chair, and I've been thinking about this too, right? I think if you don't like something in the motion, right, I would suggest that you make an amendment so council can vote on that to take it out, right? Because I think my understanding of Councillor Rutherford, unless she's okay with it, is that she wants this to be considered as a whole, right? So maybe Councillor Rutherford, am I understanding it correctly?
I think if we start going line by line on this one, it's confusing, and I also think amendments are just good Robert's rules practice in terms of explaining
I think
why to the rest of council why you're
that's a
concerned,
great idea.
right? Because then we can maybe learn your perspective, and I think that's an important part of the dialogue.
Yeah. So think about that, Councillor Principe. If you have
I think that's
issues, you can move amendments. Councillor Paquette.
okay. Great, thank you.
Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a quick question, going back to the remove reference to inappropriate use of transit spaces. To administration, I think that the feeling is that that's captured in section 32. So I guess my question is, do you feel that it's redundant, or was there a particular use for that provision?
So this is reflecting a decision of council that was fairly recent. So we originally had added something more aligned with section 32 to the conduct of transit passengers bylaw. And then as part of the broader transit safety and downtown safety discussions, we came back with something that is more aligned with what is section 35 to address concerns raised. So this is why they're marked the way they are, as not being significant policy shifts. We did mirror a conversation council has had within a very recent period of time and giving us direction on these types of behaviors.
Okay, and just to get it on the record, removing that, as stated in the motion, won't have any material effect on the rules and the enforcement on transit?
Well, removing it would remove the ability of officers to enforce that provision, yes.
Okay, but if the contention from the mover is that this is already captured in section 32, I'm just trying to get clarity on this.
Yeah, I would say 32 and 35 are not completely identical. They are slightly different types of behaviors. However, if the policy decision of council is to take out section 35, that is a decision that we can do and that can be implemented. It just would not be a tool available to enforcement officers, and it was put in by council within the very recent past.
Yeah, okay, so thank you. To the mover then, would you want that removed completely, or would you want administration to kind of take another crack at that and maybe see if we can get the intention aligned with the wording?
My intention is to have it removed completely.
Okay.
And I can explain a little bit more about
Yeah,
the why.
please. Yeah.
I think
Because I think the public is going to get confused by it, so it's probably really important
yeah,
to.
as you mentioned, I think we should talk about what section 32 talks about inappropriate behaviors. And so no one is allowed to engage in behaviors or actions in a public space that would be reasonably be expected to interfere with safety and comfort of others, ... and so forth. So when we talk about it just existing, to me, 35 actually regulates the existence of people just being able to be in public spaces. And I'm concerned about that. And I think that it's where I also talked about removing discretionary interpretation. And I can already give you an example of, I think if a mom goes with her toddler and they sit and watch the train, yes, of course, I do not think that bylaw is going to enforce on that on section 35. But if an individual that is unhoused and racialized is sitting on a bench, I do think it will be enforced. And that's concerning to me.
Okay, so just to encapsulate this, the way you feel is that section 32 already has everything that section 35 would have. The difference is that section 35, your concern is that it could be used.
And somebody existing in a public space
I'm
should
really
be allowed.
I'm struggling with this.
Yeah, no, I know. And I think for me, it's that existing in a public space, be it a transit station, be it a park, be it wherever, shouldn't be an issue if people aren't doing problematic behaviors. The issue is when they're doing problematic behaviors, that's when it should be regulated. I think we want our public spaces to be a space where all can exist.
Right.
That's what I'm
Okay.
trying to get
So essentially in 32, when it says public spaces, mentally, we all can just add if we don't want to put it in the actual wording, including transit.
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna give that one some thought. I'm not sure if there's much I can do about it, but I think there's some gray area. Would you be okay with maybe taking one more crack at it to see if they can get the language right? To the mover?
So what would your recommended amendment be then to what's on the floor?
Just to have administration come back with
Councilor
a
Pickett, why don't,
I'm out of time. Yeah.
why don't you think about, right, and come back next round, right? So
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
yeah. Councilor Salvador, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
David, I'm sorry I'm dwelling on this question, but I really need to understand this because it's very important to depoliticize this debate, because I worry is that some people going to perceive this, that this council is soft on open drug use. So far, I know it's a complex issue, but what I want to understand so far, the work your team has done on transit and the work that EPS has done since September. Is there conclusive data or strong enough data at this time to give you indication either way it is working, that finding people, because there are other tools available. Open drug use is a criminal offense, right? Am I right in that?
Drug possession is the
So drug possession is a criminal offense, but open drug use is also covered under certain laws now, right?
I would have to dust off my criminal
Maybe
code.
Nancy,
I think it's
you
more
can
about the
help me with
possession.
this, right?
Yeah.
What other
Yep.
provisions cover open drug use?
Federally, it is the possession offense that is the primary one, where it's depending on how it's consumed. For example, if it's a smoking offense, there may be an overlap, but there's no other direct overlap with use.
Okay. So has the enforcement worked to deter open drug use in public spaces?
So I can't speak at all to the EPS. I don't have a line of sight on their work, their stats, or anything like that. But from our perspective, I think, again, there are a compounding of issues. You know, let's say 6 years ago, 43% of the time we were doing ticketing on bylaw offenses. Now we're doing 17. Nancy spoke earlier about the deterrence effect and needing that certainty that somebody will get penalized to have a deterrent effect. So I would suggest that we're backing off of that deterrent effect in order to satisfy, other means of dealing with the behaviors, as we've heard from, a policy perspective on doing the engagement and the encouragement. But in that same time, we've seen a fairly significant growth in public complaints to us about drug use in transit spaces.
Well, I understand. I think I really understand the source of public complaints. Absolutely. What I'm worried about it, or at least where I'm struggling, is that if connecting people to services is more effective, having COT teams where you have a social worker, having a conversation with someone, education, engagement is working better than ticketing, right? So that's what I'm struggling. What is the most effective way to reduce open drug use, right?
Well, I unfortunately I don't have a deep dive on our data the way that you're asking for, but I would suggest that this is the kind of question that we might be able to address when it comes to the service package that we've been asked to produce for, transit safety in the spring SOBA.
Okay, that will be good information. Actually, I do have a subsequent related to enforcement that I'm going to bring forward right after this, right? Because I really want to have more thoughtful, evidence-based communication on this, right? Because society is already polarized on this issue, and we need to depolarize this based on evidence and that. So thank you so much for that. And also, Andre, appreciate your comments on GBA Plus having anti-racism lens, reconciliation lens, and equity lens. I will think about maybe not today, but in sometimes quickly in the future, bringing forward some sort of notes of motion so that council can direct you to expand on that. So appreciate
Yeah,
that.
Mayor, just on your last question to David, I think I would say it's about tools in the toolbox. And I think we've heard a lot of people say today, and I agree, that we should not be ticketing people who can't afford to pay tickets. But that tool does work very well for people who are not houseless, for people who are not poor, for people who have means. We see that being very effective with speeding tickets on the Henday, for example. Although we can't do that at this point. But my point is that I think it's a tool in the toolbox, and I agree we should not use those tools for people who are marginalized, but we can. That doesn't mean we shouldn't use those tools for people who are not. And so I think it's about which tool is used in which circumstance. But
thank you. Okay, do we need to move another round or maybe not? Because I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Wright. Actually, Councillor Wright haven't had a question on this round, right? Councillor Wright, go ahead.
I actually think I have, but
You have. Maybe,
we'll
I'll go to Councillor Salvador then.
Okay, I'll be quick. I just have one question remaining here. Yeah, so I was just looking back at the report that came to committee, I think it was September 2022, when we were in the early days of some of the of this body of work. And one of the goals was for the bylaw to be fully aligned with the city's community safety and well-being strategy. Just looking for a bit of an explanation or commentary around how it aligns with the 7 pillars and what thought went into that piece.
So, Councillor, I don't know if I can go through pillar by pillar and aligns. I would say that was one of the pieces that we kept in mind, and it was one of the many inputs, is to make sure that we found alignment. There was a number of things that came into here. So there's going to be spaces where it doesn't totally align with community safety and well-being, but that's because we had to prioritize something else. But I don't know if I can go pillar by pillar for you. I apologize.
That's okay. I just wanted to know, so it was sort of cross-referenced and incorporated into the process?
A large number of inputs went into the process, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillors.
Do I need to move another round,
Yes,
I
move
think?
another round, please.
Yeah, I'll move. I don't know what number we're on.
Second.
Thank you. Please
Not
vote.
second round, but fourth.
Additional round.
Councillor Jans?
In favor.
And Councillor Rutherford? Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay. All right, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Okay, I'll try to make this quick, and then I do have an amendment to the motion as well. Anything to do with the fine amounts and that we can leave till later. I'm just concerned about the alcohol being less than the other drugs and rationale for that.
I'm going to suggest if you have a specific direction on something, you tell us that now so that we can adjust it.
Okay, but this is coming back to committee, so at that time we can also make any further adjustments?
Yes,
make
you
motions
can.
if it comes back to the committee we're on, or coordinate with a fellow colleague to make a
Yes,
motion. Okay.
but if you know what should be changed now, it would be more helpful to us if we can do everything at one time rather than a continuous iteration.
Okay, so my question is, why is the alcohol only $250 and other drugs are $500?
We didn't want to deviate too much higher than the provincial fine for consumption of liquor in a public space, and so we left it at the base level. This is less of a science, more of an art.
Okay, so it aligns with, okay. I just thought maybe because it was more publicly acceptable to drink alcohol then. Okay. And then in regards to the 1E about the 50-person gathering permit, I'm just wondering how that aligns with the tripartite agreement with the community leagues, where I think they'll still be allowed to go 250 without having to get a permit?
There'll be no change to what they're allowed under the tripartite. Yeah.
Okay, great. And then the engagement for the climate review. Are you just sort of going to take the same data that you've got now, or are you going to engage with different groups?
Councillor Wright, we no longer have Erin on the call. She had to leave, so we don't have anyone from our engagement and research group.
Okay, I'm just wondering then, to the mover, were you considering any specific groups that you would like to have engaged on that climate review? Do you want to add some in?
At this point, my report more focuses on research and analysis, and as Ms. Jacobson pointed out, highlighting what considerations, and I think one of the pieces that you didn't mention, Ms. Jacobson, but I would like to see is, again, what other bylaws are already guiding these spaces from an environmental protection, like our River Valley bylaws and those things. So just, again, a little bit more of a holistic view for the public. I don't necessarily, because if we start engaging with one group, then we have to engage all, and the capacity for that is really challenging.
Okay. And then also to the mover, I guess, or maybe to admin, when we say River Valley, that includes our ravine system as well?
100%,
Okay,
yes.
good, excellent. Okay, so then I just want to, at this time, I think I'll maybe follow up just to get clarification on some of my questions with administration, and I'm sure they can provide answers that will not require any bylaw updates, because I'm sure there's perfectly good rationale for it. But I do want to just put forward one amendment, and that's in regards to the utility knives and the pepper spray, to have those removed. What's that?
So sorry, what are you, what are you wording? Sorry?
To have pepper spray and utility knives removed as a weapon.
So they'll be added as where?
So that would end up being point 2K and 2L.
Councillor Wright, could you read that into the records? We have it.
So that the motion on the floor be amended by adding a point 2K, which states revise section 28C by deleting or utility knives, and adding a point 2L, which states delete section 28E, oleoresin capsium or capsium spray or any other liquid, spray, powder, or substance that is capable of injuring, immobilizing, or incapacitating a person or animal, and renumber remaining clauses as necessary.
You got that, Chris?
We have the language. Do we have a seconder?
Need a seconder.
Okay, that's fine. Don't put yourself in an awkward position if you don't want to. All right, so then I guess I will withdraw that motion.
Okay. All right. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through a potential motion into chat there, or amendment anyway, that we can change the wording on the part that we were talking about earlier to remove, and then in brackets, or modify, close brackets, reference to inappropriate use of transit spaces throughout the bylaw. I just think there might be something. Oh, sorry, if I can.
Yeah, can you just want to make sure, Councillor Paquette, we got it in the right place. So can you identify where that was?
Yeah, that was, geez, I have to, how many screens we got going today? Let's find out. That would be, I guess, third from the bottom, if that's where we're at there.
Okay, can you, Chris, can you move up the, okay, so it is 2E,
F,
right?
there
So
we go.
2F, right?
Yeah, 2F.
So what are you suggesting for 2F?
Yeah, I would just, yeah, that would be my preference, just because I do think that there might be something there about inappropriate use of transit spaces that we might be able to land on, that is reasonable, that makes sense, and that everyone can kind of agree, like, okay, yeah, that's fair. That is we can use that for sure. So
what
we
are
might
you,
not be able to land on that, but we might be able to.
so Councillor, can you read into F what change are you proposing?
Yep, of course. So on 2F, remove and then in brackets or modify, close brackets, reference to inappropriate use of transit spaces throughout the bylaw. So it's just a minor addition, but it gives administration opportunity to maybe work with council to, and through that GBA plus lens aspect, land on something that's workable.
So remove.
I'd rather try to use a tool well than just discard it because it's just not the right fit.
Okay.
Maybe we can make it a better fit.
So it's testing a remove and or modify.
Yeah, just
remove or modify?
Yep. Remove or modify.
Councillor Paquette, just for clarity, are you suggesting the motion on the floor be amended by replacing 2F in its current state with 2F, remove or modify reference to inappropriate use of transit spaces throughout the bylaw? So we're adding or modify? Okay, we'll get that loaded once there's a...
What I can ask maybe Councillor Rutherford is adding modify friendly.
I would say not to my original intent, no.
Oh, got it. Okay. All right, so we have a amendment on the floor. Chris, if you don't mind, can you please put that amendment on the screen so that then Councillor Paquette can speak to it? Then we can have a discussion on it.
We are just loading language and just wanted to confirm if there is a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Councillor Knack seconded it. And we'll stop your time, Councillor Paquette, so don't worry about that. Here we go. So can you read this into the record, Councillor Paquette, then make the introduction, please?
Yeah, so the amendment would be replacing 2F, remove reference to inappropriate use of transit spaces throughout the bylaw with 2F, remove or modify reference to inappropriate use of transit spaces throughout the bylaw.
Got it.
And I guess is to put it plainly, there may be a tool here that is actually helpful for us. And I would hate to see that get thrown out simply because we didn't give it a proper consideration. I think that hopefully administration would be working with council, and I would reach out personally to find a reasonable way to take a look at that addresses the GBA plus concerns, but also gives us an extra tool that we probably sorely need as we work on making transit a little bit safer for everyone and working a little bit more appropriately. Now, I totally understand where Councillor Rutherford is coming from. That's why the last council unanimously voted to get rid of the loitering provision in the bylaw. And I can see that this looks a lot like that coming back. But this is an opportunity for us to put our heads together and see if we can find sort of a happy middle ground there that actually works. We may not be able to, but I would like to give it a shot. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry. Councillor Principe, you have a question on the amendment?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Thanks. Just an amendment myself.
Yeah, no worries. So we have an amendment on the floor. Any questions on the amendment? I see none. Anyone to speak to the amendment? Okay, Councillor Rutherford to speak.
Yeah, just quickly. I know I didn't agree to this as a friendly because it was to me very different from the original intent of the motion, and I was just being a little bit by the book, but I appreciate Councillor Paquette's attempt here. I get where he's coming from. I'm a little bit more skeptical that we'll find a middle ground in this space that doesn't still, you know, change the context of the person and now all of a sudden it's an offense. But I'm open to trying. So I will be supporting this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Okay, Councillor Paquette to close. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Okay. Now, Councillor Principe, you have an amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to make an amendment to the motion that's on the floor to delete the bullet point. I can't see what letter it is at this point that states delete section 54.
Okay, we'll get to the original motion on the floor here quickly. So which one are you referring to, one in part 1 or part 2? Is the climate change
In
one?
part 2.
Councillor Principe, I believe
No,
that's part 2C.
2C, delete section 54. Yeah, correct. Thank you, Chris. Yeah.
So delete section
Clerk Martin.
54. Okay. We need a seconder to delete section 54.
Second.
Councillor Rutherford?
I second
Oh.
it. I'm curious.
Okay, got it. Okay, Councillor Principe, can you please make the introduction?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Rutherford, for giving me the opportunity to explain as to why I'm asking to delete it. The reason is because I wouldn't support penalizing someone for accidentally spilling or dropping something. But if something is being done intentionally, I do believe that that is the purpose of this bylaw, is to prevent people intentionally making large spills that could actually be a concern. It could even be a safety hazard, as a slip, fall, something like that. But I just see that this bylaw is something that actually is meant to address something that is more than just accidentally a spill or a drop of food. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Questions on the amendment? Councillor Wright?
Hi, I'm just wondering, administration, isn't there something already in the bylaw that addresses, like, if you willfully damage city property? Because wouldn't that go
Councillor,
to
yes.
Okay. And what section is
There's
that?
a damage provision. I don't know off the top of my head, but I can tell you there is something in there about
Okay, I thought
damaging
I
public
recalled
spaces.
reading something like that. So then that would, if somebody did willfully, you know, throw out their milkshake across the the bus seat or something, then they could be fined under that section, right?
Possibly causing damage. Spilling a large amount of food may not cause damage, so the offense may not apply.
Okay.
We went back and forth on whether or not to remove this particular provision and opted to leave it in for that reason. If it was an egregious case, it would be a good tool to have, but that we wouldn't use it in non-egregious situations.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rutherford, question?
Yes, and just City Clerk, my button's broken. Just so you know. Okay, I guess Councillor Principe, are you aware that there's so what I was confused about, there's section 33 within the bylaw that talks about causing damage, and that a person must not cause damage to or interfere with the intended use of property in a public space. So I felt like that already covered that, and I just felt like the spill and that piece was a little bit redundant. So any thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you. I did read that as well, and I see how you can see there's a relation. But as we heard, that this is just another tool in the toolbox, as we often say, where it may not necessarily, some may not see it as actually causing damage, but it can be causing disorder. So I still feel that that is something that I would like to see remain in the bylaw, section 54.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So that concludes the questions on the amendment. Now to speak to the amendment. Councillor Principe to close.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have anything else to say. Thank
Please
you.
vote.
Sorry, we're just getting the vote loaded.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Oops, sorry. Can you recall the vote, please? Can you recall the vote for me, Chris?
That.
Too aggressively,
Mayor, so are you ready for us to release the vote again?
Yeah, please.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay, now we are back to the original motion. Any further amendments? Okay, we see no further amendments. Oh, sorry, Councillor Principe, more questions on the amendment? Oh, sorry, on the motion?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I did have another amendment. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I am going to, okay, thank you. I am going to, in section 2, once again, I can't see what letter the bullet point is, but it's the one that we discussed prior. Remove reference to inappropriate use of transit spaces throughout the bylaw. I would like to move that bullet point.
Okay, so that'll be 2F you want removed, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, can you make the introduction, please, Councillor Principe?
As I recall, this is a term that was used or coined quite recently by City Council, and I just see that there was a reason why we had put this into place. And again, this was a way for the bylaw officers to have an option and a way of dealing with certain situations. That was my understanding of this terminology, and that's why I would like to see it remain in the bylaw.
And just to clarify, was there a seconder for this motion?
Sorry, Chris. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'll second it for purpose of debate, Councillor. So go ahead, Councillor Principe. Continue with the introduction.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was just my introduction. That's all I had to say about that.
So you want to keep it in the proposed bylaw. Okay. Questions, colleagues? Okay, see no questions. Sorry. Okay, Councillor Rutherford, questions?
In the current bylaw, we reinstated the loitering clause, correct? To administration?
No, we brought in something that is arguably to some folks slightly similar, but loitering is about being idle and without purpose. And we introduced a section that is being in transit for a purpose contrary to using transit.
That was what council decided on recently?
Yes.
Okay. And do you feel like there is opportunity, like, because if this gets deleted, we lose the opportunity to do Councillor Paquette's motion amendment that was to modify. Do you think it's all or nothing, or do you think there is a middle ground?
I would have to think on that more. I'm always happy to reconsider and hear perspectives and ideas. I said we'll say that we carried forward an existing policy and we didn't see a need to change it based on the direction we have. But if the direction is to look at it one more time, we'll happily do so.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any more questions on the amendment? Seeing none, now to speak. I see no one to speak. Councillor Principe to close.
No, that's okay.
Okay, please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Now, okay. Any other amendments? Seeing none, we have concluded questions on the amendment. Now to speak on the amendment. Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Yeah,
to
thanks,
speak.
Mayor Sohi, that's your name. Again, just I want to thank everyone for this. You know, I think it was Councillor Salvador's question to administration around sort of why we were council versus committee, and I think through the questions there, I think I made this out to be bigger than it is, when really this is the first draft. It just so happens that it came to council instead of committee. And so when I think about it that way, I'm reminded of, you know, this is what we would have done at committee, but I appreciate why admin felt it made more sense to come to council so that we could all make amendments. And so there was a logical rationale to it on that. And thinking about it in the light of this being a first draft, there's some really good things in this first draft that I think were really well done. I think the overall intent of consolidating makes sense. Love the ability for food trucks to operate more and the reduction of red tape in other areas. Some of the consolidation makes a ton of sense. And I have a few questions, and I actually want to give particular credit to Councillor Rutherford, who made a motion quite some time ago about having this whole conversation, and then put together this referral motion that I think most of the things captured in to are areas that I also would have wanted to have seen flagged. I might have some other questions on some of the other areas, but it'll be good to get the detailed analysis, the GBA Plus analysis on those as it comes forward. So again, recognizing that this is very much just that, a draft first try on this. We were in the right direction. And I guess maybe I'll comment, I think about, because of some of the discussion today, I think even like the speakers, there was this, some folks are like, you have to say no, it's completely terrible, or, you have to approve it today. And had this been in committee, maybe we wouldn't have approached it with that lens of like, it's all or nothing. Today is the only day we have to sort this out. That's not it. And I think even just reading some of the commentary as I go online, and some of the folks who are criticizing one side or criticizing the other on this, like, again, I completely get why folks like from the DBA or the chamber are expressing the views that they have, because I hear that a lot out in the community right now. There's this sort of tension between compassion and wanting to feel safe, and it's hard. It's hard to navigate. We had a meeting just a couple of weeks ago in Terralosa where it was focused more on housing, but folks who were so like feeling almost bad that they were expressing concerns about their safety because they didn't want to make it feel like they were trying to get rid of people who were experiencing homelessness. And so like there's there is a natural tension that exists, and I appreciate a lot of the questions around, are fines the right tool, like Mayor Sohi's been asking, but I also appreciate Mr. Jones talking about how 83% of the time we're not doing that, and so there's already a great body of work that happens here. So all in all, I'm generally comfortable with the overall direction. This motion doesn't essentially blow up the bylaw or stop it from working. And to some of the other questions we heard, this doesn't mean that between now and when the next draft comes forward that there's no rules in place. There's plenty of bylaws currently in place to address inappropriate behavior. So there should be no assumption or no deeper read into it. I heard the comment around symbolism. Not approving this today. There's no symbolism. It's just, this is the first draft. We're doing more work. Let's keep doing work together. It'll come to committee. We can make some more amendments. We can make some more adjustments. That's what we do with virtually every other bylaw we've been dealing with for decade upon decade upon decade in the city. So we'll continue with that process. So thank you to Councillor Rutherford in particular for your leadership and working your way through this in a very nuanced way. I think it's a really good step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson?
Well, thank you. That my comments actually tie in very closely to Councillor Knack, so that appreciate those words. Again, also want to thank administration for their work and for Councillor Rutherford for her work on this as well. I think, again, these are really big questions that we're grappling with, and I think recognizing that there will be iterations and conversations, that those conversations are healthy, that they're important to have as a community. I was reflecting on a lot of what we heard today, and it's always hard to hear sort of community pitting against each other. That the word dehumanization came up quite a few times, and I worry that can go both ways, and I think I heard it go both ways today as well. So as a representative in the core of our city, I've heard from many businesses and residents with not frivolous or unjustified concerns, with very valid and real concerns about how they're being impacted in their business, in their lives. I think what stands out to me, particularly with businesses, the concern I hear most often from them is worry for their staff, worry for others being harmed that they're responsible for. At the same time, I really appreciate the voices that highlighted the fact that this bylaw has the potential to disproportionately impact those in our community that are already marginalized. And it's critical that we ensure that we're not creating more harm than we're seeking to solve. And it brings me back to the fact that, again, I think this tension that we're hearing in the community, just so important to remember that I think what we're all frustrated with and all want to address at a much higher level is the housing, drug poisoning, mental health crisis that is before us, and that is the true source of tension and division within our community. I don't think that fundamentally we have different objectives of what we want to see, which is a prosperous and healthy community for everyone. I think it is really important that we take the time to get this right, recognizing, as Councillor Knack highlighted, that there are other bylaws, or our existing bylaws continue to be in place. I think that it's important that it's important that we provide meaningful changes that do not provide false hope or give the idea that there's a silver bullet. Ensuring that we have the right tools, ensuring that we are making the right choices is incredibly important for me. What I've heard is that people want actual solutions, and I don't know that what we have before us is that full solution yet. I'm looking forward to the work that comes back as part of this motion, and for future iterations of this work going ahead. Also, again, just want to, overall say, I think the move to consolidate these bylaws is incredibly positive. Again, food trucks has been mentioned. Like there are some really life jackets. There are some great considerations here, and I look forward to those being part of our future bylaws as well. So thank you again to the mover for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. And I too want to thank the speakers that all came out today and joined us, and also to the committees, and especially those that I'm council advisor on, WAVE, Accessibility Advisory Committee, and the Community Services Advisory Board, for providing their very quick turnaround and their thoughts and analysis on the bylaw. As Councillor Knack has said, recognizing that this is the first draft and that we do have another opportunity to come back, I will hold back on some of my other questions, or I have, for clarification. And I do think that, I think the importance of this bylaw is partly because we are trying to address the symptoms of a larger crisis and emergency that we're facing here, not only in Edmonton, but I think across the whole country. So I think these are good first steps. Thank you again to Councillor Rutherford for pulling these all together. I think these are some of the major points, and we will refine it as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for, oh, sorry, maybe I'm not allowed to ask a question at this point.
No, we are speaking.
But this is to the clerk. Am I allowed to ask a question to the clerk about?
Is it a process question, Councillor?
It is a process question. If this is passed today, then would there be an opportunity when it comes back at committee to address the remove or modify reference of inappropriate use of transit spaces throughout the bylaw at that time?
I may have to lean onto legal counsel for this, but I think the answer would be it depends in terms of what content comes back. Is there any other advice from Employee and Legal Services on this matter?
I would agree with you, Chris.
So does that mean it's possible? Gee.
I'm trying to use as much discretion as possible, Councillor Principe, to get you the answer.
Yeah. I guess you know how it is, how we because I made a motion for an amendment that did not pass. Would I be able to make that? Would I be able to make that at the committee level? Because it didn't pass. Do you see?
You would not be permitted to make the same motion at committee unless there was a motion
Correct.
to
That's
reconsider passed first.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. That's what I was thinking. Okay. Having heard that, and that was one of the biggest concerns I had was that wording in there. And I would like to support this, what Councillor Rutherford put forward, because there are a lot of good things in here that I did want to see as well. But that is one of my main concerns, was that wording there being removed and not having the opportunity to address that at the committee level. I find that very concerning. So at this time, I'm not likely to support this, but I'll wait to hear what my other colleagues have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. Really appreciate the conversation today, and want to begin by acknowledging the valuable perspectives that were shared by everyone who spoke, both today and leading up to this conversation. Also want to recognize the perspectives and voices that were not able to speak today, and possibly not able to participate in this process. I think we identified a number of groups who were not included as part of the engagement that went into this bylaw, and I'm hopeful that Part 1A will close some of those gaps, especially for folks who might not be, or for folks who might be directly affected by the bylaw. When I look at the bylaw in its entirety, a lot of it's fairly typical and acceptable. I think there are some good changes, but I share many of the concerns that I've heard from folks who spoke today about how some of the proposed regulations and fine increases will affect vulnerable and marginalized communities. When I step back and think about our overarching plans like the city plan, Connect Edmonton, I think about how critical public spaces are for fulfilling our goals around creating an inclusive and compassionate city that is greener as we grow and supports a community of communities. Public spaces are one of the major embodiments of the municipality that Edmontonians interact with every day. These spaces have the potential to create a sense of belonging and vibrancy, and in turn promote connection and well-being. I share the view that the engagement on the bylaw was narrow, and I'm concerned about the weight given to the survey results, and would expect that we're taking an evidence-based approach rooted in research and data as well that goes along with that type of survey data and engagement. Our bylaws and how they are enforced and operationalized is a vital part of the municipality that we are and collectively are striving to become. This conversation's also raised important questions about what problems we are trying to solve and whether the solutions we are applying are actually the right ones. I'm pleased that we received clarity around where we are in the process of revising the bylaw. As was mentioned, this is the first time Council has seen a full draft of this bylaw, and it is completely reasonable and I think important to carry out further refinements, adjustments, and changes to ensure that the bylaw is aligned with the city that we are working to become. So a really good opportunity to pause and give this body of work the time and attention it deserves, given its potential implications. So thank you to the mover for putting this forward. Looking forward to supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Just very quickly, I think one of the most important things I heard today was a speaker who shared a willingness from the provincial government to look at other sanctions instead of fines, because the vast majority of the correspondence that I received on this item was not really about the offense. Most people kind of agreed with the offenses that the public conduct of what you should be doing shouldn't be. We all kind of have a general sense of a public acceptable conduct. What most people were concerned about was the disproportionate application of fines or the consequences of criminalization and the downstream impacts. So if we are able to get more tools in our toolbox as a modern city in the 21st century, that would be an enormous win for us. So really, I don't know whether through our government relations or through joint advocacy with the Downtown Business Association and other folks who raise this, if we're able to get more tools, I think that would be it would go a very long way towards building greater social license from the public about how we want to see community standards enforced in our community. So just wanted to say that quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, just quickly, I want to thank Councillor Rutherford for putting all this work in, but I also want to thank administration for working very hard on this and echo a lot of the thoughts that have already been stated, so I won't repeat them. But I also really want to thank all the staff who have stayed on this Valentine's Day evening to work on this. And that's a sacrifice among multiple sacrifices that staff make in this work that I don't think gets publicly acknowledged enough. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Now, Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I also want to thank our administration and council colleagues and also members of the public for having this such a vigorous discussion on something that is top of mind for a lot of Edmontonians, which is how we make our public spaces enjoyable, safer places for everyone, for all Edmontonians. I've been reflecting on sitting in this little room away from Edmonton for the last since 9:30 this morning, with the exception of attending one meeting away from this room. Now, if federal government or provincial government were making this discussion, having this discussion, it will be behind closed doors in a cabinet room. But at a local level, this discussion is transparent. It is public, and public get to participate. And that is the importance of local government. That's why I really appreciate administration and colleagues, because it requires, I would say, different level of resiliency and tenacity in all of us to sit here, listen to the debate, ask tough questions, and still compete, still keep our composure and respect for each other. And it's so important. Really want to highlight that, Michelle, for you and your team for on this, because this was a difficult conversation that we had for an entire day. There's a lot of good stuff in this proposed bylaw. Where I worry is the impact of regulations on vulnerable population. It is not anybody's making. This is the reality that our society faces, that underinvestments in social infrastructure, in housing, in particularly in non-market housing, in lack of access to treatment facilities, lack of access to detox facilities, lack of access to mental health support, lack of access to people's ongoing childhood, intergenerational, unresolved trauma they're facing, people are facing. Those are the reason, poverty, those are the reason that people are driven into circumstances that they don't have a place to call home. So when those people are out in public places, they absolutely have to, things that people are able to do in their private homes, people who don't have a place to call home are doing those in public places. And that is a concern for everyone. Concern for them, their safety, and concern for the public safety. So where I'm really struggling, nobody tolerates public open drug use. All of us want to resolve this. My worry is that the tools, are we going to be effective? And I hope we will be, but I think until we start tackling the root causes, we will continue to struggle with these questions. So I look forward to the more discussion on this. I really appreciate Councillor Rutherford working with the administration, putting together this very comprehensive set of more amendments, right, in this big motion that will help us initiate ongoing conversation that we come to some sort of a more effective way of tackling this. We all want to tackle these issues, but where we differ, the tools, are they effective or not? I don't know. What I know, that police has been getting tough on open drug use since September of last year. What I know is that our bylaw officers have been getting tough on open drug use in transit. Has it produced results? I don't know. I want to know. I want to know because I want to figure out the best way. So I'm really struggling with this, right? And I hope that we can continue to put our heads together and try to grapple with these issues, come with more workable solutions, and depoliticize this conversation. It is too much politicized, and I hope that nobody further politicizes this. Let's focus on people. Let's focus on helping vulnerable population and make our communities safer for everyone. So that is my plea to everyone as we grapple with these issues. With that, I will take the chair back and I'll go to Councillor Rutherford to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And thank you to my colleagues. I know that a lot of people are thanking me, but I just want to really reiterate that this was shared with all of council early this week, and I know it's not ideal. We would have liked to give more time, but there was so much back and forth with administration, and so thank you to administration for also working with me and working through a lot of these things on the back end. And thank you for council for all your inputs, and especially, working with Councillor Salvador on that amendment around the active modes. We debated whether I should put that on or you, but you spoke so eloquently to it, I can't imagine a better person have made that amendment. I think for the sake of time, I really want to highlight the same thing as Mayor Sohi, but kind of put it to the zoning bylaw. Bylaws can only do so much. It's the same as when we had the public hearing on the zoning bylaw. There were so many things that people brought up, but they were just external to what the zoning bylaw itself could do. And we're in that space again, right? We have blunt tools where sometimes we need surgical precision. And that's just really the reality we have. But when I think about administration saying that some of these bylaws have existed without major refinements since 1961, I say that's a problem because our society is very different now than it was in 1961. I think showing some of those issues that our enforcement officers and even the public are having in, if you're in this part of Churchill Square, it's this bylaw. If you're in this part of Churchill Square, it's this bylaw, I think is just really confusing. So I really want to highlight that, again, this is going in the right direction. It is innovative. It is pushing the envelope across municipalities in Canada, and something I think we should be proud of. But again, it is the first iteration of that, and there should be more iterations. So one thing I do want to highlight to admin is that while the expectation was try to put as much on the floor now so that we don't have more iterations, I think I want to tamper your expectations that there likely will be further amendments when this comes back, especially around fine changes. Fine changes are so nominal in terms of not affecting the overall thing, but we also need that comparative research and jurisdictional scan to make data-informed decisions on any finalized fine amounts that we put in our bylaw. I want to take the last couple of minutes just for public transparency to focus on section 2 of the motion that is on the floor and some of the amendments and just what that means. So with number A, herbicides are already included in section 44 with the reference to the Environmental Protection Act, but one of the principles outlined in the cover report was that we need to be more user-friendly. So for me, using common terms helps make it user-friendly, and I don't know about you, but I'm probably not going to cross-reference a bylaw with an Environmental Protection Agency Act whole document to try to find what's included. Number B was around the temporary shelters. This is something we heard a lot of feedback on. Many people may put up makeshift shelters, such as sunshade, a bug net, on a temporary basis to enjoy public parks. And I wanted that to still be allowed and make it clear that those things are still completely appropriate. We've already talked about deleting of section 54. That's the spills of either liquids or food in transit spaces. I feel like it's more about the intentionality, and that's covered in clause 33. Changing the minimum fine amounts, this one's to me the biggest game changer on the list of things that I have put as specific amendments, because this allows more flexibility for right now. How it's defaulted to is no less than $250 for whatever ticket. By removing that minimum, yes, we say that this offense might be worth $250, but there's also ability for anybody in the process to either expunge that fine completely or reduce it based on contextual factors. So I think that's a very important piece that will really help. We've talked a lot about removing inappropriate use of transit spaces. I think the one thing I will highlight here is, again, yes, it's been debated, but I think this is such an important topic. We should debate it, and we should debate it again and again and again until we get it right, because it is supposed to be about behaviors, not people. And I can give you several examples when that behavior could be the same, but the person changes, and we would perceive it very differently. So I think it's really important. And birds and feral cats, there might be some questions. Happy to answer them offline, and I'm out of time, so I didn't get through all of them. But thank you for the patience with administration, and I hope everybody considers supporting this and furthering this conversation.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you so much. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair, please? I have a subsequent. Chris, you have the wording, right?
Sure. I have the chair. Would you like to read that in?
Yep, I will. That administration provide a report outlining current practices and alternative approaches to ticketing and banning for offenses under bylaw 20700 public spaces bylaw that could disproportionately affect unhoused Edmontonians, including but not limited to diversion strategies that improve unhoused people's situations while maintaining appropriate behavior in public spaces, including but not limited to: 1. Option to expunge tickets when services are sought at designated social services or medical facilities, referral to detox or treatment programs for substance use, referral to conversation with an elder, participation in community services.
Excellent, and I'll
Second.
Okay. Great, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Would you like to introduce that?
Yeah, I not lengthy introductions. I've been posing these questions to administration all day. Like, what are the alternatives to ticketing and financial penalties? And I think we heard from one speaker that they're doing some creative work in New York. There might be other options, and we want to have this another discussion around this. What are the other options that are available for us to be probably more effective in connecting people to services programs and elders and cultural engagement, many other options that might be out there instead of ticketing people? Because I have heard that even in the case, our bylaw offices are phenomenal. 83% of the time they are trying to engage with people, educate them, connect to services. Even for that 17%, we understand majority of the people being affected are racialized and indigenous, and we would like to see more of those people actually directed to more service and programs. And so that is kind of exploring those options for us to consider if this subsequent motion is passed.
Excellent. Thanks so much for that. Councillor Stevenson, do you have questions?
Just to speak.
Okay. Any other questions? Not seeing anyone. Councillor Stevenson to speak.
Yes, thank you so much. Very briefly, just want to share my strong support for this. As I mentioned, the folks that I speak to, businesses, residents, advocates, everyone wants solutions. And I think that this provides us with an opportunity to look at creative solutions, to add more tools to our toolbox, as we've been discussing, rather than fines alone. And I think what's really critical in this motion that I appreciate is that the intent is still to maintain appropriate behavior in public spaces. This isn't about allowing individuals to behave in inappropriate ways. It's rather just looking for evidence-based solutions that will be more effective at achieving the desired outcomes. So appreciate the mayor bringing this forward and appreciate the work to come.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi to close?
No, I'll repeat what Councillor Stevenson said.
All right. I think we're ready to vote then. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried, and I'll return the chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor Salvador. So I don't see any motions pending or notes of motions or any notes of motions or motions without customary notice. Seeing none, we are adjourned right at 9 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. I'm so sorry for such a lengthy meeting. So big thank you to administration. Thank you for staying longer. It obviously you had to change schedules. Some of you had Valentine commitments, and council members had Valentine commitments. I was supposed to go for dinner as well, right? So we all had to reschedule our work. And also big thank you to Chris and your team for getting us through such a complex discussion today. Really appreciate everyone, and council colleagues. Thank you so much for for your hard work as well on this. Yeah. Okay.
Here, here. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Good night, everyone.